Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Feld Entertainment Studios. I know this is the first time here for a lot of you, but this is the global headquarters of Feld Entertainment, the largest live entertainment production company in the world. We're glad everyone's here. My name is Stephen Payne. I'm the Vice President of Corporate Communications here at Feld Entertainment, and I will be your host for this event, along with our two guests. Obviously, all of you know why you're here. This past weekend's announcement that Ringling Brothers and Barnum & Bailey will be ending its two tours in May of this year. It was a very emotional announcement for everybody involved, so we're pleased that all of you are here to cover this story. Just a couple of housekeeping items about the structure of this press conference. After I introduce our guests, there are no introductory remarks. We're just going to go straight into it, and we'll start with questions. When I call on you, if you could identify yourself and your affiliation, and then we'll roll through the questions. What I'll do is, if you can ask me your question, I'll determine, and we'll, between our guests, who's the appropriate person to ask it. I do hold moderator's privilege to limit the number of follow-ups so we can get to everyone in the room. As you can see, we have, from a media perspective, everyone. So we want to make sure everyone has a chance to ask questions that they might have. So with that, it is my pleasure to introduce Kenneth Feld, who is the Chairman and CEO of Feld Entertainment, and Juliet Feld, who is Feld Entertainment's Chief Operating Officer. And if anyone realizes they needed a sound check for this during the first question, please let us know. We want to be accommodating and make sure everyone gets the sound for these interviews that they need. So with that, we'll start off with the first question. If you could just throw your hands up and everything, and I'm looking at you in the front row. Yes, ma'am. Kenneth, why don't you want to take that one?
Sure. First of all, thank you all very much for coming today. We appreciate that. We made this announcement Saturday night, so I can't say, first of all the remaining shows through May 21st are not sold out. There are tickets available, and we hope they will be sold out, and we hope people will come for The Last Memory. So we're expecting the one show closes in Orlando today, and the show that closed in Miami yesterday is on its way to Birmingham, Alabama. So I suspect that's something that we'll know in the coming days or weeks what the impact has been.
Next question. Yes, ma'am. Juliet.
Just to echo what Kenneth said, thank you all for coming today. We will be working with all of our people, including performers, to help them transition to other opportunities. And in the next few weeks, we'll be meeting with people individually and working out a customized plan for each person. And some of those services that we'll be providing will include job placement, housing search support if they've been living on our train, interview preparation, resume preparation, those kinds of things.
Will some people retire out?
There may be some people I can't answer for certain.
Next question. Sir in the purple on the end here.
Jake Locals, SRT Magazine. A number of circuses like Circus or Circus have permanent locations in tourist destinations like Orlando or Las Vegas. Has there been any consideration put into Ringling Brothers or Barnum & Bailey instead of touring, looking at a permanent location somewhere?
Kenneth.
At this time, we have no plans of a permanent location for Ringling Brothers Barn and Bailey. We're focused on the performers and all the people that are impacted by this through May, and then we can think about what the future may be.
Gentleman, right here.
Ian Marble with Local 10 in Miami, the ABC affiliate. What about the animals that are involved in the show as opposed to the event?
Kenneth, you want to take that one too?
Sure. The animals currently in the show, we are looking for suitable homes for them, and that covers lions, tigers, horses, camels, llamas, all the animals that are on the show that our company actually owns.
Next question, ma'am, right here on the end. Juliet.
We have seen a downward trend in attendance over 10 years. And because Ringling Brothers is so close to our heart, and because we are a privately held company, we really made every effort possible to change this trend. And last year, after we retired the elephants from the touring units, we saw a much steeper drop in sales. And we monitored that through the through the rest of the year. And when we looked at the ticket sales from last year and then what we were seeing in advance sales this year, it led us to this decision. We we're no longer able to see this as a sustainable business model.
Yes, ma'am, in the back right there. Kenneth, why don't we start with you for that one?
Of course, we're sad. And it was a very difficult decision to make. But, we look at the entirety of it. We look at what the future is. And as Juliet said, it's not a sustainable business model. So we have to put all that into the mix. There's a lot of people involved that it impacts, and people that, in many cases, I've known for almost 50 years. So it's definitely sad. As far as artifacts and things, for as long as we've had Ringling Brothers and Barnum Bailey, which is almost 50 years, we have preserved costumes, scenic elements, artifacts, all these things. We've worked especially with the Ringling Museum here in Sarasota, where they have many of our artifacts, and we'll continue to do that. So, yes, the history will be preserved and be in a place where people can see it and enjoy it and appreciate what an American institution this is.
Yes, ma'am, on the end here. Yep, right there. If you could identify yourself for us, please. Thanks.
Do you have a percentage of the downward trend over 10 years, like how much ticket sales dropped and how much ticket sales dropped with the retired elements? Some figures you might be able to share with us?
Kenneth?
No, we don't share figures. We're a private company, and we have never done that. I will just say that since last May, when the elephants were taken off, the shows, the percentage drop was much more severe than what we anticipated, and that's what ultimately led to this difficult decision.
Let's go over to this side of the room. I saw a hand up. Carrie?
How significant was it? I mean, is it the elephants that caused this, the retirement of the elephants, that what led to the end of the service?
Kenneth?
It was a combination of things. And again, it wasn't one day everything imploded. It has been going on, as Juliet said, over the past 8 or 9 years that there's been a decline. We have done everything that we could to stem that, and you'd have a better year, you'd have a down year, but it was basically flat but on a declining angle. When the elephants left the show, we did not anticipate the absolute impact that it would have, and it was much greater than we thought. We tried many different marketing strategies, promotional concepts. Nothing seemed to work, and it was far more than what we felt that we could sustain with the business.
Yes, you in the back, right there. Yep.
Hi, I'm Lauren Rosello from WMCA. So many of us grew up with like the magic of the circus coming to town. It was a huge thing, and I think so many of our viewers remember that excitement. Is it just a new world? Are we living in a place where we can't recapture that excitement? Or I guess what do you attribute to? Are kids just different now? Are families different now? What do you think?
Juliet?
What I think is so important is that live entertainment is not going away. There is no replacement for being live at an event and being in the moment and in the experience. We have many other businesses, Marvel Universe Live, Disney on Ice, Monster Jam, Supercross, and others that are thriving. And the legacy of Ringling Brothers will exist in that it has infused all other live entertainment. And it was the foundation not just of our company, but also of live entertainment in America. And the things that came out of Ringling Brothers have inspired entertainment and also simple everyday things like the light bulb that was first exhibited at Ringling Brothers 100 years ago.
Yes, sir, with the pad in the air.
Building with Inside Edition, you are custodians of an iconic brand. How can America be great again without the greatest show on earth?
Kenneth?
Well, we think every day that America is great, and it's not great again. It's always been great and continues to be. Let's face it, times change, and there's been more change probably in the last decade than in the preceding 50 or 70 years. So entertainment has changed. Attention spans. The traditional family unit is quite different today than it was many, many years ago. So everything has an impact. And we've been fortunate through having Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey, and that is a foundation of this company, to learn a lot, to be able to do all kinds of entertainment. And if you think about it, years ago, if anybody is this old besides me in the crowd, that there were 3 television stations. There would have been 3 of you here today. And instead, there's many of you. Whoever thought there would be a food channel, a golf channel, a do-it-yourself channel, all of these things. So we've gone from very general entertainment that Ringling Brothers was the originator. It traveled the country. It was the grandfather of all live family entertainment, and it was and had to be all things to all people. So now we have a world of specialization. And even if you look at our company, at Feld Entertainment, whether it's Supercross or Monster Jam or Disney on Ice or Marvel Universe Live, they're very special entertainments that cater to different segments, different demographics. Everything is much more broken down. We're a data-driven world, and so all of that data goes into the entertainment, to what people do every day. And that's the long-winded, simple answer of where we are.
Anybody along the periphery here? Yes, sir.
Jeff, let's go to Channel 9 in Orlando.
Juliet?
One of the factors that contributed to making this decision regarding Ringling Brothers was certainly that Ringling Brothers was a standalone live event. And our other lines of business, Marvel Universe Live, Disney on Ice, Monster Jam, Supercross, have a 365-day presence in our fans' lives, whether it's through television, through robust digital offerings, through toy lines and other license channels, lines of business. And that certainly was something that played into the downturn in ticket sales.
Charlotte, let's go back to you.
Two things. First of all, I probably shouldn't say this, but one of the greatest thrills of my life was going across 34th Street in Manhattan with the elephants when they came out of the business. So I thank you for that. As a child and even as an adult, seeing it. But I know Stephen last year when he talked, when he had the press conference about retiring the elephants, and you're taking them to your conservation unit, will you turn that facility into a zoo, since people do like to see the elephants? And in addition, since it does cost so much to house them and feed them, and I remember Stephen saying water them, is that a possibility for you? Since that's one of your factors for lower ticket sales that you believe.
Kenneth?
I didn't fully understand the question because I think there were two in there.
Turn the elephant conservation unit into a zoo.
The Center for Elephant Conservation is a place for the elephants, but it's not equipped to bring the public there. So our hope is in the future that maybe something can be done, whether it's there or someplace else, to have the public be able to see these incredible creatures. Yeah.
Yes, sir, on the end here.
I'm Oliver Marquez with CBS News. How many animals are we talking about, and how can the company assure the public that you will be committed to their well-being even after the show is over?
Juliet?
Our commitment to all of our animals is for their lifetime, and we continue to provide the high level of care that we always have. And our job now is to find suitable homes for all of our animals in the next few months.
And how many are we talking about?
We're talking probably about
It varies by unit, anywhere from 50 to 60 animals of various species per unit. Per the two, yes. Yes, sir, with the Channel 8 mic in his hand.
Channel 8 out of Tampa. How many employees will be impacted by this closure, and what kind of positions will need to be used?
Juliet?
Over 400 people will be impacted directly by this decision, and that has been the hardest part of doing this for our family and for our company. And we are working to help support them through this transition, through job placement support, housing search support if they've been living on our train, helping them prepare themselves to find other jobs however possible.
Did they move some of your other shows or move to other services or other companies?
There may be some other opportunities within the company, but in large part, unfortunately, no.
Yes, sir.
So what do you say to the animal rights activists asking for these changes for years? Is this a win for them, and do they impact the decision at all?
Kenneth?
This is not a win for animal rights activists, nor is it a win for anyone. The over 400 people that are impacted is what we care about first and foremost, and it's unfortunate. The animal rights activists, I guess, I don't know how they will say it's a win, because they're going to have to find some new agenda for fundraising, I suspect. But no, it's not. I mean, we stand behind the care that we always give all of our animals, and we continue to this day, and we will into the future. So it's an unfortunate situation for everyone involved.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what
I can take that one. It's going to be roughly 60 employees, 50 to 60 employees who are not on the touring units. Next question, ma'am. Juliet?
We considered many different options, weighed many options before coming to this decision, and we tried many different programs and things to do anything but make this decision, and unfortunately it's the one that we found is in the best interest of the company right now.
Other questions? Yes, ma'am, in the front.
So since Feld is here in Manatee County, it's, kind of in our backyard, are there any final performances or any kind of ending, I guess, spectacle planned for the area here for Manatee County?
Kenneth?
We are in Tampa at the MLK Arena the end of this month, and that will be the final performances in the Manatee metro area.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything in the works to have some kind of a closure, send-off, farewell, opportunity for people in the community, opportunity for people who love the circus and been impacted by it to, show their support, say thanks, kind of a farewell reception like that?
Juliet?
We hope that over the next 4 months, fans who love the circus, admire everything that our incredible performers do, will come out to see them and to thank them for everything that they do. We have no other formal plans right now.
Any questions in the back? Yes, sir, standing back there. Could you identify yourself? Thank you.
In terms of the last 8 or 7 years, how many is the money that the company lost?
Kenneth, I think you've answered that, but if you want to.
Yeah, we don't discuss financials. We're a private company, and so that's not something we're willing to talk about.
Yes, ma'am, in front. Well, Juliet, I think you want to talk about the train, and Kenneth can answer the litigation question.
We have 2-mile-long trains, both Ringling units, travel by train, performers, crew, and all the equipment. And we will be looking to divest those trains as best we can in the next few months.
Kenneth?
Concerning the legal bills, and if you followed the history, the Humane Society of the United States, the ASPCA, and some other animal rights organizations had sued Ringling Brothers Barnum Bailey. We prevailed in court, and actually they settled and paid us in excess of $25 million, which was represented over 10 years of litigation that they basically paid for the litigation bills.
Question, man in red in the back.
I'm sorry, this is switching subjects slightly, but we heard that the driver of the grave digger may have been injured. Can you comment on that?
Juliet?
On Saturday night at the Monster Jam performance in Tampa, Dennis Anderson, one of our drivers of Gravedigger, did sustain some injuries. He received appropriate medical care, and we continue to stay in touch with him, and we'll keep everyone apprised of how he's doing. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, over here on the end. Kenneth, you want to start?
I didn't hear the last
The
part of
question was, when you broke the news to the circus performers, what was their immediate reaction?
The immediate reaction, I think, was surprised that we were closing. I think they had seen over the past year a decline in audience and attendance, so they're aware of that. And I think this only happened Saturday night, and it's for the time to sink in, and it is 4 months for all of us to work together in the transition.
Let's look back over here on this side of the room. Anybody on the back here who hasn't asked a question? We want to make sure everybody who hasn't asked anything gets a chance to. You, sir.
Chris O'Donnell with the Tampa Bay Times. Is there any severance package for the performers and other circus workers?
Kenneth?
Yes, there's appropriate packages for each individual involved in this.
Tell us a little bit about that.
No.
Next question. You, sir, on the end.
Last month, you made a big deal about the first female ringmaster who came to the circus. And a month later, here we are terminating the circus. I was wondering if there was some sort of final straw that happened between then and Saturday night.
Juliet?
First of all, I hope that everyone will get a chance to see Kristen Wilson in the next few months. She is a spectacular star, and know that she will have an incredible career ahead of her. At Feld Entertainment, we have always supported women in prominent management and performance roles, as you can see, and we will continue to do that going forward.
But I was just wondering, it seemed kind of abrupt after making a big publicity splash over this a month later. Did you not know back then that the end was imminent?
We had not made the decision at that time.
Other questions? Yes, ma'am, in the back. Kenneth?
I didn't hear the end of the question.
Could you repeat the question, please?
No, the elephants are in Polk County at the Center for Elephant Conservation.
Carrie?
Okay, everyone, we are going to cut out of this circus event. We're going to take you live to Washington, D.C., the MLK Memorial, where Mike Pence is stopping by in honor of the MLK holiday.
Won't you trip over?
I'm not a dumb man.
You're a smart man. I've been married 36 years. Smart.
Shake a hand.
I know, right?
He's shaking hands and he's shaking hands.
Congratulations.
I'm your own video.
Video?
Yeah. Yeah, she's on video.
Outside? Just watch the kids, watch the kids, watch the kids. Right there, there's the guy. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Good of you to be here today. We're just going towards the wreath over here.
I'm video hers.
Beautiful family.
Wait, wow, look at this. Come on, guys. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me get out your way. Hi, you like it?
Good day to be here, isn't it?
Hi.
Nice to meet you. You know how to play this. Yeah, this place special. Okay, thank you. Let's go a little bit in the front here.
Get here, you know.
Jalen, good to meet you. Nice to meet you. Especially good to be here, isn't it?
There he is.
This man, where's the man that designed this?
Where'd Harry go?
Did Harry go? Harry's right over here. Design this monument.
There he is. There he is.
There he is, right here.
Is that Harry?
Hello, everyone. How's everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, Greg. How are you? Nice to meet you, sir. Thank you all.
Were you guys here earlier?
Can I shake your hand?
You enjoyed it? Yeah.
Great day. Great day.
Coming through.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, here, you're probably going to get a better shot.
Starting to get real, isn't it?
Right here. He's going to stand where I am. We just put the wreath here earlier this morning from the foundation. And so this is always a good vantage point so you can see over here. Buttons on his coat, details. We actually watch off our backs, please. His autobiography. He had an ink pen in it. When they sent it, because we need you off our backs. We need to back up. Thank you. Yep.
Again, you're looking at a live feed. Mike Pence visiting the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial on MLK Day in D.C.
2011. Okay, 2011. We had two dedications. We had the earthquake and the hurricane. Same week, so we had to push it back to October. George Bush should have dedicated. We got pushed back to
Remembering it was a smaller ceremony.
very small ceremony.
Folding chairs and
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so we always like to touch these I get you a couple. I'm gonna get one for me. I know you get one. I'm gonna get something to you because I don't know how to get it to him. I know how to get it to you. Good luck. Get in. I know he wants to take a picture. He's gonna place it someplace.
Just come on down. Excuse me.
Right here.
Jefferson Memorial. That's good.
Let's place the watch the cherry blossoms here. We're good getting
Yeah. It's amazing.
Mr. Pence, how will the administration support Martin Luther King's ideals?
He won't answer.
How will the administration support Martin Luther King's ideals, Mr. Pence?
Great question.
How will the administration support Martin Luther King's ideals, Mr. Pence? How will the Trump administration support Martin Luther King's ideals, Mr. Pence?
Stick around.
Guys.
Okay, guys, we're going to cut out of this event in D.C. We'll take you back to a little bit later on, but here in Phoenix, our mayor, police chief, and others marching in honor of MLK. There's Representative Edwin Gallego. We saw a lot of him last week during the confirmation hearing. The march has begun here in Phoenix.
I was at BBB last night. I went and gave a speech. Spent time with the little guy. Yeah, you look it like that. You're ready. You got an attitude, I can tell. You see the hands folded say it all. Good job. I know you're kind of happy. You'll tell you.
Same way, you know how you can Google like best time to ride? And I think it's like
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good.
Okay, this is a really good day. Can I
Sit
still
up there, yeah.
How you doing?
Dude, before you keep taking off, make sure you
Again, guys, our photographer is fixing his equipment live. So if the camera's shaky, you can see why. This feed coming in live from Phoenix as many people gathered to march in honor of Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah, the only people I've talked to was the mayor and the girl from the Girl Scouts. So. You want me to follow them, or what are we doing? I just stopped. Whichever stopped is going to lose me. I'm right here.
All right, guys, looks like there's not much to see here in Phoenix, so we're going to take you to the MLK Memorial feed out of D.C. This feed from earlier, many people gathered in D.C. to honor Martin Luther King.
Daddy can hold you. Okay. Warm me up. You gonna put your other jacket on too? Yep.
Okay, everyone, we're going to go back to MLK coverage in a few minutes, but I do want to give you guys a live look at Trump Tower. This is Trump Tower Watch here on News Now. Again, we're going to take you to more Martin Luther King Jr. coverage, as today is Martin Luther King Day, a national holiday. Looks like Representative John Lewis is speaking at an event right now. Let's work to get that feed for you guys. Again, guys, civil rights icon John Lewis speaking right now at a Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast. If we get that feed, we'll take you there live. In the meantime, though, we're going to take you back to some MLK coverage. The YMCA in Charlotte holding a breakfast in honor of Martin Luther King Jr.
And social engagement. For some, the McCory Y is even a safe haven. Our active older adults have written to YMCA staff to say that if they didn't come to McCory Y for water aerobics, dance, and drum class, that they would not have any social interaction. But at the McCory Y, they can come and participate in class with their friends, receive a friendly hello, and then sometimes even a warm hug. That is true impact. For many children in the Northwest Corridor, our Y is a safe and nurturing environment where they can look at who they are and explore what they can become. And look at who they are becoming. This morning as you entered, you were greeted by 30 teen volunteers from the McCory YMCA, and they are still here now volunteering during this event on their day off from school. Without access to the Y, many of the kids in programs like after school, camp, teen clubs would spend their out of school time at home alone, unsupervised, and some would be vulnerable to harmful influences like drugs and gangs. But they have the McCory Y, and that is thanks to generous donations to our annual campaign and the funds raised by this breakfast. I am so proud to be a part of this organization that is making a difference in changing the outcome for local children. And this morning, on behalf of the McCory Y, and most especially the children, teens, families that we serve, I'm going to ask a bit more of you today, because this is truly our community and this is our activity. On your table, you will find pledge cards. And I'm asking that you consider making a donation today. Those who have purchased tables have done a wonderful job. Our sponsors have stepped up to the plate and have done a wonderful job. But for those who have been invited today, we ask that you take one of those pledge cards and consider making a donation. No amount is too small, and certainly no amount is too large. But with everything that you see going on, we know that your funds will be put to good use. The McCory Y will be good stewards of your donation, and we will continue to make an impact in this community. Take one of those pledge cards, make a donation, and one of those teen volunteers will be coming around to collect those. And once they have been collected, another one of those teens will be coming to offer our closing prayer. It truly does make a difference to our teens, to our families, to our active older adults, and I'm certainly proud to be a part of an organization such as the McCory YMCA. Thank you for your consideration, and God bless you all.
We also want to say thank you to Willie Ramey, of course, being the board chair of any organization. I know there are many of you out here who've served in this way. You know it's a labor of love, passion, but it also means some hard work. So he's given many, many, many hours to the organization, and we thank him as well. Before we wrap up today's celebration with our closing prayer and then our singing, I want to encourage you to really make the presentation that you heard today personal, and to think about new ways that you can work harder to create opportunities for others, and to make sure that your voice is heard for what you believe.
All right, guys, again, this was an YMCA breakfast honoring Martin Luther King Jr. in Charlotte. We are working to get that feed of the civil rights icon John Lewis, who's speaking right now at another breakfast. It's unclear whether Fox has access to that feed, so I'm not sure whether we'll be able to get that for you. But in the meantime, while we wait, we do have this feed. Senator Cory Booker speaking, along with Al Sharpton.
Murder, and then my hand stopped because the name I saw of the murdered boy was Hassan Washington. From my building, 4 floors living below me, the mayor, from my lobby, he was my dad incarnate. My dad who told me he got where he was, not just his hard work, but because people were there for him, insisting he go to college, mentoring him, loving him. He said he was the result of a conspiracy of love of people that would not let him fail, but I failed Hassan. I will never forget his funeral. Pastor Jefferson and I have been to many funerals at Perry's funeral home right off Martin Luther King Boulevard. It was down in that basement room, Pastor, all of them on the first floor, but there's one in the basement. I hated going to that basement. You walk down these narrow staircases, it feels like you're descending into the bowels of a ship. And there was a packed room, moaning and growing, people piled in on top of each other, chained together in grief to see another everyday American reality, a boy in a box, dead. And the world was not stopping. The world was not taking notice. But in that basement, I was drowning with grief. I was the mayor of the city now. I achieved my greatest hope and aspirations for my career. But nothing could reverse the truth of my failure. And I felt shame as I stood there, and people walked over to me for comfort, but I was leaning on their light. And finally, I'm embarrassed to admit this, I couldn't stay. I turned to my new security officer and I said, we got to get out of here. And I stormed out of the funeral home, jumped in my new nice SUV, drove to City Hall, ran up the stairs because I didn't want to get in the elevator and have to look another person in the eye, slammed the door to my mayor's office and sat on that new couch in that palatial room. And for the first time, not the last, mind you, but for the first time as mayor of New Jersey's largest city, I sat there and wept. All I could think to myself was I failed my father's legacy. All I could think is all of us were there crowded in that funeral home for that boy's death, but where were we for his life? I want to tell you right now, I am a U.S. Senator. I am proud of the people that I get to serve every day. I'm grateful to them that I am the 4th elected African American to this position in the history of our country. But I'm telling you this right now. All my life now goes back to Martin Luther King Boulevard. I have a great community. I may not have a community of great wealth. Median income in my neighborhood, $14,000 a person. But the richness of that community, I will never forget. They broke me and healed me. They loved me even when I didn't deserve it. And I'll never forget waking up that morning after the death of another teenage boy and walking out of my buildings into the lobby. As I walked through that lobby, I just remembered that in the 1980s, the tenant president, Miss Virginia Jones' son, was slain in that lobby, and she didn't leave the building. She and I, 2 of the people, made the most money of the people that lived there. She could have moved out, but she didn't leave. Here I was feeling my pain and grief, and as I walked through that lobby, I suddenly remembered that she went through that, and I come out of the lobby feeling like I'm 100 feet underwater, drowning, and there I see her. Her back is turned to me, Miss Virginia Jones. And I stop in the lobby and I look across at her, and she must have heard my thoughts because she turns around and this wise woman looks at me and says nothing. All she does is do exactly what I needed at that moment. She opened her arms. And I tell you, I'm 6'3", big man. She's 5 feet and just a smidgen. But I scurried across that courtyard like a child and jumped up into her arms, and she held me close. And she rubbed my back as I cried again on her shoulder, and she started saying these two words over and over to me softly, whispering them into my ear, and that's my message for this morning. These two words that she says, that's the message I have. To people who want to surrender to cynicism. Cynicism is that refuge for cowards, of people who don't want to fight. This is my message. For people who don't understand that hope does not exist in an abstract. Hope is always a response to despair. Hope is saying despair is not going to have the last word. This is my message to those who want to fret and dismay about the current state of our political affairs. This is the message I have that to people who forget where we've come from. That we have been that Daniel in the lion's den, but we rose up. That we have been Joseph at the bottom of the well, but we rose up. That we have been tied down, ready for the sacrifice, but there was a ram in the bush. She rubbed my back over and over again, this woman who had seen challenges and heartache and pain that I would never know. And as I cried there, in her arms, she rubbed my back and she said two words. She said, stay faithful. Stay faithful. Stay faithful. I want to tell you now how King closed his speech, remaining awake through a great revolution. He said, let me close by saying that we have difficult days ahead in the struggle for justice and peace. He said, but I will not yield to a politic of despair. I'm going to maintain hope as we come to Washington in this campaign. The cards are stacked against us. This time we really confront a Goliath. God grant that we will be that David of truth set out against the Goliath of injustice, the Goliath of neglect, the Goliath of refusing to deal with problems and go on with the determination to make America not great again, to make America truly great in the way that it is called to be. I tell you right now, we are not powerless. Alice Walker said the most common way people give up their power is not realizing they have it in the first place. We cannot allow our inability to do everything to undermine our determination to do something. We cannot get caught up in that state of sedentary agitation where we're sitting on our couch so upset about what's going on but fail to realize we have got to do something about it. This is the National Action Network. And no action in the cause of justice, helping a child, mentoring a brother, speaking out, standing up, no action, no matter how small, in the cause of justice is ever wasted. We are here because of the small aggregated acts of others. And so I end with the call of a great poet who challenged us to turn our words into actions. To not just say slogans and put your hand on your heart and pledge allegiance to ideals and not be willing to sacrifice and struggle. He called on us to swear an oath, not with our words, but with our actions. And he simply said, oh, let America be America again. The land that never has been yet, but yet must be. The land where everyone is free. The poor man, the Indian, the Negro, me. Who made America? Whose sweat and blood, whose faith and pain, whose hand at the foundry, whose plow in the rain, must make our mighty dream live again. Oh yes, I say it plain, America never was America to me, but I swear this oath, America will be. As Langston Hughes called us, may we make our nation great. May we make our nation real, not just for the powerful and the privileged few, but for the beautiful and the dignified all. Thank you.
That was Cory Booker speaking at the National Action Network. We're going to take you live now to the World Economic Forum. Joe Biden speaking live.
On various aspects of dealing with cancer. Some of you were there, made significant contributions. But interestingly enough, we simulcast, in effect, these roundtables where 7,000 people around the country gathered in 300 local summits held in every single state, including Guam and Puerto Rico, to try to, again, inject this notion of the urgency of now. And the summit workshops launched a torrent of new collaborations and innovative initiatives across all sectors. And they continue to this day. For example, we got a call from IBM. How'd you like to borrow Watson? They came to us and offered Watson, their supercomputer, to partner with the largest hospital in the world, the Department of Defense and the Veterans Affairs. So now a veteran can get her genome or tumor sequenced at Walter Reed, and they're very good at it, and they can do it quickly. And then Watson will search all specific therapies that would target that particular cancer and provide recommendations to physicians and tumor boards to use in choosing the right therapy. So you increase the prospect that the first time out will be the best shot out. In June, I was at the University of Chicago where we launched the National Cancer Institute Genomic Data Commons. The purpose was to bring together cancer sequencing data and related patient information from the Cancer Genome Atlas. Well, that atlas comprised 14,000 individuals with that data. Now, the database has grown now to over 30,000 individuals, and our international agreements are going to add tens of thousands of more patients' data. And Amazon came along and says, look, we'll agree to make their cloud computing available to help us store this enormous amounts of data that this project is going to generate. But the important thing is that it's totally open access database, able to be accessed by any researcher in the world, eliminating silos. It did not exist a year ago. And this data has already been accessed and used by more than 5 million times. And this was in the spring of last year, increasing chances exponentially that we may find some answers. We also transformed access to cancer clinical trials. In the United States, only 4% of the people diagnosed with cancer ever become part of a clinical trial, which is how research advances and may be the only possibility of saving the patient's life, maybe. So we engaged the President's Innovation Fellows, some of the top young technology minds in the world, mostly from Silicon Valley, who've dedicated a year to come in. These are trying to modernize the whole government. So I went to them and said, look, there's no way anyone can rationally go and figure out that oncologist from Bemidji, Minnesota, who's come up with an accurate diagnosis, doesn't know where to turn. He's not near one of the great cancer centers in the United States. So where did they go? There was a site that said you could click on and find out where there are cancer trials, but it was useless. So these brilliant young, they range in age from 25 to 40 thereabouts, within 3 weeks put together a site. They can go now. It's trials.cancer.gov. Type in real words like breast cancer, leukemia, zip codes, age, and then find a list of clinical trials near you or your loved one that previously you could not have easily found. And I find the people equally excited about this are the pharmaceutical companies. They have trouble finding enough people for their trials. You and your doctor can now find out what trials are available and for what types of cancer near you. Another example is NASA, I mentioned earlier, working with the National Cancer Institute, establishing a new collaboration to study the biological effects of particle beam radiotherapy, and a novel technology that may deliver more targeted doses of radiation to tumor cells. The Center for Disease Controls and Prevention is advancing the effort to promote cancer vaccines like HPV vaccine that are safe and effective strategies for combating viruses for various types of cancer. The moonshot also is initiated the Blood Profiling Atlas pilot. Representatives from the government, academia, pharmaceutical, diagnostic companies are launching partnerships to create an open database for liquid biopsies to accelerate the development of safe and effective blood profiling diagnostic technologies, and patient will benefit from this. Stanford Medicine and the VA in Palo Alto are collaborating to establish the Haddon Center at Palo Alto, California, for the potential benefit of both veterans and non-veteran cancer patients. The Haddon Center will utilize particle beam radiotherapy using beams of charged particles such as proton and helium, carbon, or other ions to allow more precise targeting everywhere inside the patient's body, potentially, we don't know yet, resulting in less damage to healthy cells. The reason NASA got in the game is they know more about radiation than anybody in the world. So they're participating. Earlier this year, we announced what we call the NCI, the National Cancer Institute Formulary. This is a public-private partnership with more than 24 pharmaceutical and biotechnology companies, which allows researchers to test existing drugs for new combinations that could be effective against different types of cancer. This is how it works. When you go into a bar and you listen to a song and you put money in a jukebox, you don't have to negotiate a licensing agreement with each song.
So I'm going to go ahead and take this lower third off and get you guys information as to what we're looking at right now. In the meantime, while I work to get information about this snowy scene that they've taken us to, let's take you back to Trump Tower Watch as I work to gather some information as to what that other feed is exactly. Alright guys, it looks like this is also a feed, so that World Economic Forum where Joe Biden was speaking at is in Switzerland. You can see the Swiss flags here. Obviously it's also nighttime, so it looks like it is a feed from the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. Apparently, we are looking at arrivals of the president of China who will be speaking at the World Economic Forum. These are arrivals coming out of Switzerland now. right, guys, I'm going to cut away from the World Economic Forum feed, take you back to Trump Tower Watch for a little bit. And in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. Day, oh wait, looks like we're getting another feed. Stand by. Never mind, it was a false alarm. Let's continue now with more MLK Day coverage. We're taking you back to the National Action Network. We just heard from Senator Cory Booker. We're now going to hear from Reverend Al Sharpton.
Senator Cory Booker. Give him another hand. When Dr. King was organizing in the South, his headquarters was in the middle of the black community. Let me acknowledge, though, before bringing our next awardee on, I must acknowledge the head of our Washington Bureau, who does such tremendous work. She organized and was the point person for this march on Saturday that people saw all over the world. And most of our chapter leaders and staff is under 40. And she represents the personification of continuing the tradition of the King-type movement, which National Action Network unashamedly is. I want you to give a hand to Ebony Riley. Ebony represents, the Bible goes in continuity. Everybody thinks that they have to do something new. What you do is be able to continue turning the wheel in a new way because it works. And she represents that, and we're very proud of her leadership and what she's done. And our older staff members, Reverend Toon, who's upstairs, probably breaking up his potatoes so he can eat it. And our head of our chapter, another young lady, Nia 2X, we're glad to have all of it. Dr. King would share a building in SCLC with the black radio station. And when they were involved in a campaign, they would knock on the wall, Mrs. King would tell us, and tell them to drop the mic or lift the mic so he could talk and rally people around wherever he was going, Melody. We've come a long way from somebody passing the mic out the window and being able to communicate to black America only in a small amount of miles. Because of Ben Hooks and others, we were able to get some ownership. But no one perfected it more and took it more seriously than our next honoree, Cathy Hughes. Cathy Hughes started with nothing, came to Washington rather, and began on radio. And by chance was able to take over a station that she was on. She struggled, her and her son, who's here with her today, the CEO of Radio TV One, Alfred Liggins III. They had to live in the radio station, but she kept building. And let us be honest, she not only had to face racism in terms of getting financing and bank loans, she had to face sexism from even black men that felt that black women should not be at the level of business that she was at, and that felt that they were only something to date, particularly when you have been as attractive as she is, rather than someone they had to sit across the table and take care of business. But she, for generations to come, broke through the walls of sexism and racism and sits here today as the largest and undisputed communications person in the diaspora. There's no one black in the world that owns 58 radio stations and a television network. I checked my research because she'll get up here and correct me. We don't even have governments in Africa that have determination and faith in God and never, ever forgot why she did it. Her mission was to give voice to our community and our culture. When others ran from us, she ran to us. When others forgot us, she never let us forget ourselves. There would not have been a movement that has continued into the election of President Barack Obama and has reformed in some areas had we not had a microphone, whether it was Gina, Six, whether it was Trayvon Martin, whether it was Barack Obama for president, whether it was police reform in Staten Island or Ferguson, we had a microphone that was paid for by the sweat and blood of this woman. So we don't depend on others to tell our story. We can turn on the mic she's given us and speak for ourselves to ourselves, and even have the television network that even those that you cast on the debris of time, she brings them back unsung and tells their story on TV One. It is with great pride that we award the woman who has taken us from silence and made the world hear us unadulterated and unmolested, the queen of communications, the mogul media businesswoman, our voice, our godmother, still fine and still telling me that's enough, get off the stage, Kathy Hughes.
First and foremost, I give praise and thanks to God, from whom all blessings flow. Can we please give our Creator a big round of applause? Reverend Al, thank you. I'm going to have to take you on the road with me. I like that introduction. Senator Booker, oh, so touching. How brilliant. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we give him another big round of applause? I got a lot to say, but since Senator Booker used everybody's time, and we were very happy to give it to you, okay? Couple things I really want to say, particularly to you, Reverend Alfred Charles Sharpton. My son's name is Alfred Charles Liggins, and so I don't believe in coincidence. I believe that God creates pathways for us to cross each other's lives. So I think that when I was moved to name my son the same as your mother was moved to name you, that I had a special bond with you that goes back even further than 25 years. I want to thank you for keeping the blueprint for activism alive, because of what you've done, because of how you used your life, how you used your blessings, then Black Lives Matters can come along and have traction. Movements can now be activated. I kind of chuckle because President-elect Trump wants to talk about what he's going to do. The one thing he's damn sure has done is reactivated activism. Okay, folks are awake now, all right? So he has had his first major accomplishment because everybody is going to be on his behind, but you kept the blueprint alive on how to effectively represent your community and get things done, effectuate change. It's one thing to be upset and protest. It's another thing to have a plan. Everybody can identify the problem, particularly when it directly affects you. Very few of us can come up with the solutions on how you fix that so we don't keep repeating it. I thank you. May we please give him a big round of appreciation applause. We love you, Reverend Al. So yesterday, for the first time since my son was a lot younger than he is now, he spent the day in church with me because Reverend Al kept us in church all day yesterday with a program that I've got to talk about for a moment. It's a partnership between the National Action Network, our company, and the University of Phoenix. The University of Phoenix has Gwendolyn Brooks' nephew. Byron Jones is their CFO, a brother who's totally committed to seeing to it that things change between the company that he works for, that a lot of people don't realize, but a lot of black folks attend the University of Phoenix online because they work. And the University of Phoenix is not like Trump University. It's the real deal at the University of Phoenix. You not only get a quality education, but you get a credential that other people recognize, which is very important. And Mr. Jones identified 4 schools, in fact, but the one we were in all day yesterday at church right across the street from the school is a middle school. And what he's identified is that if we don't catch our future generations by the time they're in middle school, we're in trouble. And what the University of Phoenix, under his leadership, has also identified is the large number of teachers in classrooms, particularly in urban areas, that did not major in education. When you major in education, they teach you how to control a classroom. They teach you how to stimulate a child. They teach you how to understand and see past just what's in front of you with that child. You spend 4 years learning how to prepare children for the future. Well, what has happened with the economy being what it is, just about everybody with a degree who cannot find a job in their discipline, guess what they do? Teach in the inner city. So what Mr. Jones, under the banner of this triangle, NAN, Radio TV One, and the University of Phoenix, has put together is a program specifically geared towards teachers in inner city junior high schools who do not have degrees in education, have degrees in other disciplines, to teach them how to be teachers. Because if you have a teacher who does not know what they are doing, you cannot expect a child to do well in high school, and college is totally out of the question. Reverend Sharpton does a lot of things with a lot of various organizations that people don't know about. And yesterday was a classic example, hearing the principal of this school talk about the difference that this will make. It's a 2-pronged program. First is to train the teachers, but secondly, it's a 14-week ongoing program for the parents who also don't know how to help their children. How do you identify the fact that your child is not at the level that they should be? How do you know how to help them with new math when you flunked math yourself because you were in that same inner city school in that same public housing development that Cory talked about? So you didn't get what you needed. So this course, this partnership, is something new for the National Action Network, so important. We are so honored to be a part of it so that we can get young people on the right path before it's too late and they become a high school dropout. I shared this story with you this morning because I looked across the room and I saw Michelle E. Banks and I saw Ben Chavis and I saw some decision makers. I saw Marcella Jones. I saw Barbara Jackson. I saw some people in here who can move needles on supporting these type of programs around the country. Does not take a lot. And most of the teachers want the training. So many individuals who are in these inner city classrooms really want to do a better job, but don't know how or where to go. So I shared that story with you this morning as just one more thing that the National Action Network, under the leadership of the incredible Alfred Charles Sharpton, get involved in to encourage you all. Take a look around. Is there not a junior high school or an elementary school in your area that has the same problem that I just described to you this morning that you could not make a difference with, in partnership with Howard University, Bowie, or another school, or an online school like the University of Phoenix? Because if we do not change the direction of our youth, all of us will be as dinosaurs. We will be extinct in the African American community. Our future is in trouble. So as I accept this today, I accept it on behalf of those babies that NAN is now addressing that need our help because they're being warehoused, and it's easy for them to be warehoused in the prison. We warehoused them in grade school and junior high school. So going to prison was just the next transition in their lives. We've got to stop it. And I want to say thank you to all of you who braved the weather on Saturday. 10,000 people in D.C. showing up in the sleet is a big number. D.C. is a very interesting city. We don't mess with rain, snow, sleet, or hail in Washington, D.C. Now, we'll take on the president and we'll take on Putin and anyone else. We do not mess with Mother Nature in this city. Okay? We stay home in Washington, D.C. when the weather is bad. And we are known for that around the world. So, Reverend Al, for you to be able to pull 10,000 people out in that weather. I know people that watched President Barack Obama's inaugural on television the first go round because that was one of those days where it was freezing. They're like, well, no, I didn't quite make it down to the mall, but I watched every minute of it. Thank you. I appreciate this very much. I thank God each and every day that I've been used as a vehicle to provide a voice for my community. It's a great blessing, and I thank you all for this honor.
Kathy Hughes, give her another hand. Let me say that I wanted to, as I present this next award, I wanted to particularly recognize, as we say, generations keep strengthening and keep advancing. There's no one I know that has made us more proud in the tradition of Kathy Hughes than the convener of the largest gathering of African Americans culturally and educationally every year, and the publisher of the unquestioned Bible of black women, and that is our own Michelle E. Banks of Essence Magazine and Essence Festival. Stand up, Michelle. Give her a big hand. Every year, You don't even have to ask people at major airports right before the 4th of July where they going. We just show up and they give us our ticket to New Orleans. And they should tell you, we go 3 days early now because they sold out. But that's where everybody goes, Governor, to New Orleans. You ain't black till you've been in New Orleans on the 4th of July. You ain't really black. And now we go to Durban in October. And Michelle Ebanks, the only one I know that makes a 17-hour plane ride feel like it's all right. So Nate Miles, I want your private plane for South Africa. I heard about your grandmama and them cakes and all of that, but you didn't tell everybody you got a private plane now. And grandma didn't buy that for you. So, everybody was, feeling all bad. Nate was telling this story, and it's a true story. Everything he says is a great inspiration. But I want y'all to know he live in a mansion, got a private jet, and grandma didn't buy that. Don't be feeling too sorry for Nate. Cory still lives in the middle of Newark. I need my navigator to get to your house. One of the critical issues of our time is criminal justice. Kathy Hughes said something that is true. There are those that talk about things, and then there are those that do things. In the midst of this great debate, one man stood up in the South and said that I am going to restore the voting rights of those that have served their time and served the time that lawmakers have put on the books that they're required to do. But they should have the right to vote on lawmakers again. It was and is not popular to stand up in Virginia and do what this governor did. He has not only done that, he did it and they fought him, went to court and everything, and he stood there as anyone that is a true believer in civil and voting rights would do. Terry McAuliffe standing there as the governor of Virginia to restore rights is only one example of his career of standing when it was not and is not popular, and at the same time providing a new leadership that has national ramifications, the jobs that he's brought in the state, the standing on various civil rights and human rights issues, refusing in the Deep South to act like yesterday, but bringing the Deep South into a new, deeper understanding of what we must do this century. It gives us great comfort to know that this new president only has to look across the border at Virginia to find out what is really possible in America, in regions that we used to label as one way. Thank God there are Terry McAuliffes that bring it another way. I've known him for a long time. When I ran for president, there were those that said to him, Sharpton's a troublemaker, don't let him in the debates. And he said he's a candidate, and I went in every debate. That when we got to the convention, they said that the rules are you can't say certain things in your speech. Terry McAuliffe and I met before I spoke, and he kind of said to me, you got your speech, you're Reverend Al, do what you got to do. And I did. We have been in the trenches together, but I've never been more proud than when he stood up and fought the right-wingers that did not want to restore voting rights in the state of Virginia. He is the governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. He is a civil and voting rights champion, and we honor him today. Governor Terry McAuliffe.
Well, good morning, everybody. Come on, good morning. I mean, you're only 2 miles from Virginia. Save your careers, move your businesses, move your families over there. I want to thank you all for being here, and I do want to thank Reverend Sharpton. We have known each other for 2 decades. You will not find a more passionate advocate for civil rights than Al Sharpton. We had a lot of fun when he ran for president. You're right. I was chairman of the National Party. A lot of people tried to keep him out. They said he couldn't come to the debates. I said, as long as I'm chairman of this party, Al Sharpton's a candidate for president. He's going to be at every single thing every other candidate was going to be at. And we were underneath the convention. I said, you go get him, Al. But one of my best moments was going down the streets of Detroit, Michigan, visiting barbershops. He and I campaigning when he was running for president. I tell you, that's an experience I will never forget. The man is a true legend. He even had me sit in the chair, and they gave me a little haircut there. It was pretty good. But what an honor to be here with you today. You know, Martin Luther King said, think about every single day as governor. You have a tremendous amount of power when you're governor of one of our 50 states. It's how you use that power and what you do for people. And I want to thank all of you in this room. Many of you helped me get elected governor. I broke a 44-year trend to become governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. It was a long, hard, give yourselves a great round of applause. It was a long, hard fight. Whoever wins the White House, the other party wins the governor's man. I broke that trend because I leaned in on the issues and I promised people I would be a fighter for them. And I thank you for being in the march the other day. It was cold, it was rainy, but you never give up. And I promised all of you that I would never give up. Through the core of my being, I believe everybody has a right to a second chance. Second chances matter to people. Everybody makes mistakes. You want to welcome people back into society. I was a kid who grew up in upstate New York. I had to start my first business when I was 14 years old if I was going to be able to go to college. I started 30 companies, was our nation's youngest bank chairman at the age of 30. I have been an entrepreneur my whole life. But I've always loved politics because you can give back. And since the day I took office, when I stood on the steps of our Capitol, which, as you know, was designed by Thomas Jefferson in 1785, let's stop for 1 second. Think about this. Virginia's first governor, Patrick Henry. Give me liberty, give me death. Started the American Revolution. Our second governor, Thomas Jefferson. And now, Terry McAuliffe. Is this not a great country we live in, folks? And I was born in New York, who knew? But whatever. But from the second I took that oath, I started to work to help people. My first executive order, no discrimination in the state workforce, not going to be tolerated, executive order number 1. I banned the box, said we're not going to allow any discriminatory practices on state hiring. I did an executive order to remove the Confederate flag from every license plate in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I was not going to tolerate discriminatory, hateful language in our state. That is not how you grow and bring people to your state and your Commonwealth. Through the efforts of my wife, our First Lady, last year 5 million more needy children got access to breakfast. Our children are hungry to learn, but they can't learn if they're just plain hungry. So now we're feeding all of our children in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I just put $1 billion in education, the single largest investment ever. Pre-K, all the way through 12. Everybody deserves a quality education. I have a new initiative. Classroom, not courtrooms. Too many of our children are being suspended, expulsion, referred to law enforcement. Keep them in the classroom. Help these people grow and learn. I started an initiative for challenge schools. Let's get the best teachers in the areas that need them most. So we've tried to lean in. But my proudest moment of my life was on April 22nd when I stood on the steps of that Capitol. I stood in the spot where in 1902, a state senator put into our Constitution a poll tax and a literacy test and a disenfranchisement of felons. He said in 1902 on our Capitol, built by Thomas Jefferson, I am doing this to eliminate the darky from being a political force in Virginia. That was his quote. Folks, 114 years later, I got to stand on that spot and restore the rights of 206,000 felons in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It was the single largest enfranchisement of rights for felons of any governor in the history of the United States of America. It was the right thing to do. I was sick and tired of walking around and people coming up to me, or a young father saying on election day I would go to a voting booth and try and get that little I voted sticker. I hope somebody dropped one so I could put it on my lapel pin and go home and tell my children that I voted because I was too embarrassed to tell them I couldn't vote. That's embarrassing. Why do we treat people like second-class citizens? So I said we won't tolerate it. So I restored those rights, and guess what happened? The Speaker and the Senate leader sued me, took me to the Supreme Court. Now, unfortunately, in Virginia, we're one of two states where the Supreme Court is actually picked by the legislature. So the plaintiffs were the people who put them in the court. Now, in full disclosure, I went to Georgetown Law School, had a scholarship, but I'll be honest with you, I ran 3 companies. I wasn't there much, to be honest with you. You're never going to hire me to be your lawyer. But even I knew that the phrase, the governor has the authority to restore his rights, wasn't all that complicated. But they ruled against me 4-3, saying that no governor has ever done this, therefore we're going to not let him do it. Well, of course no governor done it before. This was a hard thing to do. When it's hard is why people don't do it. That's when I love to do things. They said he has to do it individually. So I called a press conference the next day and said, I'll sign all 206,000 myself, line them up, let's go. Well, guess what? They didn't like that either. And I got sued again. This time for contempt of court. I have the badge of honor of being the first Virginia governor to be sued for contempt of court to the Supreme Court. I told the Attorney General, Reverend, I almost hoped that put me away for a couple days. Instead of letters from Birmingham, I could have letters from Richmond. And, you know, my wife would bring me over lunch every day. I'd be all right. I could lose a few pounds. What the heck? But this time the Supreme Court said, no, the governor is doing the right thing. So we have proceeded to restore these rights. And I'll tell you one final story. I got a call in my office from a daughter of Nathaniel Barnes. He was 79 years old. His daughter called and said he has never been able to vote in his entire life. In 60 years, he really wanted to vote in last year's presidential election. So I went down to Portsmouth, and I did a ceremony. He wasn't feeling well, so the daughter came. I did about 100 orders that day. Signed his order, took it home. The daughter took it home. She said, called me up and said, you know, Governor, it's the first time I saw my father smile in 6 years. Unfortunately, Mr. Barnes died 5 days before the election. However, as his daughter said, he died a full citizen of the Commonwealth of Virginia. So I thank you for this award, Rev. This is why you get into politics. This is why you all help people get elected. And when people get elected, they want those elected officials to take action. They don't want talk. They don't want speeches. They want action. And that's why you all work so hard. And at the end of the day, when I've tried to convince everybody, it helps everybody. Look at Virginia. When I became governor, unemployment was 5.4. We got it down to 3.7, steepest drop in 32 years. When you treat people with dignity, everything creeps up and people want jobs. And that's what we're focused on. So I thank you for this award. I'm going to fly back to Richmond right now because I got another big announcement. On Martin Luther King Day, you all know who Barbara Johns is. 16 years old, Prince Edward County, 2 schools, one for white children, one for black children. The one for black children was horrible. tar paper, leaked. A 16-year-old girl said, I'm not going to stand for this. In the mid-50s in Virginia, she led the revolt, and they walked out of that school. And they built a new school there in Prince Edward County, but because of her actions started Brown v. Board of Education with Oliver Hill, a 16-year-old girl who had the courage to fight. So we have a new Attorney General's office in Virginia, brand new state office building, and I am naming that building on Martin Luther King. I'm going to name that building in honor. It will, from today going forward, will be the Barbara John State House Office Building. Thank you.
All right, guys, we're going to take you back now to Trump Tower. Looks
Give
like
another
Trump's
hand,
sitting there.
Governor Terry McAuliffe.
You told me why I must live there, so everybody can live there. Why?
You can't protest in this, sir, unless you please leave.
You told me. You told me. Why? This is my daughter's lunch. Why? Why?
Sir, we have the uniforms here. You have to exit the building now, sir. Let's go.
I need your name.
Sir, outside. Sir, let's go outside.
Why? I don't know why.
One, right? Huh? So he's one.
What's going on, Adam? Adam. I'm with this. Why is Adam saying? Give me a favor. Switch it back to
So we just watched as a man got escorted out of Trump Tower there live in New York City. We're going to take you back now to the National Action Network and their Martin Luther King Day event.
Terry McAuliffe. I told he and Senator Booker in the back, we were taking pictures, that, you know, Barack Obama spoke at National Action Network year before he was elected president. You know, great things happen when you come through here. I'm not predicting nothing. I'm not calling for nothing. But, you know, when I was growing up, we used to sing in church, I'm so glad trouble don't last always. Well, neither will Trump last always. As we bring on our next awardee, I must acknowledge some of our young folk that have also worked with us at NAN and have shown the courage to stand and speak to power, speak truth to power. I'm so proud from your state, Nate, of my little sister, Sister Angela Rice. Stand up. You see her on CNN, but she broke her teeth on Politics Nation. and takes our behavior there, but we're very proud of her. I'm also proud of my sister, Simone Sanders. Stand up, Simone. Oh yeah, we got a crew coming that's going to change things. Someone said to us when we came to Washington for the opening of the Smithsonian Museum that this is cultural history and houses excellence. I said that you could shake this woman's hand, and it is tantamount to shaking hands with our history of excellence in art and culture and dignity. If there's black culture, black history, black art that is not limited to us, but that comes from us and is shared and enjoyed by the world, it is personified by this actress, choreographer, director. She does it all. Dancer, everything. Anything that is of excellence in the culture, she has mastered it. She has never shamed us and always challenged us, has pushed the envelope without insulting us, has made us grow without making us uncomfortable. She's an award winner. First of all, she's a graduate of Howard University. She will tell you that and make you understand that. She's serious about Howard. And she is award-winning director and choreographer. Now, she has choreographed the Academy Awards 10 times. She's directed and choreographed for Michael Jackson and Mariah Carey and James Earl Jones and Felicia, of course, Rashad, Janet, Whitney Houston, and Sammy Davis, on. And many of you know I knew Michael very well, spoke at his funeral. Anybody can handle Michael and Sammy and Mariah in one lifetime and not have all gray hair. That is, you should get every award just for that. She's received the Golden Globe Award for her role as Lydia Grant in the 80s hit Fame, 3-time Emmy Award winner in choreography for the series Fame and the Motown 25, on and on and on. I mean, she's the producer now of Grey's Anatomy, and she holds a recurring role there. To How to Get Away with Murder, that's a show. Fox is here. That's not an act. That's a TV show. She personifies cultural, artistic excellence at its best without lowering any way the standards that made us proud as a people. It is with great honor that we give this King Day Award to the one and only Debbie Allen. Is that right?
That's what they told me.
Are you right?
I'ma say it.
Okay.
Thank you, Reverend Sharpton. Thank you so much for inviting me to come here today. My sister Felicia Rashad said, "You gotta go, girl. That's gonna be fun. You're gonna see so many people." This is certainly an honor for me and for my whole family and my community, because this is the first time that you've given the award for excellence in the arts. And this says that the work that we do is relevant, important, and transformative. You're talking about not just me, but the great writers, you know, Intozaki, Lynn Nottage, August Wilson, the actors, Audra McDonald, Brian Stokes Mitchell, Denzel Washington. I mean, long laundry list of incredible people. Spike Lee, people that I've worked with, and yes, Michael and Sammy and Lena. Yeah, I do deserve an award for just that. And we're going to talk about that something else. But you have to know that I'm born out of Houston, Texas at a time where Jim Crow was the fact of life. I grew up where there were white-only water fountains. We couldn't go to restaurants. We couldn't go to the movie theater. I couldn't go to dance class. My mother moved to Mexico, a place where we didn't speak the language. We didn't know where we were, but they welcomed us. I went to the Bellas Artes every day. I trained at the Ballet Nacional. And when I came back at the ripe old age of 10 turning 11, civil rights was tearing the country apart. And Dr. King actually came to our house and had dinner because we all marched. There was no one too young to stand up and speak. We learned this very early on. And you had to, courage was not even a question. It was a fact of life that you had to have courage. And I became the first black dancer at the Houston Ballet Foundation, a foundation that had rejected me when I was 8 years old. I got in when I was 14 by the time I got in. My mother tried to pretend I was Mexican. They still wouldn't take me. But things happen in their own time. You have to believe that. So I grew up with the sense of struggle, standing up, being courageous, doing things that may not be always comfortable or maybe even safe. And I went to Howard University after I was rejected from a major performing arts school that rejected me. When Maya Angelou found out about it, she went and got on the board and said, never again, never again. That school honored me with my honorary doctorate and a gold medal years later. But Howard University was transformative for me. It was where I was nurtured, and I was loved, and I was midwifed into a world that I knew I had to go and do something. It wasn't about just being cute and dancing and shaking it. What were you shaking it about? What was it going to be about? So coming out of Howard University, those incredible professors from Frank Snowden, Glenda Dickerson, Dr. Eleanor Traylor, Vera Katz, Mike Malone, so many great, great teachers who were my mentors and remain my mentors through my whole professional career. I went on that journey that I'm still on today. And I know that the arts are transformative. I've traveled the world. I've been in China and India, Israel, Palestine, South Africa, London, Paris, in places where we don't speak the same language or even know we pray to the same God, we can dance to the same beat. We can move. There's something about cultural diplomacy that is more powerful than almost anything. You have to know that out of America, hip-hop culture is the greatest export out of America. It is. I went to the Middle East and I was afraid to go there because this man named Osama kept calling my office. I'm like, I ain't going nowhere with nobody named Osama, no. Then one day he caught me on the phone. He said, Mr. Allen, you are being racist. Wow. He was right. Because I was judging him because of his name and where he was. He was in Beirut. Child, I wasn't going over there. Well, you know what? I did go. I was courageous. I took my best assistant. We went over there. I said, child, we're going to either do something or come home with a head on a plate. I don't know. We went over there, and I had an audition. They needed me to help them do this big production. And I didn't see the guys that I wanted. You know, it was about basketball. My husband's an NBA All-Star, Norman Nixon. Child, these children, So Osama was like, so I went to a museum because this is what I learned, the arts. This is how we lived, Felicia and I, my brother Tex. Where we couldn't go to the restaurants, they didn't mind us going to the museum. They didn't think we would go. We could go to the concerts, we heard music. So I went to the museum, and this man with a rifle that had a little red dot that would come on you followed us all around. I said, oh, Lord, they're getting ready to take us. Oh, God, don't do it, honey. You ain't going to get no money. the man started, my assistant was dancing through the museum. He put his rifle down. I'm not making this up. He put his rifle down, started clapping. Yeah, yeah, I have a friend who danced just like you. I'm like, child, where are they? I went in a dark alley. I said, honey, I even called Colin Powell, because I know him and Alma from the Kennedy Center. I said, child, if I come up missing, this is where I am. Send somebody. We followed his lead. We went into this room. It was a club, and those boys were breakdancing and bouncing off the walls like nothing I'd ever seen. They had learned it from the internet. They want to be like us. They want to be with us. I went around the room, child, I didn't know. I said, what's your name? Jamal, Muhammad, Dawood, you too. I had 15 of them meet me tomorrow at the theater. And I brought them all. And Osama was like, you cannot do this. I said, Osama, sit your butt down, child. I'm doing what I got to do. Then I thought about it, because the women don't talk like that over there. I'm like, ooh. I hired all those young men. And those young men became my sons. One of them was from Iraq. And I found myself apologizing for what we've done to their country. The language of the arts is universal. Stephen Hawking said something. He talked about how millions of years ago we all ran around like animals until something miraculous happened, that we learned how to speak and we learned how to listen. Our greatest accomplishments have happened when we talk, and our greatest failures happen when we don't. The language of the dance is a conversation that we will have and we must continue to have. I've worked very hard, and my purpose in life has been young people. I started the Debbie Allen Dance Academy 16 years ago, and I've touched millions. And when I say millions, I'm serious. Millions of young people with the art. And I've stood up for them. I did A Different World. That was art. We changed lives with that show. We changed lives with Fame. Grey's Anatomy, now we have millions of young people that want to be in the medical profession. It's art. If you took the arts out of your lives, the life would be very dim. So I'm working hard. I just did a production here in Washington called Freeze Frame, Stop the Madness. And I threw my hat in the ring because I can't take the violence anymore. I can't take the abuse. I gave a face and a voice to young people in the inner cities. And in a dance-driven narrative, we address the challenges they're having with the police and gangs and drugs and education and love and religion. All in dance and music and spoken word. I hope to take this production around the country because we need it now more than ever. Right now, we need it more than ever. So I thank you for this award. It is wind beneath my wings to keep plowing the field, keeping my, like John Hope Franklin told me, keep your hands on the plow, girl. And that's who I am. I'm a worker bee. That's what my name means in Greek, bee. Deborah is my name. It means little bee. And bees are worker bees. I'm a worker bee. So thank you, Reverend Sharpton. Thank all of you, and to all the honorees, congratulations. And I'll see you out there in the field.
Give another hand to one and only Debbie Allen. Dr. King was assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee, because he had gone down at the request of a local minister to aid in the strike of a union that represented garbage collectors. Labor has always been the twin brothers and sisters of the civil rights movement. And every year we give a labor award. It is true, the first arts award we gave on King Day went to Debbie Allen, and I don't know, it's going to be hard to find someone, Senator, that can be second to her. But I want to bring up the president of the American Federation of Government Workers, who I call Reverend because he can preach, y'all. He preached Saturday until we forgot it was cold. J. David Cox, who's going to help present the Labor Award, and of course our board member, Reverend Jefferson, is going to help with Nate Miles continue the program. Some are slipping out because we've got our 1 o'clock in Harlem, but I wanted to get the awards. The mayor is on the way, and but this is not a luncheon, it's a breakfast, so we're not going to be here that long. Some of y'all start looking at the lunch menu, you're not going to be here that long. And we did not pay for lunch. We took care of breakfast.
Telegram.
So I learned from Michelle E. Banks, get them in, get them out. But let us hear, as he presents the Labor Award on our behalf, and some words from him, my real brother and friend, President J. David Cox.
Thank you so much, Reverend. I love you so much. Good morning, brothers and sisters. I can tell you what, when I grow up, I want to be just like Reverend Al. I promise you that. My idol, my dream. I think so much of Reverend Al. And also the civil rights movement. Civil and movement. Let's call it a movement. Not a campaign, y'all. It's a movement. The labor movement. A movement, not a campaign. We have been joined together all these years, and we are so proud to continue to be joined together. Well, our honoree this morning, a wonderful person. I remember as I first became a local president back in 1988, and my hair was black, and I was smaller than I am now, too. I can promise you. And my wife even tell you, I was really good looking then. I got this call from a lady said, you know, I'm Dorothy James, and I'm running to be the National Vice President for Women's and Fair Practices of AFGE. Then we just called it the Director of Women's and Fair Practices. And I'm asking for your vote. We talked a little bit, and I thought, I'm a brand new president. Little guy down in North Carolina. She is up there in Michigan, but she's calling me up to ask for my vote and for my support. Well, that's when I first met Dorothy James. Little did I know that Dorothy James had been an activist and been out there fighting in civil rights, labor rights, human rights, women's rights, many, many years, and she continues that fight as a national vice president for AFGE's 7th District, proudly representing Michigan, Wisconsin, and Illinois, and we are going to have some change in Wisconsin and Michigan and Illinois. I promise you, because Dorothy's going to see that it's happening. A true labor leader and a true friend and a person that has helped mentored me and been a supporter of mine and also of the labor movement and the civil rights movement. It is with great pleasure to present Dorothy James, National Vice President of AFGE.
I'd like to thank all of you for taking the time out to be here today when you could have been doing something else, of course. And I certainly like to thank the National Action Network and Reverend Sharpton for this award, and especially my union, the American Federation of Government Employees, as well as my staff that's here today from Chicago, from my district office in Chicago. and they're sitting here, as well as national vice presidents, other than myself, that are here in attendance, and all AFGE employees from our headquarters that are here, as well as my lifelong partner, Gerald Murad, who's in attendance here today. And he keeps me grounded, and all my affiliates that are supporting me. But I'm very thrilled to receive this very awesome award on this very important day. And I'm very glad that I'm able to smell the roses instead of having this done posthumously. So having listened to the speakers that have gone before me, I would say what our grandparents said, or what they say, is that I am picking in high cotton today. And I do definitely appreciate it. A little bit about my background. I'm what's called a national vice president, representing the states of Michigan, Illinois, and Wisconsin. I have been a dues-paying member for 43 years. Thank you. I'm glad to receive the Labor Award, and I'm glad to know that it's included in the program of NAM, because labors are very important to our community. They are the backbone of our economic strength in our communities and in our neighborhoods. People that belong to unions, it's shown that they do receive benefits and wages from 20 to 30% more than people that are not in unions. And that is essentially the reason why this administration and other conservative, ultra-right administrations do want to see unions eliminated. And they're making every move. They're working 24/7 to see that they are eliminated. And as federal employees, we are in a unique position. Not only are we concerned with what the administration is going to be doing with our health care, Social Security, and Medicare. When you work for the federal government, all your benefits are derived from Congress. Congress is our boss. Our wages and our health benefits come from Congress. And because there's always a hue and cry to cut the budget, federal employees will be the first to feel the lash. And as we speak, these people that are working 24/7 are making every effort to see that we feel it really bad. They're coming up with proposals and bills that will eliminate our official time to represent employees, also eliminate our ability to collect dues from employees to pay for operating the union. This is very detrimental to us. Within the AFGE, we have a great legislative department, and we have to, because all of our benefits come from Congress, so we have to lobby Congress. And we don't just lobby for federal benefits, we lobby for all of the agencies that help the communities, such as the Veterans Affairs Department with veterans, that the administration definitely wants to dismantle, including the Environmental Protection Agency that they want to dismantle, and working on it as we speak. So there's these plans to eliminate dues deduction, contract out the agencies, EPA, Department of Education, and VA. So there is this budget cutting action that goes on, and the mantra from our congressional representatives is that they will balance the budget on the backs of the federal employees. So we have to be forever vigilant. We have to be out there on the front lines protecting your interests and ours, and mobilizing our members to do so. So we're concerned and we're fearful of what's going on with the Trump picks. In looking at the people that he's picking, Stephen K. Bannon, for instance, his chief strategist, is best known for his racist publication and his Klan views. That's very alarming to us. And then there's Rex Tillerson, the Secretary of State, best known for his close relationships and his friendship with Putin and the Russian government, his involvement with ExxonMobil, and his billion-dollar oil deals with Russia. That's the Secretary of State. Then we have Andrew Prusder, Secretary of Labor. He's the CEO of fast food restaurants that objects entirely to minimum wage increases. He cares less for the least of us. Then we go on to Betsy DeVos, Secretary of Education, best known for her Amway fortune and her Republican fundraising and her strong support for charter schools and her anti-public education position. She holds strong animosities against teachers' unions and is anxious to eliminate them and anxious to eliminate public education. It doesn't really end there. We go to Scott Pruitt, the Attorney General, former Attorney General of Oklahoma, who would be the Secretary of the Environmental Protection Agency. This is the agency that oversees our climate controls and makes recommendations to sue companies for polluting. This particular pick of Trump has sued the EAP 3 times, and it is his desire to dismantle the agency entirely. AFGE has 19,000 dues-paying members that work for this agency. So not only is he a climate change denier, he wants to eliminate the agency as well as those jobs. Then we have Ben Carson, Secretary of HUD. He's the only African American pick in the cabinet, and he opposes welfare. He didn't oppose food stamps when he and his mother, his single mom, received food stamps. And he promotes the bootstrap theory. You must pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. Originally, he declined the appointment as Secretary of HUD, and according to Armstrong Williams, his representative, he did so because he lacked experience in running a major agency. But now he's in charge of running that major agency. Then, of course, we have Senator Cory's best friend, Jeffrey Sessions, as the Attorney General. And I'm surprised all of his remarks weren't focused on Jeffrey Sessions. And he's best known for using the N-word, for one thing, and calling black men boys. And he's certainly known for that vicious attack on civil rights workers in which he tried to get them jailed, and people like Cory Booker fought and fought. And that is why he broke precedents as a senator and spoke out against this appointment. Thank you, sir. And we appreciate that. But the fact is, these appointments are pretty much on lockdown. We expect that they are going to be approved. So it's going to be a rainy day for all of us. And the Trump administration and Trump reminded me of something that I heard on TV recently on this series called Black Sails. I don't know if any of you have tuned into that. I don't really tune into it, but I heard the commercial about it. And what the commercial says is that the time calls for dark men to do dark things. Do not be afraid to lead them to it. President-elect Donald Trump, to me, is the designated person to lead them to it. No one person or group can fight this onslaught. And we have to anticipate that we're going to fight it together. That's not going to be easy because we've got a lot of organizations out there, civil rights organizations, unions, concerned citizens, religious groups, youth, and retirees. And we don't all come together on the same point or the same note. We have ideological differences, ego, personality conflicts, and a lot of internal bickering. And you see it in the church, the Boy Scouts, and every place else. And as someone says, when you come to a situation like this, when you're all being rained on and then you're in the same leaky boat, you're going to have to figure out how to start rowing together. And if we can't row together now and minimize these fractional differences that we have, we are just in a leaky boat and we're all going to be sinking. This administration is down for all the marbles, and everything we have fought for is on the line: our freedom, justice, our dignity, and our equality. But we know in our core that hope is greater than despair, that confidence is greater than fear, that love conquers hate. We have fought injustices in this plentiful land, and the road has not been easy. We have achieved unthinkable results, drawing upon the strength of our forefathers and each other. We have been forged to be equal to the challenge. Our standing together, working together, and fighting together is the only way we will maintain and achieve the justice and equality we so richly deserve. Again, I thank you for this awesome award. And God bless America.
Bless you, Dorothy. You see why I supported this lady many years ago? We'll keep supporting her. Thank you. Congratulations.
Give a hand, Miss James. Let me acknowledge also our board member. I didn't see Reverend Todd Yeary of Baltimore is with us. Give him a hand. Head of NAFIA, stand up, Dr. Leslie Baskerville. We've been activists together for many, many years. I want to also...
And that wraps up the feed that we got from the National Action Network this morning, honoring Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Now here is a live look at the Capitol building. And we also have a quick look at the tower cam. Oh, just kidding. They've taken us to the White House. Obama honoring the Chicago Cubs for the World Series.
As far and out of the way as you can. I don't know if this is
Test, test.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I have Andrea Robinson right here, and we're talking about going the distance because you yesterday, you totally went for it.
Went for the distance, yeah.
You did the half marathon, the rock and roll half marathon.
That was the first time I'd done the rock and roll.
And how did you like it?
There is nothing more fun than being with that amount of people.
Sure.
That race, by far.
Nice.
Amazing.
I mean, it's so well supported.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so well supported. They have so many, people giving you Gatorade, water, whatever.
The volunteers, I have to give them huge props.
Yeah.
Because that wouldn't happen.
They make or
without-
break it. They really do.
They really do. The bands that come out and play at each mile, the schools that come out with the cheerleaders. It was incredible.
I know.
And then just the amount of people that are out there, and then all their family and friends that are along the, and even just people in the neighborhood.
Oh,
that,
sure.
It goes through their neighborhood. They just come out there with signs, and they're drinking coffee and watching us walk, run by.
Yes.
It was pretty cool.
And the
It was really
volunteers and the fans, they might not know, but it's them that actually gives you that push.
Absolutely,
It really-
100%. Especially when you're like at certain points along the run, and you're like, oh no, I can't
Yeah.
do this anymore. And then you see these nice people, and they don't even know you, and they're saying, "Come on,
I know.
6 more to go, halfway there.
I always like
2 more to go."
I always like when they shout out like, "Oh, you're looking great.
I
You're
know.
looking," and you're like, "I'm not feeling great."
I'm like, I look like death runneth over right now, but if you say so.
Yeah, and that helps though,
Yeah,
just to
it
hear that.
totally
Now, there's always a point though when you're running that you're like, why did I sign up for this? What mile marker was it for you where you're like, all right, let's
Well, you're a runner. Don't you always think in a half? I've never done a full, and I honestly don't have a desire right now.
Oh, you could do it. You could do it,
I
though.
don't have a desire right now to do a full.
Yeah.
But in a half, when you're doing 13.1, about mile 9, 10.
Yeah, sure.
And it's not even like your cardio, like breathing is bad. I'm fine in that regard.
Uh-huh.
It's my hips start to get a
Oh,
little
sure.
achy.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was my calves more than anything
Okay.
were achy this time around. So, and mile 9 there is uphill. So that mile kind of
Yes, yeah.
and then as soon as you hit 10, you start to come back down, and then it was fine. But it was probably that like 9.5.
There
and
you
then
go.
once I got to 11, I was okay.
Yeah, you're like, well,
I'm almost there.
I've gone this far. I got to finish it
I
out
see
now.
Tempe Bridge, the
Oh,
Tempe
that
Town Lake
helps.
Bridge, and I'm like, I just have to cross over that, hang a right, and I'm almost there.
That helps out a lot once you could finally see that finish line.
yes.
Oh, it's like
Then you can gun it.
It's the best mental block ever. I mean, you just
Then
go
you,
right through it.
You totally are like, okay, I got a little left in the tank. I can
Oh,
push
I
through
know.
that one.
Now, do you feel like this happens to me all the time when I'm running? I always feel like that first mile, that's hard too.
Totally.
What is it? Is it just because your body's just like not used to, or
You're
like
a better runner than I am. So for you to say the first mile, honestly, it takes
I don't get
me
it.
3 or 4 miles to get in a groove.
Yeah,
It really
what
does.
is it? Is
I
it
have
because you're
no
just trying to get your
idea.
breathing under control, or what? I don't know.
Something. And get like the feel of it all.
Yeah.
Because it really is. It's usually about 3 miles into it where I finally am like, okay, I got this. And then I kind of forget from 3 to about 6 miles where I'm
Mhm.
at. And then I'm like, okay, 6. It's such a mental game.
It
is a
totally
a
is.
straight mental game the whole time.
Oh yeah, it is like 90% mental.
I agree.
Wow.
So-
And then you know what else I like about doing this half marathon as well is when you're out, the preparation, because you put in the work, and then when it's finally race time, you're like, okay, this is what I've been working for.
Yep. And that's the thing is, even when you're putting in the work and you're going on, long runs on the weekend, you're getting up early, or you're doing shorter runs during the week, all while working and doing normal
Sure.
life. When you run by yourself, you definitely, I don't push myself nearly as much, but there's something about then signing up for a race
Yes.
and being a part of a huge group of people that you find yourself being pushed, whether you want to or not.
Yeah.
And you end up running faster and, for most people, further than they've ever ran before. Because
Oh.
a lot of people, you've never
Totally.
done that distance
No,
before.
totally.
Yeah.
And just that feeling when you cross it, it's like it's the best feeling ever. It's just like the release that you get is like none other.
They call it a runner's high. For
It
a
totally
reason.
is.
It really is, and it's so emotional because I was never a athlete.
Mhm.
Never once played an organized sport growing up. I danced and I was a cheerleader and all of that. And I'm not saying that that's not a sport, but I didn't do it competitively.
Sure.
I mean, there's ones out there
Yeah.
that are legit athletes, but I was not. And so I never really. I still don't call myself a runner because I feel like I don't. I'm not in that league of elite runners, but I am running more than I ever have in my whole life. I enjoy it. I love it.
Yeah, I know.
And the sense of accomplishment when you do something, especially growing up a non-athlete and never doing anything like that, never having that athletic gene in your body and being told you couldn't do things or you weren't good enough to play
Sure.
that sport or this or that. And even as an adult, people saying,
Oh, sure.
You don't run, or you do, whatever it might be.
Yes.
You have those thoughts in your head that other people said you couldn't do it. And then when you do it, you're like, well, that makes
I
it
know.
even sweeter.
Yes, it totally does
because
I think running is the greatest discipline that you could really have in your life because think about when you're running, there's so many times where your own mind is saying, okay, you've had enough. Why don't you just stop?
Yep.
Oh, you've traveled enough.
And you could.
Yeah, and you totally could.
Yeah.
But then on race day, you really can't. You could stop, but why are you gonna?
But I think that you hit that point exactly. I run with a good girlfriend of mine, and she's much younger than I am, but she grew up an athlete running cross country and running in high school. She hadn't run the rock and roll marathon since she was 16, so she's 22 now. So she's way younger than me. But she she really inspired me to start running. And so last year when I picked it up and started doing it more. So her goal this year, she ran it when she was 16, did it sub 2. It was 156. So she wanted to be that. So I'm like, okay, that's a good goal. I'm going to try to shoot for. But if I don't get it, I'm older. I have 2 kids. I work full time. I don't dedicate as much time as I probably should to all this. So we did it, and we were well under that goal. And I said, so what about that? I said, we're like fine wine. We get better with age. And she's like, you know what it is? She says, I think that from 16 to 22, I'm still young, but mentally I've matured a great deal. And I've been through a lot in those nearly 10 years.
Sure.
And I think that as you get older, your mental game gets tougher. Your body might not be as up to par as it was 10 years ago, but because your mental capacity is way stronger, I feel like you can push yourself further.
Oh yeah, totally.
Than some of the youngins.
Oh, totally. And it's probably that amazing thing when the physical meets up with the mental.
Yes.
Oh, then you
When
feel like
those
you're
are into
bye. Yeah, unstoppable.
pace. Yeah.
That's
So
awesome.
it was just such a great day.
Nice. And you're not hurting at all.
No,
really?
not really.
That's the way
I think I'm going to go work out today.
Oh, look at that.
I need, you know what I think I always do wrong is I take the day after a long run off. And I just need to do something. It doesn't have to be a crazy workout.
Yeah,
but
keep
I
the
need
muscles
I need
warm,
to
yeah.
keep them moving. So just something to keep them. But I don't feel as tight and as awful as I have felt before. I feel good.
There you go.
A little sore, but that's
And you're into that CrossFit stuff too. So
Yeah.
that's your main go-to workout.
And that is what I use primarily as my training.
Okay.
I never traditionally train for these runs.
Yeah,
I do CrossFit 3 days a week, and then I throw in a short-ish run, a 6-ish mile run during the week.
Nice.
And when I'm getting
Sure,
ready for
yeah.
a run, and then I do one long run on the weekend. So
Okay.
anywhere from 8 to 10 miles.
Oh, nice. See?
However many weeks leading up to it, and that has worked. But with CrossFit, it's varied every day. It's constantly varied. The intensity is high. So I think that helps play into getting prepared for something like this.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again. Always a great
you're
achievement
run
there.
it again next year.
Yeah,
right?
I'm going to run it. I was for me, I'm either all in on the running,
I know,
or
I'm
I'm
too.
all in on the weightlifting.
Yes.
Right now, I'm just more into the
weight.
gym fitness
Yeah,
stuff.
and that's okay.
Yeah. So, but I was missing out on it.
However, we have, let's see, it's only January, mid-January, February, March.
Yeah.
We still have 3 months for a lot of runs that will happen, races that are happening.
know.
So maybe we sign up for another
Yeah,
one.
we should. There's
I'm
one
all
more.
for it.
There's one more to knock out we can do. Yeah.
I know.
Because in the summer months, I go up to Andrea and I'm like, I'm a little depressed now. We can't. You know.
I know.
We totally can't
Unless
run.
we get up at 4:30 or
Yeah.
5 in the morning and barely can get 5 miles in.
I know.
So we've got time, though.
We've got time.
Yeah.
There you go. Good talking.
Thank
Always.
you.
Thank you so much,
Good to
Andrea.
see you.
We'll take you now to the White House where there's another celebration going on. President Obama and the Cubs about to celebrate the World Series. All right, folks, we're going to see if we could get a better feed here for you for this Cub celebration. Shot keeps going a little bit in and out. All right, we temporarily lost that feed. As you can see, we're working to get it back for you. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, folks, for those of you wondering, hey, where's the Chicago Cubs celebration? Well, we did lose that feed temporarily. Working to get it back for you. Here's a beautiful shot, though, of the White House while we do wait. And we got it back. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and everybody watching worldwide right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We're taking a look inside the White House, where in just a few moments here, the Chicago Cubs will be honored by President Obama. World Series champs in the season included a no-hitter on April 21st by Jake Arrieta. The Cubs finished with the best record in Major League Baseball and won their first National League Central title since the 2008 season, winning by 17.5 games. The team also reached the 100-win mark for the first time since 1935 and won 103 total games, the most wins for the franchise since 1910. The Cubs defeated the San Francisco Giants in the National League Division Series and returned to the National League Championship Series for the second year in a row, where they defeated the Los Angeles Dodgers in 6 games. This was their first NLCS win since the series was created back in 1969. Coming back from a 3-1 deficit, the Cubs defeated the Cleveland Indians in 7 games, and that thriller of a 2016 World Series quest. World Series was their first appearance since 1945 and their first win since 1908. They were the first team to come back from a 3-1 deficit since the Kansas City Royals back in 1985. On November 4th, the city of Chicago held a victory parade and rally for the Cubs. We covered it right here on Fox 10 News Now as well. You could see that parade on our YouTube page. The city estimated that over 5 million people attended the parade and rally, which made it one of the largest recorded gatherings in history. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. The Chicago Cubs made their way to Washington, D.C. last night. They flew out of Chicago so they can make it for a noontime meet and greet with the president. The Cubs are being recognized for their first World Series title since 1908. History was made on November 2nd when a 108-year drought came to an end in Chicago as the Cubs became World Series champs. Moments later, President Obama congratulated the team via Twitter, inviting the champs to the White House. He said, "It happened. Cubs win World Series. That's change even the Southsider can believe in. Want to come to the White House before I leave?" The conversation we had from Air Force One after the World Series and how excited he is, and he's got a bunch of staffers from out here too, so it will be a lot of fun, said Cubs manager Joe Madden. "We are excited. I know that there's probably about 3 people that I would get starstruck by, and he's one of them," said Chicago Cubs player Edison Russell, who hopes to sway the longtime White Sox fan. He said, "Maybe we can convert him. That would be nice." President Obama has welcomed world champions from Chicago in the past. The Chicago Blackhawks visited with him 3 times during his presidency after they won the Stanley Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2016 MLB champions, the Chicago Cubs. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, accompanied by Tom Ricketts, Laura Ricketts, and Todd Ricketts.
They said this day would never come. Here is something none of my predecessors ever got a chance to say. Welcome to the White House, the World Series champion, Chicago Cubs. I know you guys would prefer to stand the whole time, but sit down. I will say to the Cubs, it took you long enough. I mean, I've only got 4 days left. You're just making another run. Now listen, I made a lot of promises in 2008. We've managed to fulfill a large number of them, but even I was not crazy enough to suggest that during these 8 years we would see the Cubs win the World Series. But I did say that there has never been anything false about hope. Hope. The audacity of hope. Yes, we can. Now, listen, for those of you from Chicago who've known me a long time, it is no secret that there's a certain South Side team that, you know, has my loyalty. For me, the drought hasn't been as long. We had the '85 Bears, we had the Bulls run, the '90s. I've hosted the Blackhawks a number of times. The White Sox did win just 11 years ago with Ozzie and Konerko and Burley. So I can't claim that I have the same just visceral joy of some in this White House. But Flotus is a lifelong Cubs fan. And I will tell you, she had to go to another event, but in the 8 years that I've been here, I told the team this, in the 8 years that I've been here, we've hosted at least 50 teams, football, basketball, baseball, soccer, you name it. Michelle has never come to a single event celebrating a champion until today. And she came and shook hands and met with every one of these members of the Cubs organization and told a story about what it meant for her to be able to see them win, because she remembers coming home from school and her dad would be watching a Cubs game, and the bond and the family, the meaning that the Cubs had for her in terms of connecting with her father and why it meant so much to her. And I almost choked up listening to it. And it spoke, I think, to how people feel about this organization, and that it's been passed on generation after generation. And it's more than just sports. And that is not just true for Flotus. My longest serving aide, Anita, is a Cubs fan. Fan is not enough. When they won the next day, she said, "This is the best day of my life." And I said, "What about me winning the presidency? What about your wedding day?" She's like, "No, this is the day." My chief speechwriter, Cody Keenan, Cubs fan. In fact, there were a lot of sick days during the playoffs. One of my staff members was caught being interviewed at a bar outside of Wrigley. And we're watching him being interviewed. You remember Luke? And he's looking kind of sheepish about it. It's like, why aren't you in the office? But look, the truth is there was a reason, not just that people felt good about the Cubs winning. There was something about this particular Cubs team winning that people felt good about. For example, David Ross and I have something in common. We've both been on a year-long retirement party. But unlike Grandpa, my team has not yet brought me a scooter with a motorized golf caddy, but there are 4 days left. Maybe I'll get that. The last time the Cubs won the World Series, Teddy Roosevelt was president. Albert Einstein, or was it Thomas Edison, was still alive. The first Cubs radio broadcast wouldn't be for almost 2 decades. We've been through world wars, Cold War, depression, a space race, all manner of social and technological change. But during that time, those decades were also marked by Phil Cavaretta and Ernie Banks, Billy Williams, who's here today, Ron Santo, Ferg, Ryan Sandberg, Dawson, Maddox, Grace. Those decades were punctuated by Lee Elia's rants and Harry Carey's exuberance, hey, hey, and holy cow, and capped off by Go Cubs Go. So the first thing that made this championship so special for so many is that the Cubs know what it's like to be loyal and to persevere and to hope and to suffer and then keep on hoping. And it's a generational thing. That's what you heard Michelle describing. People all across the city remember the first time a parent took them to Wrigley, or memories of climbing in their dad's lap to watch games on WGN. And that's part of the reason, by the way, why Michelle made sure that Jose Cardinal was here, because that was her favorite player. And she was describing. Back then he had a big afro, and she was describing how she used to try to wear her hat over her afro the same way Jose did. You could see all that love this season in the fans who traveled to their dad's grave sites to listen to games on the radio, who wore their mom's old jerseys to games, who covered the brick walls of Wrigley with love notes in chalk to departed fans whose lifelong faith was finally fulfilled. None of this, of course, would have happened without the extraordinary contributions of the Ricketts family. Tom met his wife, Cece, in the bleachers of Wrigley about 30 years ago, which is about 30 years longer than most relationships that begin there last. Just saying. Our dear friend, Laura Ricketts, met her wife Brooke in the ballpark as well. Brothers and sisters, they turned this team around by hiring what has to be one of the greatest, if not, I mean, he's still pretty young, so we'll see how long he keeps on going, the greatest general managers of all time, Theo Epstein. And along with Jed Hoyer and Jason McLeod, they did just an unbelievable job. Theo, as you know, his job is to quench droughts. 86 years in Boston, 108 in Chicago. He takes the reins of an organization that's wandering in the wilderness. He delivers them to the promised land. I've talked to him about being DNC chair. But he's decided wisely to stick to baseball. That brings me to the other thing that was so special about this championship, and that's just the guys behind me, the team. They steamrolled the majors this year with a 103 win record. All you had to know about this team was encapsulated in that one moment in Game 5, down 3-1, do or die, in front of the home fans when David Ross and John Lester turned to each other and said, "I love you, man." And I said, "I love you too." It was sort of like Obama-Biden moment. And then you've got the manager, Joe Madden, who, let's face it, there are not a lot of coaches or managers who are as cool as this guy. Look how he looks right now. That's cool. That's cool. You know, he used costume parties and his shaggin' wagon, and so he's got, I'm just saying, he's got a lot of tricks to motivate, but he's also a master of tactics and makes the right move at the right time, when to pinch hit, when to pinch run, when to make it rain. In Game 7 of the World Series. It was masterful. So he set the tone, but also some of the amazing players here set the tone. My fellow 44, Anthony Rizzo, who, the heart of this team. 5 years ago, he was part of the squad that lost 101 games. He stuck at it, led the National League in All-Star votes this year. His business partner in the Brizzo Souvenir Company, which delivers baseballs to fans in all parts of the bleachers, Chris Bryant. Chris. This guy had a good year. You go from Rookie of the Year to being the MVP, you win the World Series, and then, like me, he marries up and comes to the White House. And he did all this just in 10 days. I mean, it took me a long time. So congratulations to the newlyweds, Jessica and Chris Bryant. Then you got these young guys like Baez and Russell. Baez turning tagging into an art form. Russell becoming the youngest player to hit a World Series Grand Slam since Mickey Mantle. And you mix these amazing young talents with somebody like David Ross, who, for example, helped Anthony out of his glass case of emotions in Game 7. But think about what Rossi did in his final season. Caught a no-hitter, surpassed 100 home runs for his career, including one in his last game ever. If there was ever a way to go out, this was it. And then you got Ben Zobrist, who didn't get to come to the White House last year after winning it all with the Royals, but then hits .357 in the World Series, go-ahead RBI in the 10th inning of the Game 7, World Series MVP. I think he's earned his way here. And is apparently a good guy, because I asked his wife, she was in line before he was, I said, has he gotten a big head since he got the whole MVP thing? No, he's so sweet, he's so humble. You should just know. You owe her dinner tonight. Extraordinary pitching staff, including Kyle Hendricks, the first Cub to lead the majors in ERA since 1938. Kyle, in turn, was the only pitcher this year with a better ERA than John Lester, who racked up 19 wins. We got Jake Arrieta, 2015 Cy Young winner, stretched a 20-game win streak featuring 2 no-hitters across the past 2 seasons, then hit a home run in the NLDS and won 2 games in the World Series. So apparently Pilates works. Michelle says it does. So, and then finally the game itself and the series itself. Come back from a 3-1 deficit against a great Cleveland Indians team, force what is widely considered the greatest Game 7 of all time. Dexter Fowler becomes the first player to hit a leadoff home run in Game 7. Javi Baez hits another leadoff in the 5th. David Ross becomes the oldest player to knock one out in Game 7 as well. Kyle Schwarber, who's been hurt and hobbled, then suddenly he comes in, gets 7 hits in the series, 3 in Game 7 alone. And then then you got the 10th inning, you've got the rain. God finally feeling mercy on Cubs fans. An entire game, an entire season, an entire century of hope and heartbreak, all coming down to a one-inning sprint. And then Zobrist knocked in one, Montero knocked in another. Carl Edwards Jr., Mike Montgomery teamed up to shut the Indians down. And then at 12:47 a.m. Eastern Time, Brian looks like he's going to slip. Everybody's getting a little stressed. Tosses a grounder to Rizzo. Rizzo gets the ball, slips it in his back pocket, which shows excellent, situational awareness. That was impressive. And suddenly, everything has changed. No more black cats, billy goats, ghosts, flubbed grounders. Chicago Cubs are the champs. And on ESPN, you've got Van Pelt saying one of the all-time great nights. You've got Tim Kirkjian calling it the greatest night of baseball in the history of the game. 2 days later, millions of people, the largest gathering of Americans that I know of in Chicago. And for a moment, our hometown becomes the very definition of joy. So in Chicago, I think it's fair to say you guys will be popular for a while. But in addition, they're also doing a lot of good work. Anthony Rizzo and John Lester raised money to help others beat cancer like they did. Under the Rickett family's leadership, last year alone, Cub Charities supported charitable grants and donations of nearly $4 million that reached nearly 120,000 children and young adults across Chicagoland. Under their Let's Give initiative, Cubs staff, coaches, players, and spouses donated more than 1,500 hours of service last year to the community. And after the visit here today, they will head to Walter Reed to visit with some of our brave wounded warriors. So just to wrap up, today is I think our last official event, isn't it, at the White House under my presidency. And it also happens to be a day that we celebrate one of the great Americans of all time, Martin Luther King Jr. And later, as soon as we're done here, Michelle and I are going to go over and do a service project, which is what we do every year to honor Dr. King. And it is worth remembering because sometimes people wonder, well, why are you spending time on sports? There's other stuff going on. That throughout our history, sports has had this power to bring us together even when the country is divided. Sports has changed attitudes and culture in ways that seem subtle, but that ultimately made us think differently about ourselves and who we were. It is a game and it is celebration, but there's a direct line between Jackie Robinson and me standing here. There is a direct line between people loving Ernie Banks and then the city being able to come together and work together in one spirit. And I was in my hometown of Chicago on Tuesday for my farewell address, and I said, sometimes it's not enough just to change laws, you got to change hearts. And sports has a way sometimes of changing hearts in a way that politics or business doesn't. And sometimes it's just a matter of us being able to escape and relax from the difficulties of our days, but sometimes it also speaks to something better in us. And when you see this group of folks of different shades and different backgrounds and coming from different communities and neighborhoods all across the country and then playing as one team and playing the right way and celebrating each other and being joyous in that, that tells us a little something about what America is and what America can be. So it is entirely appropriate that we celebrate the Cubs today here in this White House on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, because it helps direct us in terms of what this country has been and what it can be in the future. With that, one more time, let's congratulate the 2016 World Championship Chicago Cubs.
Talk about a tough act to follow right there. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for inviting us. We're all honored to be here today, and we appreciate you taking the time on such an important day, Martin Luther King Day, and during such an historic week, the last week of your distinguished presidency. I was told on the way in here, actually, by our club historian that it's actually not the first time this franchise has visited the White House. It was 1888. And we were known as the Chicago White Stockings, and we stopped in here to visit President Grover Cleveland, and apparently the team demanded for a proclamation to be named the best baseball team in the country. The president refused, and the team went on their way. And so here we are. We're going to make no such demands today, but we appreciate those kind words. The president was so kind to recognize our three Hall of Famers here with us today, who are so synonymous with what it means to be a Cub: Billy Williams, Fergie Jenkins, Ryan Sandberg. And of course, Jose Cardinal, who got the longest hug from the First Lady we've ever seen, her favorite player of all time. You're the MVP today. And I want to, one more time, recognize all of the Ricketts family who are here today. Tom, who's been such an ideal leader for our organization. Laura, who's been such a strong supporter of this president. And Todd, who will embark on his journey in public service with a significant role in the new administration next week. And Pete, who's busy governing Nebraska, couldn't be here but sends his best. Finally, we'd like to recognize all of our wives and significant others who do so much to support us behind the scenes, and our great front office who work so hard to So, Mr. President, as you alluded to in Cleveland on November 2nd and into the early morning of November 3rd, this special group of players behind me in one of the greatest World Series games in history ended the longest championship drought in American sports. And when Chris Bryant's throw settled into Anthony Rizzo's glove for the final out of Game 7, the victory brought pride, joy, relief, and redemption to Cub fans everywhere, including many in the White House. Thank you. So many of you were there, but the city of Chicago erupted, unified in a celebration that continues to this day. It was a thrilling, emotional time, and we think we even saw some White Sox fans smiling, which, Mr. President, brings us to you.
Yes.
We know you may have certain allegiances to another team on the other side of town, but we know you're a very proud Chicagoan, and we know your better, wiser half, the First Lady, has been a lifelong and very loyal Cub fan, which we appreciate very much. And of course, we have great faith in your intelligence, your common sense, your pragmatism, your ability to recognize a good thing when you see one. So, Mr. President, with only a few days remaining in your tremendous presidency, we have taken the liberty here today of offering you a midnight pardon for all your indiscretions as a baseball fan. And so we welcome you with open arms today into the Cubs family. To recognize this terrific conversion and this great day, we have some gifts for you and your family. First, Anthony Rizzo has graciously agreed to share his number 44 with the 44. There you go. There we go. And if you're still not comfortable putting a Cubs jersey on, this one just says Chicago. Right. So you're good with that one. Second, we have at historic Wrigley Field, we have a center field scoreboard that's actually an historic landmark. And so we hope the National Park Service won't mind, but we took down a tile for you, number 44, which very few people have one of those.
Oh, that's very cool.
We also wanted you to know that as a new fan, you have some catching up to do. And you've been busy the last 8 years, and your family as well. So Laura Ricketts is here to present you with a lifetime pass to Wrigley Field for you and your family.
I love how it says non-transferable.
It's strictly, it's just an emolument.
Can you imagine if somebody walks up? Sorry.
You don't have to bring it with you.
And finally, every time we win a game in Chicago, we fly the W flag, as you know. So we brought one for you, signed by the entire team, and we'd love for you to fly it at your new library, which we plan to do our very best to support along the way.
There's some nice swag. I'm telling you. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah. It's just day one. It's just day one.
We're doing okay so far.
So, Mr. President, thank you for the dignity and integrity with which you've served this country for the last 8 years, for your tremendous service to Chicago and Illinois before that, and for hosting us here today. We wish you all the best and look forward to seeing you at Wrigley Field. Thank you.
Well, everybody, thank you so much. Let me say, first of all, best swag I've gotten as president, represented right here. And let me also say, on behalf of a lot of folks here in the White House, you've brought a lot of joy to a lot of people here, and we're grateful. I know my former chief of staff, now mayor of Chicago, Rahm Emanuel, folks like Dick Durbin, we got a whole congressional delegation here. I see Lisa Madigan, my dear friend. Just a lot of people have been rooting for you for a long time. So even though it will be hard for me, Fergie, to wear a jersey, do know that among Sox fans, I'm the Cubs' #1 fan. All right? Let's try this photo.
All right, folks, what we're going to do now, we just saw President Obama wrap up there at the White House. We're taking a live look right now inside Trump Tower. We are just days away from the presidential inauguration happening this Friday. You'll see it right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream with more than 20 cameras dedicated to that stream. We'll have the most comprehensive coverage available. Now we'll show you that as the First Lady honors the 2017 School Counselor of the Year.
Almost at the end. Hello, everyone, and may I say for the last time officially, welcome to the White House. Yes. Well, we are beyond thrilled to have you all here to celebrate the 2017 National School Counselor of the Year, as well as all of our state counselors of the year. These are the fine women and a few good men. One good man who are on this stage, and they represent schools from across this country. And I want to start by thanking Terry for that wonderful introduction and her right on the spot remarks. I'm going to say a lot more about Terry in a few minutes, but first I want to take a moment to acknowledge a few people who were here. First, our outstanding Secretary of Education, John King. As well as our former Education Secretary, Arnie Duncan. I want to take this time to thank you both publicly for your dedication and leadership and friendship. We couldn't do this without the support of the Department of Education under both of your leadership. So I'm grateful to you personally, and I am very proud of all that you've done for this country. I also want to acknowledge a few other special guests we have in the audience. We've got a pretty awesome crew. You know, as one of my staff said, you roll pretty deep. I'm like, well, yeah, we have a few good friends. We have with us today Ted Allen, Lala Anthony, Connie Britton, Andy Cohen. Yeah, Andy Cohen is here. Carla Hall, Coach Jim Harbaugh, and his beautiful wife, who's a lot better looking than him. Lana Perea, my buddy Jay Farrow, Kelly Rowland, Usher. Ooh. Keep it down. Keep it together, ladies. Wale is here. And of course, Allison Williams and her mom are here. And all these folks are here because they're using their star power to inspire our young people.
All right, everybody. What we are going to go now, a little live action here for you. Unfortunately, a stranded whale here in Florida. We're going to get you the details in just a little bit, but you're watching this all unfold live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, everybody, looks like that shot is leaving right now. We'll take you back to the White House event.
Greg has been a leader in education his entire life. I've known him since I was a little organizer person, and it's just been just a joy to work with you all. These individuals, they are brilliant, they are creative, they have worked miracles with hardly any staff or budget to speak of, which is how we roll in the First Lady's office. And I am so proud and so grateful to you all for everything that you've done. So let's give them a round of applause. Or you can leave them. And finally, I want to recognize all of you who are here in this audience. We have our educators, our leaders, our young people who have been with us since we launched Reach Higher back in 2014. Now, when we first came up with this idea, we had one clear goal in mind. We wanted to make higher education cool. We wanted to change the conversation around what it means and what it takes to be a success in this country. Because let's be honest, if we're always shining the spotlight on professional athletes or recording artists or Hollywood celebrities, if those are the only achievements we celebrate, then why would we ever think kids would see college as a priority? So we decided to flip the script and shine a big, bright spotlight on all things educational. For example, we made College Signing Day a national event. We wanted to mimic all that drama and excitement traditionally reserved for those few amazing football and basketball players choosing their college and university teams. We wanted to focus that same level of energy and attention on kids going to college because of their academic achievements. because as a nation, that's where the spotlight should also be, on kids who work hard in school and do the right thing when no one's watching, many beating daunting odds. Next, we launched Better Make Room. It's a social media campaign to give young people the support and inspiration they need to actually complete higher education. And to really drive that message home, you may recall that I debuted my music career rapping with Jay about getting some knowledge by going to college. We are also very proud of all that this administration has done to make higher education more affordable. We doubled investments in Pell Grants and college tax credits. We expanded income-based loan repayment options for tens of millions of students. We made it easier to apply for financial aid. We created a college scorecard to help students make good decisions about higher education, and we provided new funding and support for school counselors. All together, yes.
Yay! Thank you. You're welcome.
All together, we made in this administration the largest investment in higher education since the GI Bill. And today, the high school graduation rate is at a record high, and more young people than ever before are going to college. And we know that school counselors, like all of the folks standing with me on this stage, have played a critical role in helping us get there. In fact, a recent study showed that students who met with a school counselor to talk about financial aid or college were 3 times more likely to attend college, and they were nearly 7 times more likely to apply for financial aid. So our school counselors are truly among the heroes of the Reach Higher story. And that's why we created this event 2 years ago, because we thought that they should finally get some recognition. We wanted everyone to know about the difference that these phenomenal men and women have been making in the lives of our young people every day. And our 2017 School Counselor of the Year, Terry Trzynski, is a perfect example. As you heard, Terry works at the Calhoun Area Career Center, a career and technical education school in Michigan. And here's what Terry's principal said about her in his letter of recommendation. He said, once she identifies a systemic need, she works tirelessly to address it. So when students at Terry's school reported feeling unprepared to apply for higher education, Terry sprang into action to create a school-wide, top-to-bottom college readiness effort. Under Terry's leadership, more students than ever before attended workshops on resume writing, FAFSA completion, yes, I can now say FAFSA, and interview preparation. I can barely say it. They did career and personality assessments. They helped plan a special college week, and they organized a military day, hosting recruiters from all branches of our armed forces. And because of these efforts today, 75% of Calhoun's seniors now complete key college application steps, and Terry's school has won state and national recognition. And all of this is just one small part of what Terry does for her students each day. I can go on and on about all the time she spends one-on-one with students, helping them figure out their life path. Terry told us, as you heard, she told us about one of those students, so we reached out to Kyra. And here's what Kyra had to say in her own words. Kyra wrote that Mrs. Trzynski has helped me grow to love myself. She helped me with my doubts and insecurities. She said, my life has changed for the better in all aspects. Kyra said she held my hand through my hardest times. She said, Mrs. Trzynski is my lifesaver. That's what Kyra said. And this is what each of you do every single day. You see the promise in each of your students. You believe in them even when they can't believe in themselves, and you work tirelessly to help them be who they were truly meant to be. And you do it all in the face of some overwhelming challenges: tight budgets, impossible student counselor ratios. Yeah, amen. Endless demands on your time. Y'all come in early, you stay late, you reach into your own pockets. And see, we got the amen corner.
Amen.
You stick with students in their darkest moments, when they're most anxious and afraid. And if anyone is dealing with a college senior or junior, you know what this feels like. These men and women show them that those kids matter, that they have something to offer, that no matter where they're from or how much money their parents have, no matter what they look like or who they love or how they worship or what language they speak at home, they have a place in this country. And as I end my time in the White House, I can think of no better message to send to our young people in my last official remarks as First Lady. So for all the young people in this room and those who are watching, know that this country belongs to you.
President.
All of you.
Represented right here.
From every background and walk of life.
Let me also say,
if you or your parents are immigrants, know that you are part of a proud American tradition, the infusion of new cultures, talents and ideas, generation after generation, that has made us the greatest country on earth. If your family doesn't have much money, I want you to remember that in this country, plenty of folks, including me and my husband, we started out with very little, but with a lot of hard work and a good education, anything is possible, even becoming president. That's what the American dream is all about. And if you are a person of faith, know that religious diversity is a great American tradition too. In fact, that's why people first came to this country, to worship freely. And whether you are Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh, these religions are teaching our young people about justice and compassion and honesty. So I want our young people to continue to learn and practice those values with pride. You see, our glorious diversity, our diversities of faiths and colors and creeds, that is not a threat to who we are. It makes us who we are. So to the young people here and the young people out there, do not ever let anyone make you feel like you don't matter or like you don't have a place in our American story, because you do. And you have a right to be exactly who you are. But I also want to be very clear. This right isn't just handed to you. No, this right has to be earned every single day. You cannot take your freedoms for granted. Now, just like generations who've come before you, you have to do your part to preserve and protect those freedoms. And that starts right now, when you're young. Right now, you need to be preparing yourself to add your voice to our national conversation. You need to prepare yourself to be informed and engaged as a citizen, to serve and to lead, to stand up for our proud American values and to honor them in your daily lives. And that means getting the best education possible so you can think critically, so you can express yourself clearly, so you can get a good job and support yourself and your family, so you can be a positive force in your communities. And when you encounter obstacles, because I guarantee you, you will, and many of you already have, when you are struggling and you start thinking about giving up, I want you to remember something that my husband and I have talked about since we first started this journey nearly a decade ago. Something that has carried us through every moment in this White House and every moment of our lives. And that is the power of hope. The belief that something better is always possible if you're willing to work for it and fight for it. It is our fundamental belief in the power of hope that has allowed us to rise above the voices of doubt and division, of anger and fear that we have faced in our own lives and in the life of this country. Our hope that if we work hard enough and believe in ourselves, then we can be whatever we dream, regardless of the limitations that others may place on us. The hope that when people see us for who we truly are, maybe, just maybe, they too will be inspired to rise to their best possible selves. That is the hope of students like Kyra, who fight to discover their gifts and share them with the world. It's the hope of school counselors like Terry and all these folks up here who guide those students every step of the way, refusing to give up on even a single young person. Shoot, it's the hope of my folks like my dad, who got up every day, do his job at the city water plant. The hope that one day his kids would go to college and have opportunities he never dreamed of. That's the kind of hope that every single one of us, politicians, parents, preachers, all of us, need to be providing for our young people, because that is what moves this country forward every single day. Our hope for the future and the hard work that hope inspires. So, that's my final message to young people as First Lady. It is simple. I want our young people to know that they matter, that they belong. So don't be afraid. You hear me? Young people, don't be afraid. Be focused. Be determined. Be hopeful.
All right, folks, we're going to take you back out to the White House to show you the Cubs are looking to make a statement right after meeting with President Obama.
He did. Actually, he could call me very cold right now, too. We have to do this right now? Ready? Ready? Okay. Hi. Good afternoon.
So what's your thoughts about the whole event?
Well, it's pretty magnificent to be invited to the White House with your World Championship Baseball club, to stand behind President Obama like that on that stage. It's a powerful moment. It really is. It's a very humbling moment to be part of this segment of Cubs history, to being here for my second year as the manager of the team, and to accomplish what we did in such a short period of time. It's pretty magnificent, actually. And to do it on Martin Luther King Day, also to be brought here, is pretty special. I've always been a big Jackie Robinson fan. I've always had his picture in my offices wherever I've worked. So all those things combined, to be here today is very special for all of us.
Joe, what's your outlook for the 2017 season? How do you compare it to last year's team?
You're already there, huh? That's the whole thing. I mean, a mind once stretched has a very difficult time going back to its original form. So when you get in this moment right here, you want to do it again, of course, and then the question is, how do you do that? I'm really leaning on the phrase or the thought of being uncomfortable. I want us to be uncomfortable. I think the moment you get into your comfort zone, after having such a significant moment in your life like that, the threat is that you're going to stop growing, you're not wanting to grow. So there goes my mints in my pocket. So I really want us to be uncomfortable and really continue along the pattern of growth and really try to get it done very quickly again. the biggest thing about all that, I've done my research a little bit. I really think we have our best opportunity to repeat by pitching and playing defense like we've done in the past. So this spring training, I want us to be uncomfortable and really emphasize our pitching and defense.
Joe, what was the best part of the tour?
Best part of the tour, I'm not. Can I be pretentious for like 2 seconds? I was here in 2009. President Bush invited Jay and I to come to dinner, and went through pretty much the same routine. And we actually had dinner in the green room one evening. It was spectacular. The best part when Mr. and Mrs. Obama walked into the room, and he's so good on his feet, saying what's in his mind, and she did the same thing. So I know my wife Jay was really looking forward to meeting Michelle, and she was able to do that. So I think the highlight pretty much was when they walked into the room, and you could feel the gravity and the magnitude of being in the same room with the president and the wife of the United States.
Joe, let's talk about the zingers out there today. Did you have a favorite?
Outstanding. Let's see, what was my favorite thing? I just wanted I guess the slings and arrows at the White Sox a little bit are always kind of entertaining. No, he's a speechwriter, so good too. I mean, they did their homework. Everything was on point. It's just fun to watch the delivery. I mean, he's got such a great delivery. Beyond being as good of a public speaker as he actually is, to be able to convey his thoughts as well as he does also is pretty entertaining. And then to be right behind him and watching the whole thing unfurl, just like the flag, it was kind of cool. So the whole thing, man, pretty impressive, and that's something we'll never forget.
Joe, there's a lot of uncertainty here in Washington with the new president coming in.
Yeah.
What do you think about Donald Trump coming in? What advice would you have for the president?
Wow. Am I even going to go anywhere close to that? No, I do. I'll always say this. I have a lot of respect for the office. Being in a situation that I am within a major league organization, and being a manager of the great organization like the Cubs, at the end of the day, I just have a lot of respect for the office. So regardless of your political persuasion, my point would be to encourage people to really respect the office. And let's see what we get done over the next 4 years.
Joe, you get to see. Call you cool.
Yeah, that's very cool that the president calls you cool. I knew that I had a pretty good chance of the only guy not wearing a tie today, and actually felt pretty good about it once I got here. I ran into him in 2009 at the All-Star game in St. Louis, and I was the first one in the receiving line. He commented on my glasses at that time, so I'm sure he remembered that. It's very, again, listen, it's a humbling experience to be here in the first place, and under the set of circumstances that we're here. Hi, Timmy. And to be able to have the president recognize you like that is pretty awesome.
Joe, we talked about seeing Dexter Fowler and George today, and they're not going to be with the team.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Dexter and also Araldis. I told Dexter I hope the next time he comes here, it's not as a celebrant of the St. Louis Cardinals. It's always great. Dexter was a big part of what we had done last year. I congratulated him on his contract, honestly, because he took quite a step last year coming back to us on a one-year deal, and he did, and he made it worthwhile for him and his family, and I'm very happy for him and very proud of him for regarding that. And it was good to see Araldis also. Invited Araldis out now that he's a Yankee. He's going to be in Tampa, so he gets to come to Ava, our restaurant down in Tampa, in case you're all in town. It's inspired Italian fare. It's really good. So I wanted to make sure Araldis got a chance to go to Ava at some point during spring training.
Did you ever think you'd make a White Sox fan, a Cubs fan?
That's our attempt on a daily basis. That's our daily goal. It's the conversion like Theo had talked about.
Did you think about the moment that Dexter Fowler on Martin Luther King's birthday was the first African-American for the Cubs to play in a World Series?
Yeah, I mean, I listen, a lot of that stuff, obviously, none of us are aware of until actually everybody does their research and puts it out there. It's awesome. I mean, all that stuff, you put it all together, it's pretty incredible. We're at this particular moment right now as a member of the 2016 World Championship Cubs. Being here and have something like that mentioned is also an honor too.
Joe, why don't we slide in Anthony closing remarks?
Okay.
Mentioned the unifying power of sports, especially this team. Your thoughts on
well, it's true. It is. Do you want to talk about that, Anthony?
We're just trying to get you out of that.
I thought I was doing my job. There is. It's absolutely true about the unifying power of sports. Whether it's a city, a state, a fan base, a nation, you could always rally around. You look at the Olympics as a perfect example of a nation rallying around sports. So I'm totally in agreement with that. And obviously we brought a high level of satisfaction to the city of Chicago, as well as all the Cub fans throughout the world, and we're very proud of that. Sorry.
So is this the end of the celebration then? Can it continue beyond this, or are you ready to put it to bed and look at next season?
I think, yeah, after the Cubs convention and now the White House, I mean, this is just icing on the cake, and what an amazing experience we got to enjoy today with the guys on this team, and one we'll never forget.
What kind of conversations did you have with the president before you came out to see us?
Just congratulating us, saying he said hello, shook everyone's hands, all the wives and the girlfriends in the front office, and everyone that's been part of the team for the entire run. And we're really appreciative of that. Michelle showing up was pretty cool as well. Her never coming to any of these, so it's amazing.
Joe said that moment when they walked into the room. What was that like for you guys?
You just got a room that's all chatter, and then the president and the first lady walk in, and it's complete silence. You can hear a pin drop, and it was amazing. You just get chills running through your body, because who knows when that'll ever happen again.
It was kind of a moment when you guys were a little starstruck going in the White House, seeing the president.
Yeah, no doubt. It's the president of the United States, so we something that you can never take for granted. And this day is up there with one of the best days I've ever had.
He certainly made quite a few jokes and said you had excellent situational awareness. What was your favorite moment of the ceremony?
I love that. You know, it's business move there, thrown in the back pocket. You know, so but I think the best part was the president talking about how sports brings people together. You know, no matter what's going on in this country, in the world, 3 or 4 hours of any particular game could just rally so many people together, and that was pretty moving for me.
You ever worried that maybe this wasn't going to be able to take place because of the rush and you guys all being scattered around the world?
I mean, I'm sure we were going to get here some way or another.
I mean, with Obama.
With Obama, it's kind of out of my hands. We're all for it. I think doing this for the first time, getting to do it on a relaxed environment, not having to worry about playing later tonight or tomorrow was nice, and not having to be dressed up in a suit in the middle of the summer too is nice.
So who are you wearing?
What?
Who are you wearing? That jacket.
This is Anthony Rizzo. Thanks, guys.
So, Theo, are you interested in chairing the DNC?
No, good thing I signed a contract with Tom Ricketts, and he was kicking me, saying I can't leave, so no thanks. It was a kind offer, though.
What was it like to meet Obama?
Oh, it was great. It was a thrill and an honor for all of us, and it means so much more with his roots in Chicago and his final days in office. It was couldn't have worked out any better. I think something we'll all remember for our whole lives.
Theo, maybe the line of the day was your midnight pardon. Did you come up with that material?
Yeah, I found out I was speaking yesterday, so I came up with that on the plane. But it seemed appropriate. Obviously, we had to address the fact that he's a White Sox fan and give him all the respect he's due. But we figured we could pardon him since he's going to pardon probably so many in his final days.
Did you make a document?
I got it. Yeah, I got the little speech right here.
After this season, is anything short of a World Series a disappointment for this season or beyond?
If in 2017?
Series in 2017.
Yeah, oof. Hadn't thought too much about 2017 yet today, but yeah, I mean, that's our goal. I think the organization has come such a long way that we have this talented young core. We're clearly in a very competitive phase where we think if we do our jobs, we can be as good, if not better, than any team in baseball. And so, if you're going to compete, you set your sights for a world championship. It doesn't always work out that way, but we see it as our jobs to do everything we can to be back at the White House next year.
What was your favorite part of the behind the scenes?
It really was an amazing moment when the entire organization was gathered around waiting for a while, and then the President and First Lady bounded into the room with tremendous energy and gave really heartfelt remarks where you could tell that this visit had a lot of personal meaning to them. The First Lady talking about her days on the South Side as a Cub fan, with her bonding with her father over their support of the Cubs, and clearly she was really moved by the championship, and it was a great moment for all of us.
The president said you were the greatest at your job. I mean, what type of respect is he showing you with that?
That's really humbling, and quite an honor. I still got time to screw it up, though, so we'll see.
You talked
Theo,
about
at one
flying
point
the
you
W
talked
at the Presidential Museum and Library. Are there any plans? Were you guys talking at all about maybe moving forward his post-presidency? Are you guys going to be involved or have a relationship with
Yeah, well, I know they're just starting the plans, and it hasn't been built yet, but I'm sure it'll become a really important part of the civic and philanthropic landscape in Chicago, and we'll do everything we can to support him. And I think they're going to include athletics in the program, and it'll be our responsibility to help out. We look forward to it.
Remarks there at one point where you thanked him for the integrity he had in the office. It sounded almost like it got a little bit beyond the ceremony, maybe even personal.
No, I think everyone, no matter where you fall politically, can appreciate the dignity with which he served the country, and did an unbelievable job handling the office and raising his family while here. And I think across the board, folks would agree that he's very dignified and brought a lot of integrity to the office. So it was our pleasure to thank him for that today.
Would you ever consider getting involved in politics? Or is that
not as a candidate or an elected official, but I think there are a lot of ways that we can all impact our communities without necessarily running for office.
Do you think you made enough headway with him today that perhaps one day he will wear the Cubs jersey?
We'll see. Yeah, it was day one. I think for day one as a Cub fan, he did a pretty good job holding up the jersey and making our players all happy. So now that he's out of office, moving into the private sector, we can really go to work on him. Thanks, guys.
Theo, was this win as good as the Boston Red Sox win for you too?
Yeah, it's like choosing between your kids. They're both special in their own way. That one was a totally different phase of my life, so I feel like I appreciate this one more because I have better perspective, but both really special.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, so that was once again the Cubs talking to the media outside the White House about their big visit with President Obama. Just a couple of days left of his presidency. He wanted to make sure that he got his Chicago Cubs in there. Even though he's a big White Sox fan, he's still wanting to support Chicago and get the team in there before his presidency is over.
I was detained at security for a half an hour in the beginning, so yeah, the security it works in here. So I have had the opportunity to have conversations. I believe the event is being hosted at the behest of Secretary McDonald, and I want to thank you very much for bringing us together. Yeah, it's terrific. It's terrific. We have Secretary Pritzker, who has done ridiculously varied, awesome things. She has, it's actually mythical. But the number of companies she started and been successful in, and the range of them is, I think, immortal. And then you decided to come and do your first act of service, and so way to use a warm-up job to do it. And have done extraordinary things at Commerce, and it will be a pleasure to talk with you about that. But a rock star in everything you touch, so I'm not going to say I hope your personal life isn't good, but it would be karmic if you had at least something going on there. And then next is Beth, who is the Acting Director of Office of Personnel Management, which I think there are two things to just consider about that. There are 2 million federal employees, 250,000 new hires every year, and I believe Beth gets to call the snow days. So that's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot on that. And then Administrator Bolden, who my sons are 9 and 5, and Administrator Bolden, you are the most important person in the world in terms of that. They have a lot of questions that I'll ask you offline in terms of that. But also you run an organization that is the number one, the employees have the highest level of engagement year after year after year. And it doesn't matter if you're doing a transformation or not, employees have the number one level of engagement. And you you have been on every single side of it. You have been an astronaut of incredible consequence. You have led this agency, and not just to do what it does, but then I suspect in your spare time you do things like make planes a lot better, which is great. So we haven't, yeah. But really, like cleaner, quieter, safer planes, they're coming because he has weekends. So we have an unbelievable opportunity to think about transformations. And so I have some questions that are really just meant to get the juices going. And then after having had conversations and reading so much about you, I know the best thing I can do is get out of the way. But I will start with you, Secretary McDonald. And the first question I have is, or the first comment is that you talk a lot about principles, not rules. I could have used one at the front gate. But in seriousness, what occurred to me, what happened to me at the front gate was because we need those rules. And you want, and I love it, you aspirationally want us to be guided by principles. So I'd like to hear about why you think in an organization like the VA that has hundreds of thousands of employees and is so distributed, how you think principles could possibly work, and why not just make exquisite rules?
That's a great question, Francis, and one that I love my colleagues' comments on. You know, by definition, government is a rule-based organization. In fact, we have a building with, several hundred people in it, with a big dome on it, where all they do is make rules. And what you find is, what you find is when you create a rule, you have an unintended consequence which you may not have anticipated. The best customer service organizations in the world, and I use USAA as a classic example, are principle-based. Why? Because the employee can't guess every situation they're going to have and then have time to look in the rule book to figure out how they should behave. So at VA, we have been juxtaposing two situations. One situation was in Spokane, where one of our employees, frontline employees, gets a call from a veteran with a broken foot, says, I need help getting into the building. The employee says, I'm sorry, there's a rule here that says I can't help you, call 911. He calls 911, fire truck, EMT come, carry him 100 meters into the building. It seems to me that good customer service, if that were your mother, is that what you would do? No, you would go out and help them come into the building. You juxtapose that with what happened in White River Junction, Vermont, where one of our nurses, Sharon Levinson, noticed her veteran missed an appointment. Not unusual for a mental health appointment. 20% of mental health appointments are missed across the industry, not just VA. And she was worried, though, and she knew this person. She got in touch with the VA police, got in touch with the county police. They went out and looked at the house. There was no footprints in the snow. They broke into the house and discovered he was wedged between furniture, unconscious, on his way to death. They put him in the hospital, revived him, and he's healthy today. We need to be, if we're going to succeed in our vision to become the #1 customer service organization in the federal government, we've got to be principle-based rather than rule-based.
As a follow-up to that, I guess if you broke into the house and he was watching TV, you would need to not consider that a failure and not have anyone get
Exactly.
in trouble, right?
It's a great point. One of the biggest barriers to creating a principle-based organization is the leadership. You have to have trust between the leadership and the employee. The leadership has to have the back of the employee. So if they make that decision and they discover they're wrong, you celebrate that. And I think John, who was on the previous panel, actually had a case early on in his transformation where the employee tried something and it failed, and he promoted them. And that's a great way to get the point across.
And I think when he called him into the office, the employee was pretty sure he was getting fired.
Get fired,
Yeah,
of course,
yeah,
of course,
and,
yeah.
Instead getting. Does the rules versus principles resonate to others? And if so, would be delighted. That it seems like it does for you.
Yeah, just press it.
I got it. Got it. You know, it's a real challenge, as the secretary was describing, because as Bob was describing. I know I've been trying to get them to call me Beth at OPM. It hasn't really succeeded. When you're operating at the scale and complexity of the federal government, it is hard in a place that is very disparate. Of the 2 million people, 85% of them don't work in Washington, D.C., so they are out in the country, defending the country, serving citizens. You've got to figure out how you can do that in a way that you've got that confidence and have their back. I know at OPM, we spend a lot of our time and energy not just telling people to follow the principles and the rules, but trying to get people to follow the real rules, not the rules that have been sort of adapted over time forever. And so you've got to get that mindset right and in partnership and make that work. Please.
Yeah, what I would say is, you know, absolutely principles versus rules, because you can't rule make for every instance. That's crazy. And second, it limits the thinking of your employees. And ultimately, what you really want is the folks working for you to be, entrepreneurs, organizational entrepreneurs, and to understand.
All right, everybody, we're going to take you back out here live in Arizona, where in just a couple of moments here, DPS is going to be doing a live press conference on an update with a trooper-involved shooting that happened on the I-10. Samia is coming up next here for you. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Hello everyone, Samia here. We are just waiting for this update to begin from the Department of Public Safety regarding a shooting on I-10 happened last week. We're getting an update from officials in just a second. Stay tuned.
Does anybody need to mic up anything or do anything? Are we good? Good. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today on Martin Luther King Day. I appreciate you taking the time out of your schedules to be here to talk about what occurred last Thursday morning. I want to do three things today. I want to clear up the story that I gave you on Thursday morning. I want to introduce you to the suspect and the victim of the collision. And then I want to talk just a minute about the Good Samaritan that was there Thursday morning, who performed some heroic acts. So the story is a little more clear today than it was on Thursday. The first call we received was at 4:21 in the morning from a gentleman who said that he was driving down I-10 westbound at around milepost 89, and there was a man in the roadway with a handgun, and he thought that he had fired at him. He heard a loud bang but didn't know if it had struck the vehicle, and then somewhere down the road his vehicle began to lose power and realized that the car had been shot. Subsequent to that, we started receiving calls from other passerbys of a guy in the roadway with a gun, a gentleman in the roadway moving a female body, dragging a body out of the roadway, that there was a rollover collision at 89. So we had a myriad of different calls for service at that location. The closest trooper to that area was performing a truck inspection. He was a commercial vehicle inspector, which you guys now know as Trooper Ed Anderson. And Ed stopped what he was doing and began to respond to that area. As he was responding, he was being followed by what we now know is our Good Samaritan. And the Good Samaritan says he was behind the red and blue lights of the trooper car as they traveled westbound on Interstate 10. And that distance was growing as they traveled down I-10. And once the Good Samaritan realized that he was beginning to close distance onto the trooper, he began to slow, and that will become important in a minute. When the trooper arrives, and I'll tell you now, we have yet to formally interview the trooper, as he has had a number of surgeries and has been under sedation and painkillers, so we are working on getting that interview complete. So some of this actually might change in the coming days, but it's pretty close to being accurate. He sees, when he arrives, a Hispanic male with a female in his arms in kind of a seated position along the right-hand shoulder of the roadway. So he's on what would be the north side of the roadway, adjacent to what we would call the slow lane of traffic as you travel down I-10. He blocks that lane of traffic with his trooper vehicle, gets out, puts out some flares to try to slow down vehicles that are responding or that are coming up to the scene. And as he is approaching this suspect, who's now down with an injured female, the Hispanic male says something to him in Spanish, which he doesn't understand or can't quite make out what he had said. And somewhere, as he's closing distance between the trooper vehicle and what he thinks is a moment here to provide first aid, the suspect pulls out a 9mm pistol and fires one time and strikes Trooper Anderson in the upper right shoulder, and that round ultimately exits his torso on the right side. It immediately incapacitates his arm. He says it goes limp or numb. I can't tell you what happens next. I just know that somewhere between where he was originally sitting with this critically injured female and the trooper vehicle, somewhere in that halfway distance point, there's a physical altercation that occurs. And now, as our Good Samaritan is now approaching the scene, he says, I've slowed to about 20 or 30 miles an hour. And as I pass, I see a Hispanic male straddling the trooper and taking big blows at him and trying to bang his head into the ground while striking him. So the Good Samaritan stops in front of the scene, comes back. He removes his 9mm handgun from his center console and walks back to the scene. His fiancée calls 911. And when he approaches within about 5 feet, he says, he starts telling the suspect to quit striking the trooper, to stop what he's doing. The suspect responds with profanity and then goes back to striking repeatedly this helpless trooper, which he is straddling on top of. Because of his position, he doesn't think he can fire without hitting the trooper, so he adjusts his position, and he delivers at least 2 bullet strikes to the suspect at that time, rendering the suspect incapacitated, albeit temporarily. And the Good Samaritan then begins to administer first aid to Trooper Anderson. Trooper Anderson had already called for medical assistance and for a medical helicopter when he arrived on scene and saw the serious injury female. As he's administering first aid, this Good Samaritan, to Trooper Anderson, the suspect gets up a second time and begins to attack them again. As the suspect approaches, the Good Samaritan fires another round, this time striking the suspect in the head, mortally wounding him and ending the fight. Another passerby stops to try to help out the first one. He uses the trooper's radio to put out a call for assistance, saying that there's an officer down and that they need a helicopter and other people to respond. So that's the story at the scene, the best we know it today. Second thing I want to do is tell you who was involved. The suspect we have now identified as Leonard Penuelas Escobar, age 37. He's a Mexican male. He is here in this country out of status. He is a known drug user but has no criminal history that we can find. We show that he attempted to cross the border on one occasion and was turned back. We also have information that leads us to believe that in 2007 he was actually a federal police officer for the Mexican police. The female victim is Vanessa Monique Lopez Reese. She's 23 years old. We believe that relationship is a romantic relationship between the two. They had lived together, but Escobar had been removed from the apartment complex they lived for allegedly doing drugs and selling drugs on the property. Lopez Reese has a criminal history in Phoenix. She is she had a number of warrants for her arrest at the time for misdemeanors and felonies, ranging from shoplifting to drug paraphernalia to possession of drugs. She is a native of Phoenix and born and raised in Phoenix, Arizona. And that's who they are. The third thing, the Good Samaritan. On Saturday afternoon, I was able to talk to him for the first time. I had called simply just to thank him from the agency and really from the state of Arizona, how appreciative we were that he was able to do what he did that day. And I can tell you this, if he didn't save Trooper Anderson's life, he definitely kept him from having much more severe neurological injuries from this beating that he was taking helplessly at the time. I have yet to meet him personally. I will tell you he's a very humble guy. He's a very spiritual guy, and he told me that he believes that God put him there that morning so he could save Trooper Anderson's life. He was on his way to California with his fiancée to participate in some events over this holiday weekend. I've never talked to anybody like him before in this circumstance. He knows that he did the right thing. He is trying to reconcile that in his mind, which is difficult to take a life even when you know it's the right thing to do. And I think as time goes by, he will eventually come forward and speak to you all. He knows that he'll be outed eventually anyway. I invited him here today to participate in this press conference, and he told me last night as we talked that he wasn't quite ready. And then finally, as I close, before I take a few questions, one of the things that keeps coming up is citizen involvement in police activity. And what does a citizen do when that happens? And here's what I would tell you on that. If you are going to attempt to help a police officer in any situation, communicate with them, let them know what you're attempting to do and who you are as you attempt to do it, and ask them if they need help. And if the officer is incapacitated and can't ask for help, I would say still communicate, because they may be able to hear you and know that you were there to be part of the solution and you are not another piece of the problem. But you're going to have to respond the way you see fit, but communication is the key to that. I'll take your questions.
Director, is there any connection at all between the Good Samaritan shooter and the suspects?
No. The question is there a connection between the Good Samaritan and the suspect shooter? And the answer to that is no, there is no known connection.
What can you tell us about the Good Samaritan shooter's background? It sounds like he had to have some kind of training.
He told investigators that he routinely trains with law enforcement and some military people that he knows. He tries to shoot and practice 3 or 4 times a year. So, but he has, to the best of my knowledge today, Donna, no military or law enforcement background. He is not part of that group.
Is there a motive established as to why he started to attack the officer, the trooper?
That is the big unknown, sir. That is the motive. We don't know why he decided to fire. The investigators are working from 2 directions. They start at the end and work back into time, and then they go forward to where they knew things had happened before and to work that direction as well, hoping to meet in the middle. But with both of the people from the collision, both having passed, there is no one to fill in that gap. And I will tell you, the investigators also let me know that the collision was a single vehicle collision that involved high speed, but they're still uncertain why it crashed, if he had overcorrected by traveling off of the road surface. But they found markings on the roadway to indicate that there was a lot of speed involved and it was a single vehicle rollover collision.
Has that suspect been identified as the driver? The one-on-one was the female passenger?
The question was, who was the driver, who was the passenger? We believe that the driver was Mr. Escobar. He had an abrasion on his shoulder, which was consistent with a seatbelt, and her reason for death was severe blunt force trauma, being unrestrained, and eventually ejected from the vehicle.
Was there anything found in the car that would give you any indication as to why this thing happened?
We will search the car later today or tomorrow. We are drawing search warrants on it as we speak, but we have not searched the vehicle.
Can you spell the names of the suspect and the woman in the vehicle, just to make sure we have that correctly?
Sure. Leonard Penuelas, Pennelas hyphen Escobar, Esocbar, and then Vanessa Monique, and that's Monique, Lopez, common spelling, hyphen Ruiz, Ruiz.
Pardon me, Director. That will be updated on azbps.gov.
As long with photographs you'll get off the website as well.
And do you have an age on her?
She's 23.
Do you know where the suspect and the crash victim were headed?
No, sir. We make an educated guess. They had been staying in Salome, Arizona, since he had been evicted from the apartment complex, and we surmise that may be where they were headed back to.
Sir, what have you been able to find out about the initial call? The gentleman who said he thought he was shot at. Were you able to tie Escobar to that shooting?
Yes, they believe that The round that Escobar fired hit the vehicle and disabled the vehicle some ways down the road, but they do believe that that is completely related.
And he was firing as he was moving to leave?
No, at this time the collision had already occurred and he was standing in the roadway. So that first shot, for whatever reason, he's firing at moving cars on I-10. Again, we don't know the reason. We surmise a couple of things, but don't really know. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I apologize.
He'll try again.
Yes, ma'am.
Escobar was in that rollover vehicle.
Correct. Escobar was the driver of the rollover vehicle. That was the question.
This may sound like a crazy connection, but you've got a guy sitting on the side of the road shooting at vehicles. Will you look at those ballistics for the freeway shootings we had last year, for the ones that are unsolved still?
I'm going to go with you. That's a crazy question. The question was, is this somehow related to the freeway shooter? And there's no reason to believe that is true.
Do you know how long Escobar had been in the country illegally?
We know that he'd been living in Glendale for about the last year and a half. We do not know when he entered the country.
And to the best of your knowledge, never been deported?
I don't know if I know that, if he had been deported or not. I know that he had been turned back but not deported.
What year was it turned back?
I don't have that answer, sir.
I'm sorry, just like your thoughts on this, an awfully strange reaction to you're in an accident and you're shooting at people. What do you make of it?
I don't know why. I come up with what would make somebody flip out, and I'm going to guess that he was impaired. They were both known meth users. You can surmise that maybe there were hallucinations. You can surmise that he was frustrated, that his girlfriend was mortally injured in this collision, and people wouldn't stop. There's a lot of things you can jump to, but we don't know the answer.
How is Trooper Anderson doing? Is he still in the hospital?
Trooper Anderson has been released. He will recover. To what extent completely, we don't know. But we're, again, very thankful for the citizen intervention. We're thankful that no matter how far he recovers with the use of his arm, that he's here to be with his family, and our thoughts and prayers go to them. I'm going to wrap it up, but thank you again for being here. If we need to do further down the road, we will, and Raul will be available if you guys have further questions. Thanks for your attendance. Thanks, Donna. Good to see you.
Folks, the names and photographs, several photographs of each of the men and the women.
Again, that wraps up that DPS press conference. We're going to take you now to Trump Tower Watch. Steve Kraft joining me in just a second. All right, as promised, it's time for SK Squared. That's right.
That's right, that's us.
Sami Khan joining you to talk politics. It's a big week in the world of politics. Obviously, you have Donald Trump's inauguration this Friday, which means these are the last few days of President Obama's presidency.
Correct. But he got to honor the Cubs today.
He did, so
all is right in the world.
I'm wondering if he made sure to make that happen before
Oh, absolutely.
his presidency wrapped up. So those of you who watch News Now regularly, we frequently
there's no question.
show President Obama bringing in various sports teams that have won the championship to the White House.
Yes.
I just don't know if typically he honors the World Series winners this early in the year, or if he made a point to because he's a Chicago guy.
Typically,
it is done later, usually like during the season when the winning team is in the area. Like if they're an American League team, they'd be in Baltimore. If they're a National League team, they'd be in Washington, D.C. to play the Nationals. But this was an attempt to get in under the wire. And Michelle Obama is a huge Cubs fan, and her dad was a big fan.
So he did it for his wife.
Obama has Chicago roots, and it's a big deal for anybody in the city. I know there are a lot of Sox fans, obviously, who prefer the White Sox. But I think even among White Sox fans I talked to, there was sort of a grudging admiration, at least for the Cubs, and a sense that a burden had been lifted and the whole city celebrated.
How many years was it since the Cubs?
108.
Wow, that's insane.
It is insane.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
And Steve Kraft himself, a Chicago guy as well.
Yes, lifelong Cub fan. So,
Congratulations.
I'm walking on air right now.
So I know I saw you in your cubicle tuning into News Now.
I was
live.
hardcore, watching News Now, and I thought that was, it was really pretty great how that went down.
All right, part of Obama's final week. So brought you up here today so we could talk about Obama's final week,
Right.
Trump's inauguration. We have Trump's inauguration here on News Now this Friday. We're going to start streaming as early as 7 a.m. because we want to give you guys some pregame coverage.
Pre-game.
Pregame. I mean, it's a big deal. It's
But
a
are
big
people going to
event.
have be out in the parking lot with
Tailgating.
firing up brats
With
and
our
hot
fans,
dogs?
I don't know. I'm sure. You never know. And speaking of Donald Trump, here is a quick look at Trump Tower, the Trump Tower lobby, where we saw...
Now, those elevators, are those solid gold?
Yeah, they are the Trump elevators.
They're solid gold. No wonder they're so slow.
Actually, I don't actually factually know if they're actually solid gold. But,
I don't think they are.
but
that
I
was a
also
joke.
wouldn't be surprised, though, if they were.
It's like watching the movie Goldfinger.
So I did tell the viewers if they wanted to talk to you directly and ask you questions.
Oh, I would love to.
About
there they are.
Trump's upcoming
Um,
presidency or Obama's
Oh, absolutely.
departure.
It'd be great to. This is a historic moment. There'll be a big change in America, and some people are going to celebrate it and be very excited about it. Other people are, really dreading it. And then there's some people in the middle who are just kind of hoping things work out and just to see what happens.
Right. So at this point, what do you think President Obama's legacy will be?
Well,
I mean, we saw last Friday the House took a step to repeal Obamacare.
Right. Well, you have to look at, and this is something that will be decided ultimately down the road by historians on the right and left for decades to come. So, but what can we say today? Well, look at what the situation was when George W. Bush handed the baton to President Obama.
8 years ago.
8 years ago. And for those of us who have forgotten, the country was teetering on the precipice of falling into a very deep recession, perhaps a depression. We were losing hundreds of thousands of jobs a month. And, the auto industry had cratered, and several of the biggest automakers were facing bankruptcy.
Right.
And we had 2 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and Osama bin Laden on the loose, among other things.
Right.
So now, the economy has, in many ways, rebounded for a lot of people. The unemployment rate is low. The stock market is high. There are a lot of people who don't have the jobs they want, who feel they're working hard and they're not getting ahead. Nevertheless, America is not in a situation where we are close to a recession or depression. There was a stimulus package and other actions that helped us survive that as a country. The auto industry was saved because of Barack Obama, and 22 million people currently have health insurance who didn't have health insurance before Barack Obama. And Osama bin Laden has been killed. And the Iraq war is wound down, and we are no longer in Iraq. The Afghanistan war continues. Terrorism is still a problem. There's lots of problems facing the country. But I think at a very minimum, no matter how you feel about Barack Obama, he will go down as an extremely consequential president, a historic figure who made, along with the Democrats, great changes in the country. And the pendulum is now swinging back the other direction. And incoming president-elect Trump has vowed to dismantle the Affordable Care Act and replace it with something that is better for everybody and covers everybody and is better and cheaper. So there are three things that President-elect Trump needs to do to be a historic success.
And they are?
Well, the first one is he's got to get the people who are currently working hard in service jobs, making $12 an hour, $10 an hour, who want to make $25 an hour in manufacturing. He's got to get them those jobs, and he has to save factory jobs and bring factory jobs that have been lost back to America at high wages.
Okay.
That's number one.
How feasible is that?
Not very.
Okay.
I don't think, but he promised. Promise number two is build a wall, the entire Mexican border, and have the Mexicans pay for it.
How feasible is that?
Not feasible. Promise number three is to dismantle, repeal Obamacare and replace it with something better for everybody.
And the feasibility of that?
I'm not an expert.
Well, we see
but I will say it's not feasible.
Is repealing it not feasible, or replacing it not feasible?
Repealing it is very feasible.
Mm-hmm. But replacing it with something that is more cost-effective than Obamacare.
I hope he can do it. That would be great. All of us, when we have a new administration, no matter what party you're in, you pull for the success of the incoming president. And so all of us, on a personal level, I would love to see all those, the Affordable Care Act improved greatly. Why not? Why not? Everybody concedes it's got problems, right?
Right.
But the challenge will be to keep those 22 million people who are covered still covered.
Right.
So if it is repealed and only 10 million people have insurance and 12.5 million people have been booted out of it and are kind of blank out of luck, then to me it's a failure.
Right. We are getting some comments from the viewers in our YouTube. We want to check in with them.
And I think there are lots of people who respect the process of the transition to a new presidency, and I think it'll be a very solemn day. And people have the right to protest, and it's not the first inauguration that will have protests, I'm sure, in American history. I don't think there'll be any problems at all.
Okay. We have a viewer who goes by the username President-elect. Donald Trump has given me hope in politics for the first time in my life. I think he will do a great job. If he doesn't, I will be harder on him than I was on Obama. And that's an interesting point that President-elect is making, because I think that is the sentiment of some people who were Obama supporters early on. They loved him in 2008,
right.
But come 2016, they didn't feel like he lived up to what they expected of him. And now you have President-elect on the other side of, the spectrum, who has high hopes for Trump. But it's possible that a lot of Trump supporters could, in the end, feel the way some of those Obama supporters felt. Like,
well, everybody
promises.
measures how good a president is by if you're making a buck at the end of the administration. If you're living a comfortable life at the end of the administration, if you feel like your kids have a chance at success at the end of the administration. Mm-hmm. And so people, in large measure, vote their pocketbooks. And if they feel like, he didn't bring the jobs back, and we're still sliding into this thing where there's a small number of people making bank at the top and everybody else is just kind of struggling paycheck to paycheck, that was the sort of unrest that propelled Trump into the White House. And if he's not able to reverse that, there'll be a lot of free-floating anxiety that's going to go back and forth between the two political parties, depending on whoever's in office, as long as there are millions of people who just feel like they're getting the short end of the stick.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask you this question, Steve. This question comes in from Just D. Do you think there's anything the media can do to help bring the country together?
I think that we need to cover President Trump fairly, and certainly here in our newsroom we make a real effort at that, and to remind people what his promises are and let people know whether he's meeting them and what the obstacles are in his way. And we need to cover the opposition as well as we cover the administration. From my perspective, I don't want to be a cheerleader for Donald Trump, but I don't want to be on his case unnecessarily either. Mm-hmm. And so I'm really making a point of delving into the specifics of the healthcare reforms, because I think that's going to be a real big deal in his administration. So I'm plowing into the minutiae of all the, what the Affordable Care Act entails and whether the subsidies will go away and who's going to get covered, who's not going to get covered under the different plans that have been floated by the Republicans. And I'm keeping my eye on the ball. I think that's what the media really needs to do. I laid out 3 areas that President-elect Trump campaigned on from the very day he declared his candidacy. He made these promises. He was remarkably consistent in his campaign. He really stuck to his message. So, okay, he's made the promises, just as President Obama made his set of promises.
Right.
So let's see what happens.
And regarding...
And hope we don't have a war or, you know, have some problem with Russia or whatever. That foreign policy will be another area, sure.
Right, and you mentioned, you know, as a member of the media, your goal is to keep Trump accountable, but not really nitpick every single little thing he does. Do you think there are media organizations out there that are just looking to jump on Trump for any little thing he might do wrong?
Sure. But, of course, you know, depending on where you are on the political spectrum, there were people who were on Obama's case to the point of, as President-elect Trump led the parade on this, denying that he was even a citizen of this country.
Right.
Which was a spectacular lie, really, when you think about it. That only recently Mr. Trump disavowed after years of being the head cheerleader for it.
Right, and this is, my guess, a byproduct of just the internet, I think. I mean, I don't think if it were the 1992 election that this would have had that this would be as much of an issue, because I think with the internet you're able to spread, you know, what they call fake news.
Well, the birther story was a classic fake news story.
Right.
And it was spread with gusto by Donald Trump. And one thing about Mr. Trump is he's a very gifted communicator, which is going to help him, I think, in the White House. And he really knows how to push buttons and how to command attention in this country. And that's a huge skill and advantage that he has. But yes, we will be sifting out what is real from what is fake. And you know, people should be held to account if they're peddling a falsehood.
Now we have another question from Cod. Mexico has promised immediate reaction to Trump's tariff threat, stating it would cause a global recession. Thoughts?
Well, there's going to be a lot of tension there, because if you do have, and I'm not an economist, so I don't want to talk too much about this, because I'd rather interview an economist who knows more than me and share that with you guys, because I don't think reporters should pontificate, right? But I can lay out what some of the issues are. And if you are, you know, if there are a lot of tariffs, there is always the threat, you know, that there will be retaliatory tariffs on the other side, and that American businesses will be stifled in foreign markets. And that's so important to our big companies to be able to sell in these other places where there's so many consumers who want our things. And if the barriers get higher and higher and other countries retaliate, it'll be harder for our companies to do business in other places that they need to do business. What Mr. Trump's trying to do is to reset that balance. So, for example, in China, he feels like right now there's an imbalance, and it's easy for Chinese companies to flood our market with the goods that they make, and it's very difficult for American companies to sell our products over there. So he's going to be working on a bilateral basis. That means two countries, to try to even that. And we'll see how it works. I mean, he brought in Terry Branstad, the former governor of Iowa, to do that in large measure. And he has long relations with the Chinese and a lot of experience in dealing with them. And the hope is that he makes the ground more fertile for American companies in China. And boosts our economy as well, and keeps American jobs here. But it's a very difficult thing to do. It's difficult to sustain economic growth and go back to a protectionist sort of system that we had before these trade agreements, you know, like NAFTA and the TPP came on the scene.
Right, because people like low prices.
You bet. Last time I was in Walmart, the place was packed. People love, and everything in Walmart, you know, is made somewhere else, right? Pretty much everything. Everything you're wearing, pretty much. Mr. Trump's own ties that he sells are made, or the T-shirts and everything else are made in other places. It's a very, very difficult issue.
Temporary Channel wanted to comment on my comment from earlier regarding fake news, saying, in all fairness, Sami, you can spread fake news with print and broadcast media too. I had made a comment about the internet kind of proliferating the spread of fake news. And I just think that there was a time, at least in my childhood in the 90s, where there were a lot less news organizations, and they were a bit more objective and just about the facts in the news, and you didn't really see false stories pop up too much.
There are always people who peddled rumors, but it was harder to get to a mass audience with the rumors and the
Right.
falsehoods.
Because the rumors wouldn't make their way through the mainstream outlets.
I mean, it's just like anything else. We have a lot more freedom. We have wonderful technology where you can share a brilliant thought with the world instantaneously. On the other hand, that also creates a situation where there can be a lot of mischief and there can be a lot of wrongdoing, just like anything else. There can be people in Macedonia somewhere making up a bunch of BS just to get clicks, and that somehow catches on with American voters who are, credulous enough to believe a patently, nonsensical argument.
Here's a comment that I thought was interesting from Cod. Any news source that shows commercials is pretty much corrupt. That's what I love Fox 10 News now.
Well, we all have to keep the lights on.
Okay. Cod saying George Bush was the only president who could not complete the walk to the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue. Had to duck in his limo. Do you think that we will see that again with Trump?
Will he walk? That's kind of a tradition, so I hope he does. I mean, that'd be cool. Be interesting to see. I'm very curious how the inauguration will be. I think there'll be a lot of military bands and things like that in lieu of actual, show business people. Yeah.
Right. And speaking of the inauguration, there are a number of headlines that came out. We know that the person who was announced the inauguration for years, he won't be doing it. Did you read this?
I did not know that.
Oh yeah, this was a.
Why?
I don't know. And when he found out, I heard he was sad about it.
Oh, he's been fired?
Well, it was just he was the.
Yeah, fired.
He was the traditional person.
Oh.
But the latest news, I guess, is fired inauguration announcer gets a new job for the day. So the inaugural parade announcer since Eisenhower wasn't asked back. So he's 89 years old. This might be the last opportunity he would have had to be the inauguration announcer. Charles Brotman. He didn't get asked back. Apparently there's some headlines.
Was it the way he was doing his job or his political stance? Or
I don't.
He looks pretty good. 89 years old. He looks hale and hearty.
Let's see.
He must have a great voice.
So apparently he's still going to be commenting.
Okay.
During the inauguration, he is going to be working for a local news station in D.C.
Okay.
The day of the inauguration.
So he's still got a gig.
But he's just not the official inauguration
It's like when they took
speaker.
Bert Parks off of the Miss America pageant. It happens.
I know. It's just one of those things where everything that...
It's like when Bob Barker is no longer the host of
The Price is Right.
Price is Right. It just isn't the same.
Who is it now? Drew Carey?
Yeah, I mean, he's good.
But he's not Bob Barker.
No, there's only one Bob Barker.
So,
Right?
I know. I was on The Price is Right. We've talked about this, haven't
No,
we?
not really.
Oh, yeah, I was on
Well,
The
let's
Price is
revisit
Right.
those days.
I was on The Price
Did
is
you
Right.
win the showcase?
No, I didn't win the showcase. I was on stage.
Wow.
I won luggage to get on stage, and then
And did you get to keep the luggage?
Yeah, because it was part of it's what you bid on to get on
Oh.
the stage.
And so you won that particular bid.
Yes. And then I went on stage.
Were you nervous?
No, come on. I was excited, and I was young. I was 21.
Were you dressed up like a,
I was wearing a USC
artichoke
sweatshirt.
or something?
I was wearing a USC sweatshirt.
Okay, well, that's a costume of sorts.
And I told Bob Barker I was there, to take his job. Because this was like his final year or something.
Oh.
And I was a game show host at USC. So
Were
I was
you?
like,
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Hey. And then I lost a trip to Paris.
Oh.
And then I spun the wheel. I spun 70
It's not too bad.
cents. So I didn't spin again. I stopped.
And then
stayed.
someone else got like 95 or something.
Someone else got 60.
Okay, so you're
But
still
then
ahead.
40, which equals $1.
Oh.
Meaning that person right after me.
That's like getting blackjack.
I know. Got that dollar.
You didn't get to play Plinko?
I didn't. I was so sad. Plinko
How about golf?
was my everything.
That little putting thing?
No, I played the worst game. It was called Coming or Going, and you just had to guess the price of the trip to Paris. It didn't require skill at all.
That's
I
hard.
had spent years, decades of my
practicing.
life watching The Price is Right.
Decades? You haven't been around that long. How
At
many
least
decades
2
could you have
decades.
spent?
At least 2.
Whiz.
Watching The Price is Right, only to end up not playing Plinko. I used to
You used to practice Plinko?
Yeah, I used to take the coffee table in our living room
And you put a bunch
push it over
You put a bunch of
so
nails
that I
in it?
could drop things down it, and then I would just slide things and pretend that there were
Wow.
Plinko thoughts. It was all my imagination.
Did you ever talk to anybody about this?
What's that?
This obsession you had?
With Plinko?
No, with The Price is Right.
You
You were practicing for decades.
Yeah, I was a kid and I didn't have anything to do during summer vacation, so I just played Plinko all the time. DJ Dialogue, time to Google Saw Me a Price is Right. It's not on the internet, guys. This is
dodged a
before
bullet there.
everything ended up on YouTube.
It's probably somewhere.
I could have put it on YouTube, but this is a very early time before everything went on YouTube.
Okay. Back in the day. But that's cool. I think that's really great. You had a brush with greatness.
I did. Bob
Before,
Barker.
and now, of course, this is actual greatness.
News now. Speaking of the news, let's get back to it. Eric W., what do you think about reports Trump will move the White House press corps to a bigger room?
Well, there's been a lot of hand-wringing, that's like among members of the media, because they think that the president is going to marginalize media people. He's not going to have regular news conferences. When he does, they're going to be a spectacle like the last one, and he won't really delve into actual questions and answers, that he'll do everything through tweets and YouTube clips. And so I think people in the media are right to be worried about it. Now, quickly, because this reverses many administrations of the media being in the same place and being treated the same way with respect
Right.
to the president, no matter who is in office, which party. So if the Trump people just say, well, we want a bigger room to accommodate more press people, that's one thing. But if they say, we're going to move you out of the White House proper and you're going to be off-site, or we're going to really be marginalizing you, that's very disturbing, because you may dislike the media, but everybody watches TV and everybody's hungry for a scoop and everyone wants to be informed, no matter how fashionable it is to dump on journalists. And if there weren't any journalists around and any president were left completely free to do whatever he or she wanted to do, that would be dangerous for the country ultimately. Without that constant voice, adding context and, if necessary, another point of view to what the president is saying, so people had a fuller picture. So if we don't have a fifth estate of media people, if they're marginalized by the Trump administration, that would be a very bad thing, I think.
Well, speaking of Trump in the media, I mean, most viewers have seen that clip that went around during last week's press conference where he blatantly ignored a reporter and basically called the reporter out, saying their network was horrible, terrible.
Right. Yeah, Jimmy Costa.
In regards
CNN?
to CNN, yeah. I
Right.
want to go ahead and play this again for viewers in case they missed it. Give me a second while I find it in our archives, in case you guys missed it.
But you know, Fox's own Shepard Smith defended
I know.
the CNN people on that.
Because he referred to CNN as fake news.
Right.
We have this clip on our YouTube channel. It has already over 300,000 views there.
Wow, that's a lot of
Gotta
people
go ahead
watching.
and play this for the viewers now, in case they missed it when we aired it live here on News Now.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, not you. Not you. Your organization's terrible. Your organization's terrible. Let's go. Go ahead. Quiet. Quiet. Go ahead. She's asking a question. Don't be rude. Don't be rude. Don't be rude. No, I'm not going to give you a question. I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
Go ahead.
can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
President Obama went too far with the sanctions he put on Russia after the hacking. Do you think they're...
So you guys can find that clip on our YouTube channel in full if you want to rewatch that or share that. But what did you think about that moment? I mean, it was the moment that really stands out from that first press conference.
Well, he's not even president yet, and he's at swords points with, one of the major news outlets in the country. It's up to him whether he wants to run an administration like that for 4 years, but he's going to have a hard time governing if he's that antagonistic to the media.
Mm-hmm.
He just is, because it could be Fox the next day asking the question he doesn't want to deal with, or it could be CBS the next day, or it could be Reuters, or You know, it could be a conservative newspaper from somewhere or another. I mean, I don't see the wisdom in it. But this is the style that so many millions of people love, and people who want to blow up the system and start over, drain the swamp, whatever that means. So I think that there are a lot of people who love this, who find this to be refreshing. Different and needed to kind of stick a pin in the balloon. And for those folks, it's very satisfying to watch this. I think, though, in the long term, to have that, it's going to make reporters look for things that they might not have looked for. It's going to make them hyper aggressive to find every bit of dirt on Donald Trump. And it's going to make people in the media less patient to just give the guy
a break,
a honeymoon to enact his programs. This guy's coming into office, President-elect Trump, with no honeymoon, with a very antagonistic stance to media. I don't think it's politically.
No one's going to give him the benefit of the doubt early on that they'd give other presidents, regardless of political party.
No media people if he shouts them down like this. But he has a history of doing that. You know, he got into a scrap with the Univision reporter.
Right. Jorge Ramos, which we also have on our YouTube channel.
So I mean,
but that was when he wasn't president-elect.
But we're not watching a WWE SmackDown here. This is a man who's the most powerful man in the world in a few days, and it's going to be a different governing style for sure. But I think that it's probably, if I were to, nobody's asking my advice, but I think it's counterproductive for the Trump administration to pick fights this quickly. And to create that's kind of raw sort of an attitude and atmosphere around the press before he's even gotten a chance, right? So I don't know why he's doing it.
So I have a question for you. Steve has been a veteran reporter working here for decades, politics expert. If you were in that room during the press conference, what would you have asked Donald Trump?
Well, I think the first thing is I would absolutely... I would have no qualms asking him about this unsubstantiated reporting that he was in compromising positions in Russia and beholden to the Russian government.
The so-called BuzzFeed report.
Absolutely. I mean, this is something that's been floating around D.C. for months. It was common knowledge. And CNN, if you watch that, they didn't say any of this was true. But the fact that both President Obama and President-elect Trump were briefed on it by our own intelligence services makes it very fair game for asking about it. It's the elephant in the room, and if you pretend it isn't there, you're not doing your job. And CNN was very careful in how they phrased their news about this. So I think that I would definitely have asked him about that, and I'd also want to know specifically what he would do to improve on Obamacare, how you'd be able to get everybody covered more cheaply, more efficiently, without forcing people to pay into the program. Okay, now that's a key promise. That's the key promise of his administration. So instead of him always just saying it's going to be better, you're going to love it, we're now to the point where you have to kind of show what you got. So I would have asked that.
Cod has a question for you, Steve. A lot of Democrats have stated they won't be attending the inauguration. Do you think they are sending the right message to the people and their party?
Well, I guess we're here to share opinions, right?
That's what News Now is about.
All right, I'll drop the reporter mask. No, I think everybody ought to go. I think everybody ought to go to the inauguration. It's the president.
They should go there to support. I mean, Hillary Clinton is going to be there.
Yeah, you don't have to support whoever the incoming president is, but I think as Americans, we all want to support the notion of a peaceful transition of power. That's what makes our country so wonderful, the fact that we have these messy elections and then the torch is passed and everybody, claps and best of luck for the new person coming in. And so I think to respect the institution, if I were a Democrat in D.C., of course I would go there. I understand the people who aren't going there. I mean, there are people like Representative Lewis who feel like Donald Trump really has disrespected them, and so they don't feel that he's worthy of the office. That's their own belief. I respect that, but I think most people are going to go. Now, we're getting comments that people can't hear me well enough, so if that's a problem, turn me up.
I think I
Or
There we go.
whoever said that they couldn't hear me, just turn up your TV.
Your speaker?
Turn up your speaker. Okay.
IOL saying the problem for the media is people can get information from the government without the media.
Can I read some of the other stuff?
Sure.
Steve, you're such a tool. It makes the chat board interesting.
Well, can I
Thank you,
also
Moose is
comment-
loose.
There are a lot of people that are commenting about how we were matching today.
Oh,
'cause
good.
We're both in plaid.
I think we should just read all this stuff.
Everything.
Yeah, as long as you're not, swearing or do something bogus and sexual, we can answer your questions.
For the most part.
yeah.
Nothing bogus
I just
or
wish all the
sexual or
dumb
racist.
stuff would go away, and we could just actually have some really good questions.
We might be able to. We might be able to.
Yeah.
4 days left of the Obama presidency, or like 3 days now.
Here's another one. Tweet your disgust for Steve. Come on, Matt.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to just be a journalist. Whoever's the president, I'm going to ask the same kind of hopefully fair but tough questions, which is a job that we have, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if it makes people upset, that probably means that we're asking a good question.
Right.
We don't have any personal animosity towards anybody who's in public life, and we admire the fact that they're making the sacrifices to do it. We would never certainly want to run for office. But
It'd be a lot of work.
If I just asked a bunch of cheerleader questions, that wouldn't be any good. Then you'd be calling me a tool for asking wimpy questions. So there you go.
So what do you think?
Peace.
What do you think Obama is up to these last few days? I mean, we saw him honor the
Shinobi
Cubs at the
says
White
that
House.
I can teach you kung fu. Grasshopper. Remember kung fu? When you can take this pebble out of my hand, you will be a man. Oh well. Do I think CNN is fake? No, I don't think CNN is fake. We work for Fox, and we are loyal to Fox. But CNN is a big-time, legitimate news organization. So there you go.
Right.
How many Air Supply CDs do I own? I don't have any Air Supply CDs. Can you recommend some?
What about my question? I want to know what you think Obama's up to these last few days. I mean,
Well-
we did see him at the White House honoring the Chicago Cubs. Tomorrow is his final Tuesday. The day after that, his final Wednesday, and then Thursday, his final day in the White House.
I think what they're doing right now is behind the scenes, they're doing a lot of logistical handoffs to the incoming Trump people. I mean, there's a huge amount of stuff that they have to share with the Trump people and physically turn over to the Trump people. A lot of people moving out of offices so Trump folks can move into offices. I think the logistical things are going to dominate the next couple of days. And then preparing for the inauguration, and then I don't think the president will be going that far away. He's going to still be in D.C.
Right.
Stations. Edge Channel 1's going to switch now to Miami-Dade County, Florida. We've got a shooting there, sort of on this.
Great.
SVN.
WSVN always has a breaking news story. Can I turn this down?
Yeah.
The shot is reporter.
All right. Ken's got it. He's on it.
So we're hearing reports of a possible shooting in Miami. Once we get some information, we may take you there live. But in the meantime, I did want to take you guys back to the Trump Tower lobby. Have you been inside Trump Tower?
I have never. I would love to go there sometime. It looks really lavish. I've been in a Trump hotel. I stayed in the Trump Hotel in Vegas. It was really nice.
So I might be in New York next month. If I do go, I feel like I need to stop by Trump Tower.
Absolutely.
I feel like it's the right thing to do.
And
I've been
I'll tell you
staring at
something.
these elevators for so long. I'd like to just go in one.
We stayed at the
Or
Trump
least take a
Hotel
picture.
in Vegas. Really, really nice place. The people were great. And if the country can be run like that hotel was, that'd be cool. Let's fingers crossed.
I had heard, I mean, again, this could be a rumor, not confirmed, but there were various reports that the rate at Trump hotels had gone down during the election season because some people didn't want to stay in a Trump hotel.
I don't know.
I don't know if that was true or not. I don't want to be a fake news spreader, but
Someone
there
just
were
asked-
some reports out there.
I don't know. And I don't know how that worked with us. There may have been a corporate rate just for the debate, right? Which
Right.
is why
Oh,
we
and I
were
didn't
there.
mean from like a news, like
Oh,
from
just
our
generally
end.
for people?
Just, I think there were articles about how there was more availability at Trump hotels because
Maybe that's
fewer
why we
people were
stayed. Maybe
staying
that's
there.
why we stayed there. But it was nice. It was a nice place. Someone asked if I think Hillary will be prosecuted. No, I don't. I think that Donald Trump beat Hillary, and he's happy with that, and they'll move on to other things. So I don't think he's going to.
Eric W. asking, do you think Congress should create a special select committee to investigate Russia?
Well, that's already happened. There is one. And it's Republicans who are in charge of it, because Republicans have the majority in the Senate.
Right, isn't
So,
John McCain one of the promoters?
McCain, Bob Corker of Tennessee, Lindsey Graham. There are a group of Republicans who are not in agreement with President-elect Trump on how to deal with the Russians, and they want a Senate committee to investigate whether there's anything to all this buzz about whether Donald Trump had, improper contacts with Russians during the campaign. So that will be investigated.
Timothy Brunel, one of our viewers, says Russia did nothing. Thoughts?
I don't know. I really don't know. That's why I guess it's being investigated. And it's noteworthy to mention that it's Republicans who are bringing the investigations, not Democrats. So I think one theme of the incoming Trump administration will be some real profound disagreements at times between President Trump as the head of Republicans, right, because he won the White House, and then a lot of established Republican senators who disagree with him and really don't like him, and will at times ally themselves with Democrats, and that's going to be a real roadblock here and there for Mr. Trump.
Now, a couple of people have been asking this question about the health care bill. What do you think about it and the repeal process? I believe these viewers maybe missed our earlier discussion when we talked about what was going on with health care and the future of Obamacare.
So what are you asking?
I'm asking the question that the viewer is asking. They just want to know our thoughts on this whole repeal and replace Obamacare process.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I think it's tough. It's a very tough thing to do. And both parties have been wrestling with this now since the time of Teddy Roosevelt. He's the first guy who said, let's do this. That was in the early 1900s.
A long time ago.
Right. President Truman tried it. President Nixon tried it. President Clinton tried it. And finally, President Obama did it using the only way he could politically, and that was a private sector. Everybody has to participate, work it out with the big pharmaceuticals and the big insurers, and create this system where people could get an exchange and get a policy who didn't have it. How are you going to improve on that? I think it's a real tough nut to crack for Republicans if they want to also keep all those people covered. You could do what they want to do, but you might cover millions fewer people. And we would probably wind up doing stories about all the people who had coverage and now they don't, and they got sick, and they're out of luck, and they're going to the emergency room and all that sort of stuff, and that's pretty heartbreaking.
Right. You don't want anyone who has coverage now to lose it. You just want it to be a bit more affordable for those who are facing high premiums that they can't afford.
Right. Now remember, with the high premiums came high subsidies. So
Right.
it wasn't like people weren't able to get policies and pay for them. It's just that the subsidies that taxpayers paid to cover those higher premiums, went up along with the higher
Well,
premiums.
and it all really depended on your income as well. Because
Correct.
if you didn't make a lot of money, Obamacare was great.
That's correct. And that politically might have been part of the problem. I mean, a lot more people went on Medicaid, and there were a lot of Republicans philosophically who really didn't like the expansion of Medicaid.
Right.
And a lot of Republican states, like, for example, Texas, that didn't participate in the program.
Right. Or, I mean, if you might have made too much money to qualify for Medicaid, but you didn't really make a lot of money in general.
Right.
That's when you had, monthly costs of, $30 a month for health insurance, $3 copays, things like that.
Well, we're the only country in the world that has a system like this where our health care was sort of initially linked to where you worked. So after World War II, when other countries went to the government being in charge of all the provision of health care, we went to a system where your employer was. So here at Fox, for example, we have, our company participates in health care plans that are great, that we can participate in. But not everybody is as lucky as people who work for companies like Fox are. And so for folks who were in small businesses or companies that didn't have that kind of benefit, they were kind of left out. And so we had at one point close to 50 million people uninsured in this country. And that was a problem. So I think it's a real challenge for the incoming administration to keep the good things and eliminate all the bad things without the program collapsing. And all of us as Americans hope they can pull it off, right?
Indeed.
Yeah.
So this comment comes in from Temporary Channel, more of a comment. Kraft, Trump was elected under the Republican ticket, but let us be serious. Republican, really?
I'd ask Temporary Channel, what is a Republican today? I'd say that Donald Trump is the Republican Party because he was the nominee of the party. He led wire to wire, and he won the election. And he is the reigning Republican. So the people who feel like he's not really a Republican represent a Republican Party that is no longer in existence. Mm-hmm. And there are plenty of people who were Jeb Bush Republicans, let's say, who feel like they're without a party, and they are. So they can, depending on the issue, they can agree with President Trump, elect Trump, or not. You know, they might become conservative Democrats. They might come around to Mr. Trump. But to me, the Republicans are the party of the president-elect.
Mm-hmm. Another one of our viewers asking about your thoughts on Donald Trump's cabinet picks.
Personally, I mean, I think they're kind of all over the map. He picked some people that members of both parties seem to like General Mattis, won a lot of support. And then he picked people who are a lot more controversial, like, for example, Michael Flynn to be his national security advisor, Ben Carson, or Jeff Sessions as Attorney General is a controversial pick. Ben Carson as Housing Secretary, Rick Perry as Energy Secretary. Mm-hmm. So Rex Tillerson as Secretary of State. There's a real kind of, most of the people are wealthy. There's a lot of people from the business world.
Mm-hmm.
That's a departure from what we've had in cabinets.
Right.
A lot of generals, more generals than normal. So it's generals and really wealthy business people. And so the country's trying it's a different approach. And you can't really judge it until they've had a chance to do their job.
Right.
And one thing I think reporters should do is to give a little breathing space to the incoming administration and let them try to be successful and to do the things they promised to do without prejudging them. And contrary to what all you folks out there think, I'm not going to prejudge President-elect Trump. I don't think that's my job.
Cod wants to know thoughts on the Senate approving the exception to allow James Mad Dog Mattis to become Defense Secretary.
I think a lot of Democrats who might have had trouble doing that in any other administration, when looking at Donald Trump as president, were very glad to have
someone like
Mattis as sort of a counterweight to the more impulsive, nature of Donald Trump. So they were relieved that he was the pick, and they didn't have any trouble, and the votes were very overwhelming to allow Mattis to have that exception granted to him. And I think General Marshall was the last person. Was it General Marshall?
I do know that
might have been.
There were a lot of Democrats, that spoke very favorably of him, but principally were against this waiver, this exception, just based on the precedent that it would set. One of the people that spoke out was Representative Gallego. We have a clip of it on our YouTube channel. Mm-hmm. And oftentimes people would come out and speak and praise Mattis, but then backtrack and explain why they didn't want to support the situation.
Right, because we're not a military dictatorship, and that's what military dictatorships do. They have generals running everything, and that's not the American way. Our way is to have a military that works under the direction of civilians. So there'll be a civilian wearing a suit and a tie who is giving commands as commander-in-chief to the fellows and women in uniform. Mm-hmm. And now we flip that, and we have a person in uniform, essentially, or recently in uniform, as the Secretary of Defense, and that is counter to American traditions.
Because typically you have to wait 7 years.
Right, and he's only been out 3 or 4. Mm-hmm. But in this case with President Trump, a lot of Democrats were like, whatever. For this guy, we're making an exception. We're happy to have him in there. He'll keep Trump from doing anything really off the rails, hopefully. But even so, President-elect Trump does have the final say-so.
And Cod says, but again, the resolution for exception only got 1 Democratic vote. The Democratic argument was actually against the changing of the law, as we were in a time that called for it. I think that probably for historic reasons, they wanted to vote against it just so the
Maybe.
showed what they voted for,
Yeah.
but I think deep down they knew it was going to pass anyways because it was a Republican majority.
Right.
So they didn't need to vote for
Right.
it.
That happens a lot.
You know?
For members of both parties, when you know you're going to lose, or that your
Symbolically.
vote isn't that important, you can make a symbolic vote.
Right.
Let's see. Any other good questions here? Liberals, John says liberals think that anybody who disagrees needs medication. They need to be fed to the Chinese military. Okay. I think that's a joke.
John McLean saying Trump won't do anything off the rails without the backing of his cabinet, which is why he's so careful about who he picks.
Well, we'll see. I think it'll be really fascinating to see the dynamic play out. How Donald Trump ultimately makes decisions, what he's going to decide when he's in that office, whether the weight of the office will change the way he does things.
Mm-hmm.
Even to this point, he's able to kind of just do his thing. In a few days, it's all going to be on his shoulders. And I think that will be a very different experience for him.
And I do want to just read a comment from CPU Overlord. I'm sensing some sarcasm here. Mad Dog sounds like a rational person.
Well, that's his nickname. What can I say?
I know. Can't judge him.
Right.
Steve, you spent so much of your time up here with us, answering questions, chatting, talking politics. I'm hoping that you're going to be able to stop by on Friday when I'm doing nonstop inauguration
I am
coverage
too.
that morning.
I hope I'm not on some dreadful crime story.
Yeah, hopefully you're not on a murder.
Because you don't want me on those days. You don't want me around
Anytime
here.
that Steve is covering a murder, I personally don't invite him up here because I don't want to talk about the latest murder in South Phoenix. I just don't.
Or West Phoenix or North Phoenix or East
Anywhere.
Side or
Any part of Phoenix. Or Buckeye.
Buckeye or Scottsdale or
Anywhere.
Gee whiz.
Peoria.
Yeah, as a reporter, I don't like that stuff. I don't like going to those scenes. I do it. It's my job.
It is your job.
But would I rather be here talking about ways to perfect the Affordable Care Act or to replace it and what to replace it with? That, to me, that's a lot more interesting. Now, to a lot of reporters, it's like watching paint dry, talking about that stuff. But I like it.
Well, Steve, we appreciate you joining us. I'm going to take our viewers now to this scene in Miami.
Yeah, it looks cool. Speaking of
This
crime
police
scenes.
scene. I know. Speaking of crazy things happening, this is in
Well,
Miami.
this is a crazy thing happening like 2,500 miles from here.
I don't really have a lot of information right now.
I would tell folks here in Phoenix not to worry because this is
They'll
on
be
the
safe.
other side of the country.
They'll be safe.
And there's always something happening in Miami, right?
Right. Let's go ahead and search online to get you guys some information. Multiple people shot at a Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial
brother.
Park. At least 4 injured.
Okay, have at it. Boom.
All right, guys, the latest information we have here, according to Miami-Dade police, several people shot at a Martin Luther King Jr. Event today, MLK Day. Between 2 and 5 victims have been shot, this according to our sister station in Miami. These are live aerials coming in now from Miami. We'll work to get you guys some more information. So we watched as officials surrounded this home. They entered that home. You can see many personnel responding to the scene. Several people shot at Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Park on MLK Day today. According to our sister station in Florida, we're hearing reports of 2 to 5 people shot. Again, all we can tell you right now is multiple people shot in Miami at Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Park. You were looking at the Miami-Dade police helicopter over the scene of this shooting. I want to go ahead and read to you the latest information coming in from our Fox station in Miami. Police and fire rescue crews are on the scene after they said several people were shot at Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Park on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. According to Miami-Dade police, several people sustained gunshot wounds at the park located in northwest Miami-Dade. Now, conflicting reports have the number of people injured anywhere between 2 and 5 victims. An exact number of people shot is unknown at this time. Now, a fellow Fox News reporter, as well as photographers, were about 100 feet away from the scene of the shooting as it happened. They heard between 4 and 6 shots. Moments later, the news crew said they saw displaced children crying after losing their parents when a stampede of attendees ran away from the scene in search of safety. Now, about 15 minutes ago, several law enforcement agencies and fire rescue vehicles were seen flooding the area. They have since cleared the entire area and have ordered everyone, including vendors, to flee this area. Now, according to our reporter on the scene, at least 2 women looked like they had been shot in the leg. Moments later, a man was seen on the floor in handcuffs. It's unknown whether a suspect or suspects have been detained at this time. A number of fire rescue vehicles were seen driving throughout the neighborhood. Again, this remains an active scene. And just a reminder, today was supposed to be about peace, but now the search is on for whoever is responsible for this shooting. Again, you are looking at Skyfox aerials from Miami. It's unclear as to whether the chopper will return to the scene or not. We're going to continue to monitor the situation here. For those of you just joining us, we are monitoring a shooting in Miami at Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Park. This story just starting to gain traction on Twitter. Some tweets saying, hoping everyone is okay at the park, heard about the shooting in Miami. Again, a shooting at a festival after the Miami MLK parade. This tweet coming from a photographer at our sister station in Miami, the Fox station there, WSVN. This photographer saying, shooting at festival after Miami MLK parade. Multiple shots heard 1,000 feet from us. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Oscar's tweet for you now. Stand by. Oscar sharing that tweet and also sharing this video from the ground, from the scene. Again, a shooting in Miami. We're going to take you back to the scene now. Looks like chopper heading back to that scene. We'll continue to monitor the information that Fox in Miami is sending over to us, that we can communicate with you guys and keep you updated on the latest in this investigation. Again, no confirmed reports as to the number of people killed, the number of people shot. No word on if any of those people shot were fatally shot. That is unclear at this point. All we know is that multiple people were injured. We're hearing reports, conflicting reports, that suggest anywhere between 2 and 5 people were shot. Our Fox reporter on the ground, as well as photographers, say they heard about 4 to 6 shots. I want to go ahead and show you this tweet again. This tweet coming from Oscar Raquelme, a photographer on the ground, who tweeted, shooting at festival after Miami MLK parade. Multiple shots heard 1,000 feet from us. The tweet also included this video. And Keel is the reporter that was there as well. We can monitor some of her tweets. She is the reporter with Fox in Miami. Her last tweet in connection with this shooting: first police officers on scene clearing Northwest 32nd Avenue after the shooting. You can see that picture there. She also shared this video: MLK parade and festival in Northwest Miami-Dade turns into a shooting scene. Let's rewatch this video clip. Again, viewer discretion is advised. You can see someone being carried away as officers respond to the scene. Here is that video that we've showed you once again. Looks like we no longer have a video feed from the scene. For those of you tuning in on Facebook, we are going to wrap up our Facebook Live coverage as we no longer have the Skyfox aerial footage from Miami. We'll continue to monitor the situation, and if we get any new updates, we'll give you guys an update on Fox News Now. You can find us fox10phoenix.com. All right, guys, we are going to cut away from the shooting in Miami coverage and take you back now to Trump Tower Watch in New York City. Okay, guys, I'm going to cut away from Trump Tower Watch and show you a clip from our Trump Tower Watch from earlier. A historic moment, Martin Luther King III meeting with Donald Trump. Here's that clip in case you missed it.
Yes, this is it.
Mr. Trump, can we have a word with you, sir?
Mr. President-elect,
Mr. President-elect,
can you
you
come over and
stand by
talk
your
to us?
tweet.
Mr.
Mr.
President-elect,
stand by your
Mr.
tweet
Trump,
that
do you
Representative
regret
Lewis don't
attacking
no
Congressman
action.
John Lewis?
I don't know,
Mr.
sir.
President-elect, can we talk a little bit about the inauguration? Attacking Congressman John Lewis? Mr. King, how was the meeting? Mr. King, can we talk to you? Mr. King, can we speak with you, please? Sir, can we speak with you, please? Mr. King, talk to you. Was it appropriate for the President-elect to attack Congressman John Lewis?
Is John Lewis all talk and no action, sir? Thank you, Mr. King.
We came here today in the name of the Drum Major Institute, which was started in 1961 by Dr. King, my father, and others, because nonviolent social change requires conversation. We just had an extraordinarily constructive conversation about how to carry forth the legacy of Dr. King and, most importantly, make it easier for everyone to vote. As Martin put forth in a Washington Post op-ed just yesterday, we're 138 out of 172 democracies when it comes to voter turnout, and President-elect Trump has committed to us to work with us to once and for all make it easier for all people to vote. You will read about the Trump card, which is in the Washington Post story, and as Martin will tell you, it is every president from Carter to Clinton to Barack Obama who said the system is broken, and this president may well have the unique opportunity to finally live true to the Voting Rights Act and once again make it easy for all Americans to vote.
Let me briefly not just reiterate, but state that we did have a very constructive meeting. The seminal right of the modern civil rights movement was the right to vote. And my father fought so diligently for, and certainly Congressman John Lewis and many others, Hosea Williams, fought for as well. It is very clear that the system is not working at its maximum. And through an op-ed that you may have seen, we provided at least a solution to begin to address a broken voting system. That was the dialogue, most of the dialogue that we talked about constructively. We believe we provided a solution that at least will give everyone an ID.
Mr. King, as you know, Representative Lewis still has the scars from the March on Selma. Were you offended by the President-elect's tweet that Representative Lewis is all talk and no action?
First of all, I think that in the heat of emotion, a lot of things get said on both sides. And I think that at some point, I am, as John Lewis and many others are, a bridge builder. The goal is to bring America together and Americans. We are a great nation, but we must become a greater nation. And what my father represented, my mother represented through her life, what I hope that I'm trying to do is always bring people together.
As you know, many African Americans are very concerned about a Trump presidency. A woman came in here last week and told me he's going to have black people up against the wall, both literally and figuratively. Did he allay your concerns that he'll be a president for all people, black and white?
Well, certainly he said that he is going to represent Americans. He said that over and over again. And I think that we will continue to evaluate that. I think that the nation supports, I believe that that's his intent. But I think also we have to consistently engage with pressure, public pressure. It doesn't happen automatically. My father and his team understood that, did that. And I think that Americans are prepared to do that.
But sir, if I may follow up, isn't there something that just cuts to your core when you hear the president-elect refer to John Lewis as all talk and no action? I mean, nothing could be further from the truth, isn't that right? John Lewis is not all talk and no action.
No, absolutely, I would say John Lewis has demonstrated that he's action. As I said, things get said on both sides in the heat of emotion. And at some point, this nation, we've got to move forward. We can't stay on. I mean, people are literally probably dying. We need to be talking about how do we feed people? How do we clothe people? How do we create the best education system? That's what we need to be focused on.
On this day, what would your father's message be to President-elect Trump? What do you think your father's message would be to President-elect Trump?
This is the final answer I'm going to have because I'm going to reiterate what I just said. I think my father would be very concerned about the fact that there are 50 or 60 million people living in poverty, and somehow we've got to create the climate for all boats to be lifted. In America, with a multi-trillion-dollar economy, $20 trillion almost, it's insanity that we have poor people in this nation. That's unacceptable. And when we work together, we know we can roll up our sleeves. There's nothing that we as Americans can't do. Thank you very much.
Talk about next steps in the program. What are you expecting next?
And that was a moment that took place earlier today. In fact, it happened when the Cubs were at the White House, so you guys didn't see it live, but I did want to show it to you here in full in case you missed it. Martin Luther King III meeting with Donald Trump today, the holiday, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. That's right, the holiday honoring his father. Let's take you back now to Trump Tower Watch live out of New York City. And speaking of MLK Day, we had a Martin Luther King Jr. march here in Phoenix. I'm going to go ahead and play this video in the corner of your screen. We took you to the march live, but we didn't show you was the activity before the march started. A lot of people gathered in Phoenix to march in honor of Dr. King. We're going to play this in the corner of your screen while we continue with Trump Tower Watch.
Me to spell it? AMANDAYORK.
Talk about MLK Day and what it means to you.
Well, MLK Day, it means to me like, well, it represents like our fight for justice, but also our continuous fight because we know that it's still not over. So like this whole day and all of these people coming out, it represents that we actually care about what happens to our race and us as a human community.
Well said. Have you participated in marches before?
Yes, well, I've been in Girl Scouts for 7 years, and I think I've done this about 5 years.
Okay. Was your family in all?
Yes, actually, like my sister's here, my mom's here, my brother's here, my dad's here. It's become like a whole family event.
Okay, well said. Thank you.
Thank you.
I need my banner holder! Looking for my banner holder!
Ian also works at my team. No queue time today?
I was there early.
Oh, you did early? Oh, job.
I got 25 miles in.
All right.
Keep going, and somebody put up a prank call about an active shooter.
Uh-oh, hello.
That's your basketball team.
Oh, great, yeah.
Missed it.
Talking about the Legends game.
Yeah.
So I had to leave right after halftime after the free throw contest against Bishop Thomas. But at halftime, we were winning. We were winning the old man's game.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
It was an over 50 game, and
That is the mayor of Phoenix, I believe, talking about the Suns game that took place in Mexico City.
they did very well, yeah.
I like how you just added that little. I was the young one.
Well,
so humble.
Just want you to know that.
I'm not quite 50, and I felt sorry for me, so they put me in the over 50 league.
So what you're telling us is you're a cheater. The mayor says no.
Talk about the MLK Day event, parade, everything this weekend, and you're out.
Okay, good. Well, this is over 30 years that the city of Phoenix has celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King Day by putting on a variety of events, including this wonderful march here this morning. In fact, Phoenix had an MLK Day before all the controversy at the state of Arizona. If you know the history of the state of Arizona, we lost the MLK Day for a while. It was very controversial. We lost the Super Bowl as a result of that. Well, the city of Phoenix already had an MLK Day in place, and we've always had it. No controversy here within the city of Phoenix. But it's a great weekend. We celebrate leaders in the community with the Living the Dream Award. We have wonderful athletic events, basketball games with youth and teenagers, and even adults here at East Lake. Last night we had a wonderful candlelight service at Pilgrim's Rest Church, in which we give scholarships to up-and-coming future leaders of the community. And today, in the great tradition of civil rights leaders, we march. It's the least that we can do. And I would politely argue that the life and legacy and the lessons of Dr. King are needed now more than ever. we're divided as a country. I wish it wasn't the case, but we are. And it's going to be necessary that we come together as a country. And the best thing anyone can do who's worried about the future, what's going to happen to us, is read the words, learn the lessons of Dr. King. That can still guide us as people, as a country, as Americans during this tumultuous times.
Tell me what it means for the future of Arizona when you see so many young people learning about our history when it comes to civil rights and about Dr. King.
Well, it's awesome. Every year here at the March, you do get a lot of young people. But you know, in the honest truth, I wish more people were out here. I wish more young people were out here. I wish more people would teach these lessons. Civil rights shouldn't be, one paragraph in the history books of America. We should really take the time to learn in depth about civil rights. I'm very frustrated there's even a bill at the legislature that would somehow ban social justice teaching. We need to embrace social justice teaching. We'll be a stronger country if people appreciated what the civil rights leaders went through in order to make us a better country. It's an amazing chapter of American history that didn't just occur in the 1960s. It occurred for hundreds of years before that to get us to this point. We still have work to do. We have come a long way. So of course I'm enlightened to see so many young people out here today, and hope and pray in years future we'll have even more.
Well said.
All right, thank you so much. Very good.
I'm selling microphones. Anyone interested?
There we go. Yeah.
So that was our mayor of Phoenix, Greg Stanton, speaking out right before the MLK Day March in Phoenix this morning.
So yeah, the candlelight service, Bishop Thomas presented me with a plaque for beating him in the free throw contest. And I told Bishop Barnwell, I said, hey, I'll have to prepare for the free throw contest. I listen like the Bishop Barnwell. What do I do? And he said, you got to read the Bible about David and Goliath. Then get your inspiration. They didn't know I can't do many things in life. They didn't know I could shoot free throws.
Put some waivers on it. Chief.
In the corner of your screen now, you can see the Phoenix Police Chief, Jerry Williams, meeting with some people before the parade in Phoenix officially starts. And by parade, I mean march. The march in Phoenix.
How are you? This is a walk, right? Yeah, it's a walk. You go 5 times. I don't have a radio. I saw the sun, it's like, wow. Is that what it is? Are you talking to him? I'm talking to you. I'm James Scott. I love your show. Happy MLK Day to y'all. Amen. So we in there. They are settled with a bit right here. So we in there. You said that right.
Okay guys, we're showing you some behind the scene footage in the upper corner of your screen of the crowd gathering before the MLK March started in Phoenix. Hundreds of people gathered for a commemorative march in Phoenix. In attendance was the mayor, Greg Stanton, along with the Phoenix police chief and Representative Ruben Gallego. I'm going to go ahead and try to find some of that footage for you of the march itself. Let's go ahead and play it for you now. Stand by. In case you missed it, the march in the upper corner of your screen. Phoenix March that took place this morning. March has begun here in Phoenix.
I was on BBB last night. I went to the speech. Spent time with the little guy. Yeah, you look it right there. You're ready. You got an attitude, I can tell. I love it. You see the hands folded, say it all. Good job. I know you're happy. You're tight.
Again, in the corner of your screen, the MLK Day March. You can see the mayor right there, Mayor of Phoenix, Greg Stanton, marching, along with hundreds of others that showed up to march in Phoenix this morning, a commemorative march in honor of the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And now, a quick look back at Trump Tower, right here on News Now. I'm going to show you this clip one last time. Donald Trump and Martin Luther King III exiting the elevator, in case you missed it.
Mr. Trump, can we have a word with you, sir?
Mr. President-elect,
Mr.
can you
President-elect,
come over and
you
talk
stand
to
by your
us?
tweet?
Mr.
Mr.
President-elect,
President-elect, you stand by your tweet that
do you
Representative
regret
Lewis is all talk,
attacking
no
Congressman
action?
John Lewis?
How did it go,
Mr.
sir?
President-elect, can we talk a little bit about the inauguration? Attacking Congressman John Lewis?
As you can see, Donald Trump answered no questions, just made a brief appearance with Martin Luther King III. All right, guys, this wraps up my coverage here on News Now. I appreciate all you guys tuning in. I'm going to continue with Trump Tower Watch. Mary Kate joining you in just a couple minutes.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, and we're going to be going over some of the top stories here today as we gave you a live look of Trump Tower. Coming up later on in the show, in about 10 minutes, actually, I'll have Fox 10 anchor Kari Lake up here with me to discuss MLK Day and Donald Trump news in just a few moments. Thanks for joining me. All right, everybody. Well, thanks for joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. As I said, coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have Fox 10 anchor Kari Lake up here with me to talk politics and everything that's going on in the news. There are some stories that I want to discuss before she comes up here. One of the big talkers of the day that really stood out to me was Rosie O'Donnell, really taking to Twitter against Donald Trump. Let me actually pull some of these tweets up for you guys. And if you've heard about this story, let me know in the chat here. Let me pull this up. Okay, here's her Twitter account. So let me pull this up here. And if I find one of the tweets from this story, I will show you guys. So here's really what's going on here. So it says the former talk show host, Rosie O'Donnell, continued her Twitter campaign against President-elect Donald Trump Sunday by calling for a 1-month halt to inauguration proceedings until Donald Trump could be fully investigated for what she is calling, quote, treason. This time, instead of suggesting that President Obama declare martial law to delay Friday's events, she's now offering Senator John McCain the title of emergency interim president until a more suitable candidate could be found on the election. Could be found, or the election could be rerun. That's what she's saying. So this is sort of an interesting story. In the article here, it says perhaps she believed that Republicans might be more amenable to her solution if she offered a cross-aisle olive branch, or perhaps the died. Okay. So this is interesting. So the fact that McCain was actually not elected and did not consent to run for president, nor does he happen to be one of the 18 presidential candidates fielded for the Republican Party, that does not bother Rosie clearly, who says McCain would be preferable to Donald Trump because one is a public servant and one is an orange narcissist. Ooh. So this is all coming from this article, and this is what Rosie O'Donnell has to say. Again, that quote is, one is a public servant and one an orange narcissist, saying that McCain would do a better job than President-elect Donald Trump. Rosie's offer of McCain is actually a little different than you would expect to hear from her. She's actually had a very long career being against the GOP. She was against former George W. Bush and a lot of other conservatives. So for her to suggest John McCain is actually pretty interesting. Says, but there may be more than just concern for her country that's motivating Rosie O'Donnell. She and Trump have had a decade-old feud stemming from Trump's decision not to strip a former Miss USA of her title after revelations of drug abuse and underage drinking. That's when Rosie O'Donnell attacked Donald Trump on The View, calling him a snake oil salesman and slamming him for his multiple divorces. Ooh. And Trump, true to form, responded by calling Rosie O'Donnell a, quote, loser, and the two exchanged arguments for years. So this is not a surprise that this news is coming out, but it's just interesting because she's taking to Twitter again, saying that we should install John McCain as a temporary president until more investigation can be done on Donald Trump. So let me know what you guys think about that in the chat. That's just one of the top stories of the day. Let me scroll down here and see if I can find that tweet that she sent out. She is not a fan. She retweets a lot of anti-Donald Trump articles. Looks like she's retweeted several just from yesterday. So that's interesting. So let me know, what do you guys think in the chat? She's tweeting things like hashtag last hope, really wanting McCain to serve as a temporary president until more investigations can be done on Donald Trump, saying that she's calling it, quote, treason. It's pretty interesting stuff. So let's see what you guys are saying. Shinobi saying no one should take Rosie seriously, LOL. Cod in the chat saying, I'm guessing McCain even laughed at that. Huh, interesting. And you know what? This has been called out. So Judge Janine slammed John Lewis and Rosie O'Donnell today over these Trump comments. She said that the actress, meaning Rosie O'Donnell, should never have made even a passing reference to martial law to prevent Trump's inauguration. So she is getting sort of slammed for saying this, but at the same time, you know, she's entitled to her opinion. But it is sort of strange to take to Twitter and ask the people to have McCain take his place until further investigation done. Rosie O'Donnell wants the inauguration date, which is this Friday, to be pushed back even further, giving us another month to investigate Donald Trump more before electing him into office. So that's just sort of interesting that she would say that. But again, everyone is entitled to their opinion, and she's free to tweet whatever she wants. But this Judge Janine is slamming her right now, you know, saying that she shouldn't even be making a passing reference to instituting martial law to prevent Trump's inauguration. You know, she's saying, why is she even getting involved in politics? But you know, whether you're an actress or just a regular person, anyone can get involved in politics, but it's just sort of an interesting statement to make about having, you know, a temporary president in place until more investigation is done on Donald Trump. I just think that's sort of interesting. Let me see what you guys are saying. Game Science saying she is, but her opinion is no more or less valid than anyone else's. Yeah, you're right. Just because she was a TV personality doesn't mean that her opinion is more or less valued than anyone else's. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Yeah, it's interesting, but I think that, it's just these people have a platform and they feel responsible for sharing their opinions on the election, and maybe she felt like this was a good idea. I don't know. So I don't know if she thought tweeting this idea out would then somehow get picked up by the government and they would say, hey, Rosie O'Donnell made a great suggestion. Let's have McCain serve as a temporary president until Donald Trump is further investigated. I mean, I'm sure if they really wanted to further investigate him, they would figure this out on their own and they wouldn't, take advice from, I don't know. I appreciate what you guys have to say in the chat here. I think everyone has a different opinion about this. President-elect in the chat saying, I think Rosie is likely mentally ill. You never know. I don't think she's mentally ill. I just think that she probably said it out of anger, or maybe she thought it was a good idea. Cod saying, why McCain? Cod, that's a good question. I'm not sure why she suggested McCain, but obviously that's something that she felt was a good idea to say. Again, she said, quote, here's what the article says again. The fact that McCain was not elected and did not consent to run for president, nor does he happen to be one of the 18 presidential candidates fielded for the Republican Party, that does not bother Rosie, who says that McCain would be very preferable to Trump because, quote, one is a public servant and one an orange narcissist. So I think her argument is just that McCain is more of a public servant and that Donald Trump is just a, quote, orange narcissist. So, I think that, you can choose not to like Donald Trump for whatever it is he said or did that you disagree with, but then to call him names is sort of contradicts the message that you're trying to send to people, which is if you're going to say that Donald Trump is a racist or a bad man, okay, that's your opinion. But then to, call him a name as orange narcissist sort of contradicts yourself because then you're calling him names too. So it's just one of these things that we have to deal with in this political cycle is people are very angry about the decisions that have been made in this election, and unfortunately we're hearing name calling and things like that. Even Donald Trump, taking to Twitter out of anger as well. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Moving on to another story here, and then coming up in just a few minutes, you guys, I'm actually going to have Fox 10 anchor Carrie Lake up here with me to discuss some of these political stories further with me here on the stream. That one's for later. Let's see. Okay, so this one is, I'm sure you guys heard about this already. Trump's pick for National Security Council has decided to step down. This is Monica Crowley. Again, we're live in Trump Tower right now, so we're discussing politics and Donald Trump updates. And of course, if you guys haven't heard about this, Monica Crowley is the foreign policy advisor tapped for a White House job under President-elect Donald Trump. And she has decided to relinquish the post. And she released this on Monday, saying that she's not going to be taking this role. Now, this probably has something to do with the plagiarism issues. I'll continue with the story here. It says Monica Crowley had been chosen to serve as a senior director of strategic communications at the National Security Council for Donald Trump. Her appointment had been shadowed by reports of plagiarism. This is the statement that she released today. After much reflection, I have decided to remain in New York to pursue other opportunities and will not be taking a position in the incoming administration. She said that in a statement today. And then She also said, I greatly appreciate being asked to be a part of President-elect Donald Trump's team, and I will continue to enthusiastically support him and his agenda for American renewal. Now, there was a review that was posted earlier this month that Monica Crowley had plagiarized thousands of words of her 2000 dissertation for her Columbia University PhD. And that's really the news that came out earlier this month. And so it's no surprise now that she's decided to step down from that role. It's unclear if the Trump team asked her to, or if she decided to, because that could be one of those things where she's saying she's stepping down, but maybe the Trump team, got wind of this, plagiarism that just came out about her dissertation for her PhD, and they asked her to step down because it's a bad look. She had been hired to work for Trump's national security advisor, Michael Flynn, who said in a statement quoted by the Times that he will miss the opportunity to have Monica Crowley on his team. So that's a disappointment, but again, that's news that came out earlier this month that she had plagiarized her dissertation for her PhD. I guess there were thousands of notes of plagiarism in this dissertation, and so it's no surprise now that she has decided to step down. So we will see how it goes from there. That's just one story that we're discussing here in the chat. You guys are still talking about Rosie O'Donnell right now. Again, that is a pretty crazy story. She really has been feuding with Donald Trump for a long time, so it's not a surprise that she came out and said this. Cod saying that Rosie just doesn't understand what she's saying. Let me look here too. I want to see if I can still find that tweet. She retweets a lot of articles that are slamming Donald Trump, so you have to really scroll through a lot of these here. Ooh, yeah, here we go. Here's one. Okay, let me see if I can pull this up for you guys. Let's pull it over here. Let me get this up. Pull this tweet up from Rosie O'Donnell, since that seems to be the story that you guys really want to talk about in the chat. And let me just show this to you guys. Here it is. Donald Trump is everything the world hates about America. Let's show them that he does not represent our nation. Hashtag resist. Hashtag Trump is a con man. So that's one of the tweets coming from Rosie O'Donnell. So that's sort of what's going on around her Twitter right now. Again, if you guys are just joining us here on the stream, she is asking the people to have McCain serve as a temporary president until further investigation can be done for Donald Trump, saying that the inauguration is too soon. It's this Friday, by the way, and that we should really have another month to further investigate him. And in the meantime, let's have John McCain serve as a temporary president. That's what she is suggesting that we should do. Again, everyone's entitled to their political opinion, but I just think that going on and then calling, she said, and when she's comparing McCain and Donald Trump, she says, well, let's see, one's a public servant and the other is an orange narcissist. Now, by calling Trump a orange narcissist, aren't you being a little bit hypocritical? I don't know. I'm going to have, oh, here she is, Fox 10 anchor Carrie Lake. No
You're never
worries.
supposed to be late in TV. Let me take my sweater off.
Thank you
How
for
are
joining me.
you?
Good. Let me
Here I am.
take us
Hi,
full
everybody.
screen
Oh, let me
here.
sink down a little bit.
Great to have you.
It's good to be here, and it's good to.
I know that chair is
be
weird.
here on the holiday, Martin Luther King Day.
Yes,
Around the
yes.
country, a day of service, a day of, celebration of a really great American's life, and I think. It's kind of evolved into a day of service, which is really a perfect way to celebrate.
Yeah.
A really important day, a historic person in our country. And I haven't been seeing a lot of the video out and about today. Everyone's, of course, talking about the inauguration this week, so I haven't seen a lot. In years past, we would see some of the parades going on. We'd see some volunteer work that's happening.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see some of that. I'm not sure if because you've been following every little nuance of the day.
Yeah, I
What's
haven't
happening
seen
around
a
it?
lot of video on parades and things like that, but I did pull those 2 videos that you discussed with me earlier about Steve Harvey in Trump Tower, and then of course MLK.
Well, and the weather's pretty lousy.
The 3rd.
You know, if you're planning an outdoor rally somewhere or a parade, this weather has been terrible across the country, and I think we're in for even more of it. I mean, the whole country has just been dealing with the most insane
we've had so much rain
winter.
here
So it hasn't been the best for being outdoors and perhaps taking part in something like that.
So maybe no parades.
But I think it is a political year, and with the swearing in of a new president, we're watching our first African American president leave office after 2 terms in office, and we're watching a new president being sworn in on Friday.
Yeah.
And this has been a historic year.
It really has.
If you want to describe it as historic, if you want to describe it as wild, if you want to describe this entire election process, election night, and now even the transition has been kind of atypical of what we're used to seeing.
Sure, yeah.
So with the Obamas, who have been a wonderful first family leaving office, and we celebrate Martin Luther King Jr.'s life, I think it is really important to take a look at one aspect that I think is a positive aspect, and you could say there are many positive aspects or not for Donald Trump, depending on where you stand politically. But I do think that the way he's speaking about making change or bringing about change in the inner city, in some of the most challenged and difficult to live in neighborhoods in our country, because of the poverty, because of the crime, because of the issues in the education system. I think it's really interesting that we're seeing a Republican president, the incoming president, who wants to address that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that, even President Obama said at his final speech in Chicago that he said, I think when people heard that I was getting elected and I was going to be president, they thought all race issues would be completely gone because there's a black president in office now. But he said, no, there's still a lot of work to do. Just because I was president for 2 terms doesn't mean that race is still not a huge issue. That's something that he mentioned, because he goes through all the things that you accomplish as president. He said the one thing that still hasn't been tackled is there's still a huge issue with race.
Well, it was interesting to watch his farewell address on Tuesday night, where he talked about things are getting better. Sometimes it's hard when you're kind of in the middle of everything and you're in the middle of all of these stories coming at you very fast about what's happening in this country. You think, wow, we haven't made any progress, but we have made progress.
Yeah.
It's just hard sometimes to see that.
Right.
But I really find one aspect that I find very fascinating about Donald Trump and what he may or may not be able to accomplish is the fact that he's really pushing this, I want to invest in, improve, revitalize our inner cities. And I cannot remember the last time a Republican candidate, now president, has taken on that issue, because when you look at voting blocks, the Republicans are not typically going after the African American vote. It has historically gone to the Democrats. And so for Donald Trump to say, hey, I may not be getting that vote, but I care and I want to improve that segment of life for that segment of the population. I want to improve lives in these cities. So last Friday we had Steve Harvey, who is a Democrat and a big supporter of President Obama. He said he was moved by his farewell speech when President Obama said, step away from the keyboard, step away from the computer, step away from social media, and actually go and interact with people who may have differing viewpoints and basically bring about some change.
Yeah.
So find somebody who you disagree with, and instead of fighting with them online, see them face to face and see what you can do and try to find common ground. So Steve Harvey goes in and he speaks with incoming President-elect Donald Trump. And then today, on Martin Luther King Day, we have Martin Luther King III, the great-grandson of the great civil rights leader, who also took that step and went and met with the president-elect.
Isn't that crazy just to see? Because I think that people, obviously a lot of people that don't like Donald Trump call him a racist and many of the words that they want to call him. So I think it's great to see that he's meeting with him and that he met with Steve Harvey and that he wants to work on the inner cities. And I think that's good.
Well, the main issue is really we have to improve education, we have to bring the crime down, and we have to improve the economics in many cities. But in the inner city, you cannot expect miracles when the schools are failing or not doing well. There are no jobs, and the crime is bad. You can't expect someone to come out of that and succeed. It's a very difficult place to come out of and succeed if we don't have any help.
He's always said he hates Common Core and that he wants to change that in education, and so maybe we will.
Well, let's see what happens. I think it is promising to see that he wants to bring people in and he wants to discuss this, make a change, and do something. So let's watch what happened when people were shocked when Steve Harvey came up, because they know he likes President Obama. And here's what he said when he came down the elevator at Trump Tower after speaking with Donald Trump on Friday. So let's take a listen.
Roll it.
We want them to be themselves, and I told them, be yourselves and say what you want to say. Don't worry about me. And I'm going to do the right thing, whatever it is. I may be right, and they may be right. But I said, be yourselves. Wouldn't you say, Steve? Let them do it. I could have said, do this, say that. I don't want that. I want them all to be themselves.
Okay, and on
Everybody okay?
Sir,
Everybody
on
good?
repeal and replace.
Thank you. Thank you. Say hello to Harvey. Repeal and replace is going great.
Sir, Mr. Trump,
We'll find it.
Sorry about that.
We have the wrong clip, unfortunately.
Because we didn't get to hear from him, which is what we wanted to hear.
Let's maybe while Mary Kate is searching for it, we'll be able to talk about it. It was all over the internet. The interesting thing, and to me, one of you heard again about half the population praising Steve Harvey and saying that took a lot to go. Is this it right here?
Yeah.
All right, let's listen to it, and then we'll talk about it.
Okay, cool.
Just say that. I don't want that. I want them all to be themselves. Everybody okay? Everybody good? Thank you. Say hello to Harvey.
Well, I mean, look, you don't kill it in one conversation, but you can start it with the conversation. So, a lot about what people say, well, now it's time to see what you do. So, and he said he wanted to do something. You can't beat better than that, and so we're going to see. I've been put in contact with Ben Carson, which was great. I spoke with him, and so we're going to get some things started. And they have a plan for the cities, but they need help. And so that's why they called me. So we'll see what I can do.
Steve, do you support the Sessions nomination?
The Sessions nomination, I don't really know anything.
We're about to get it right here.
All right, you guys. Having a little technical
Okay, we
difficulties.
found the right sound. Please bear with us. We found the right sound, and now we're going to get the right audio to go with it. So let's play this again, because I think this is really important what he has to say when you listen to what Steve Harvey is saying.
During the campaign trail about the inner cities.
Yeah.
Are your doubts fully gone, or are you going to still try and work them out with them?
Well, I mean, look, you don't kill it with one conversation, but you can start it with the conversation. So, a lot about what people say, well, now it's time to see what you do. So, and he said he wanted to do something. You can't beat better than that, and so we're going to see. I've been put in contact with Ben Carson, which was great. I spoke with him, and so we're going to get some things started. And they have a plan for the inner cities, but they need help. And so that's why they called me. And so I'm assuming, so we'll see what I can do.
Steve, do you support the Sessions nomination?
The Sessions nomination, I don't really know anything about it.
I mean, Ed, you were asking that, he had a testy hearing this week in which some questioned whether or not he was on the right side of history in terms of his work in the civil rights. Be careful.
Well, yeah, I mean.
But is it something you've not sort of?
Well, I don't really like commenting on stuff I don't really understand or know about. I'm not a politician, man, to be honest with you. I'm hoping that these people can straighten it all out, but I want to get in here and just do my share. And I had a good conversation, and man, so moving forward, it ought to be good. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all very much. Thank you, guys.
The things that we didn't hear in that, which Mr. Harvey did speak about, was the farewell address of President Obama, moving him to actually be the one to reach out. He reached out to President Obama's people and said, put me in touch with Trump's people. I want to get involved in helping. So I thought that was really admirable that he went through his contacts with President Obama to say, can you help me connect with the transition team for President-elect Trump, because I want to get involved in making our inner cities a better place to live, a better place to raise a family, a better place to grow up so that we can see some positive change. Now, what really bothered me about that Friday was that here we have a man who is coming forward. He doesn't agree politically with Donald Trump, but This is the reality. We have President Trump for the next 4 years, maybe 8, depending on how things go. And he's willing to step into the scrum and go up and talk to the president-elect. A lot of people supported him, but about half the people tore this man apart on Twitter.
Steve Harvey?
Yes, it was terrible. They've assassinated his character. They've just gone after his reputation. So it's really a shame. Now today we have a black leader, Martin Luther King III, meeting with President-elect Trump. And I'm hoping that people will not go after him now, because he's reaching out to say, hey, let's see what we can do. It's better to work with each other than fight with each other.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at that sound from,
Okay, sure. Yeah,
this is
that's,
Martin Luther King III.
And I think
it's the grandson, not the great-grandson, the grandson of Martin Luther King Jr. And he spoke today. Of course, there was a big kind of ruckus over the weekend when Congressman John Lewis said he will not be attending the inauguration because he doesn't think of Trump as a legitimate president.
Oh, John Lewis said that,
yes.
right? Yeah.
And Donald Trump tweeted back at him, hey, you know, maybe you should do a better job in your district. You've got a lot of crime. You've got a lot of issues with education.
Yeah.
The economy's poor there. Maybe you should work a little bit harder at that. So that was kind of the back and forth. In true Trump form. He took, a lot of people say he took the low road on that one, but he kind of feels if you're going to attack me, I can come right back at you.
Yeah.
So let's look at what happens. We're going to watch this video here. This is Martin Luther King III at Trump Tower today.
Okay.
We came here today in the name of the Drum Major Institute, which was started in 1961 by Dr. King, my father, and others, because nonviolent social change requires conversation. We just had an extraordinarily constructive conversation about how to carry forth the legacy of Dr. King and, most importantly, make it easier for everyone to vote. As Martin put forth in a Washington Post op-ed just yesterday, we're 138 out of 172 democracies when it comes to voter turnout, and President-elect Trump has committed to us to work with us to once and for all make it easier for all people to vote. You will read about the Trump card, which is in the Washington Post story, and as Martin will tell you, it is every president from Carter to Clinton to Barack Obama who said the system is broken, and this president may well have the unique opportunity to finally live true to the Voting Rights Act and once again make it easy for all Americans to vote.
Let me briefly not just reiterate, but state that we did have a very constructive meeting. The seminal right of the modern civil rights movement was the right to vote. And my father fought so diligently for, and certainly Congressman John Lewis and many others, Hosea Williams, fought for as well. It is very clear that the system is not working at its maximum. And through an op-ed that you may have seen, we provided at least a solution to begin to address a broken voting system. That was the dialogue, most of the dialogue that we talked about constructively. We believe we provided a solution that at least will give everyone an ID.
Mr. King, as you know, Representative Lewis still has the scars from the March on Selma. Were you offended by the President-elect's tweet that Representative Lewis is all talk and no action?
First of all, I think that in the heat of emotion, a lot of things get said on both sides. And I think that at some point, I am, as John Lewis and many others are, a bridge builder. The goal is to bring America together and Americans. We are a great nation, but we must become a greater nation. And what my father represented, my mother represented through her life, what I hope that I'm trying to do is always bring people together.
You know, many African Americans are very concerned about a Trump presidency. A woman came in here last week and told me he's going to have black people up against the wall, both literally and figuratively. Did he allay your concerns that he'll be a president for all people, black and white?
Well, certainly he said that he is going to represent Americans. He said that over and over again. And I think that we will continue to evaluate that. I think that the nation supports, I believe that that's his intent. But I think also we have to consistently engage with pressure, public pressure. It doesn't happen automatically. My father and his team understood that, did that. And I think that Americans are prepared to do that.
But sir, if I may follow up, isn't there something that just cuts to your core when you hear the president-elect refer to John Lewis as all talk and no action? I mean, nothing could be further from the truth, isn't that right? John Lewis is not all talk and no action.
No, absolutely, I would say John Lewis has demonstrated that he's action. As I said, things get said on both sides in the heat of emotion. And at some point, this nation, we've got to move forward. We can't stay on. I mean, people are literally probably dying. We need to be talking about how do we feed people? How do we clothe people? How do we create the best education system? That's what we need to be focused on.
On this day, what would your father's message be to President-elect Trump? What do you think your father's message would be to President-elect Trump?
This is the final answer I'm going to have because I'm going to reiterate what I just said. I think my father would be very concerned about the fact that there are 50 or 60 million people living in poverty, and somehow we've got to create the climate for all boats to be lifted. In America, with a multi-trillion-dollar economy, $20 trillion almost, it's insanity that we have poor people in this nation. That's unacceptable. And when we work together, we know we can roll up our sleeves. There's nothing that we as Americans can't do. Thank you very much.
Can I just say amen? Amen. That was a true American speaking as any American should. Let's roll up we all have disagreements. We say things in the heat of passion. Let's roll up our sleeves and get our butts to work. I mean, he made a point there. In a $20 trillion economy, we shouldn't have poor people. And I made a post on Facebook today. Is this the year we finally stop just looking away from our inner cities and acting like they don't exist? So hopefully we're going to see Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, Socialists, whatever you are, come together and work on this. I don't care, who you follow politically. If you've got a president coming in, whatever their party, who wants to work to rebuild the African American community and some of our urban centers, I think that's a great starting point. Who knows what will happen? I wrote down some of the quotes I thought were interesting. You said, we need to continue to evaluate whether he's going to work with us or not, and we need to consistently use pressure to make sure. But he said it was a constructive meeting, and he says the system is just not working to its maximum. He said, and people are dying right now, and that's true. There are people, we look at some of the cities like Chicago where the death toll just keeps rising.
Yeah.
And he said his father was a bridge builder, and he wanted to bring America together, and he believes Donald Trump wants to do the same. But also is holding out. I don't want to say being suspicious. He's being cautious. Mm-hmm. Let's see what happens. This is a good step. He hasn't even taken office yet, and we're meeting, and that's a good first step. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, he said we're going to evaluate it. He didn't say it's great. It's all great. I think that's a really great answer. I don't see anything wrong with Donald Trump wanting to make inner cities better. So I wonder what the pushback is against.
The interesting thing was, if you heard how the reporters were focusing and asking their questions, they were leading and they were trying to create kind of a dirt on the president. They were
trying to get something out of him. Like, come on, just give us that negative. I think
and they did the same thing with Steve Harvey. Well, what do you think about the Sessions, meaning the Senator Jeff Sessions, who is Trump's pick for Attorney General?
Right.
And there's some people who say that he's racist. That that word that is being thrown around throwing it at everybody, it seems these days. Rather than saying, okay, you met with Donald Trump, blah blah blah. How is it going what is your plan? Did you guys talk any specifics? They go right into kind of the dirt part of it, which is something that didn't even relate. He was talking about housing and urban development.
And Steve Harvey even said, I can't speak on that. I don't even really know.
Well, they didn't even say the Senator Jeff Sessions. They said, what do you think about the Sessions meeting or something?
And thrown off guard, he probably didn't even know what he was talking about.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, and I think, they're at Trump Tower meeting with Trump, so I think the last thing they're going to do is give the reporters negative comments about Trump.
Right.
Well,
and they might, but I don't think it should be the reporters to try to go down find the dirt, go down anywhere you can just to bring it down to the lowest common denominator. When the topic was about revitalization, rebuilding, helping bring people together to work and improve some major, large communities in this country that need help and could use the government's help and individuals' help and everyone's help. I think it would have been nice to see some questions that were geared more toward that.
I totally agree with you. I think that even... Oh,
Can we go back and let's just kind of look, and we'll listen to the way some of these questions were phrased, because let's kind of fast forward to when Martin Luther King III was speaking.
Okay, let me...
Can you imagine, though, your grandfather's Martin Luther King Jr., and you
Oh my
carry
gosh.
that name
Responsibility
around with you,
and
and that, I mean, just your name carries so much
Oh,
responsibility.
yeah.
And by all accounts, his grandson has really lived up to his name, so I think that's great.
That is great. Okay, let's...
Because that's a tough name to live up to.
I know. And you have... Yeah, I think that's a lot of responsibility.
So we had this other guy speaking before, and I apologize, I don't have his name, but let's get to when King is speaking.
Let me...
I just want to kind of take a look at. He speaks for a bit, and then I want you to listen to how the reporters
Which was started in 1961
pose
by
these
Dr.
questions.
King,
And
my
there's
father,
just
and others,
absolute. It's just
because
trying to find
nonviolent social
the
change
dirt,
requires
trying
conversation.
to drag it down. There's no. And I really do wonder if they would have posed these same questions if you just come out of a meeting with President Obama.
I know.
I wonder.
And
I
then
really
they
wonder.
take that one snippet of whatever they wanted from the entire interview, and that's the story,
Right.
not the actual
Mhm.
reason he was there. Okay, let me
Just
turn
kind of
our
fast
mics
forward a
off
little
for a
bit.
second and play the sound so we can pick out
Fast
some
forward
quotes.
here.
With us to once and for all make it easy, true to
Just reiterate but state that we did have a very constructive meeting. The seminal right of the modern civil rights movement was the right to vote. And my father fought so diligently for, and certainly Congressman John Lewis and many others, Hosea Williams, fought for as well. It is very clear that the system is not working at its maximum. And through an op-ed that you may have seen, we provided at least a solution to begin to address a broken voting system. That was the dialogue, most of the dialogue that we talked about constructively. We believe we've provided a solution that at least will give everyone an ID.
Mr. King, as you know, Representative Lewis still has the scars from the march on Selma. Were you offended by the president-elect's tweet that Representative Lewis is all talk and no action?
Okay, so there we have obviously a newsworthy story. People have been talking about it all weekend. Now, as a reporter, my first instinct would be to say, tell me a little bit more about that op-ed article and what parts of it the president-elect thought were good ideas that he would like to support.
Mm-hmm.
Or my other question would be, what specific things did you talk about that you could do or that could be done in the coming months, year, that could bring about some help in the inner city?
As
But
opposed
the
to...
reporter goes right to the controversial topic of the day.
Like, didn't that
And
throw
it was
you back
really
and-
controversial over the weekend, and asked that question. So I don't know if we can kind of skip ahead to the next.
Yeah, let's do
Okay,
it.
we can listen again.
First of all, I think that in the heat of emotion, a lot of things get said on both sides. And I am America together nation, and what bring people together.
You know, many African Americans,
Trump will be a president?
many
Sir?
African Americans are very concerned about a Trump presidency. A woman came in here last week and told me he's going to have black people up against the wall, both literally and figuratively. Did he allay your concerns that he'll be a president for all people, black and white?
This is insane. I mean,
That's a really, that question.
You know, I'm not. I think many questions are fair. I think it's definitely just trying to only cover the negatives. There's nobody mentioning that this is. I don't remember in any other president, whether it be even President Obama, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, before they even stepped into office, saying, I want to make a big push towards improving the inner city communities in this country. There needs to be more economic growth. There needs to be more investment. We need to improve the schools. I don't remember that, and I've been following politics for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
That is one thing that I think you could say if you can't find anything positive about Donald Trump, and I know there's some of you out there who just can't find anything positive. You have to admit that is positive. And by all accounts, people who've met with him, it seems to be coming from his heart. It doesn't see he didn't get that voting block. The Republicans have never really tried to get that voting block. It's always gone to the Democrats. And he's saying, give me a shot, and I want to help.
He doesn't even have to say that. He's taking initiative on this. And
I don't remember any incoming president before they were even sworn in having meetings like this to bring about some productive and positive change in the inner city communities, and just getting met with such horrible resistance from the reporters out there. Not one positive question was asked. What I want to know is, what specifics did they talk about in there? Did they touch on a project, a couple projects? Are they going to take on one city first and then move to another city? What specifics did they talk about? I'd like to know.
Isn't that disappointed that those are the questions? You're talking to Martin Luther King III, and that's what you want to ask him is, oh, there was a woman who said that Donald Trump's going to have blacks up literally against the walls. How do you feel about that? It's like, don't you want to ask him what they talked about in the meeting?
I would think so, but nothing surprises me. It seems like everyone's looking for a little bit of dirt here and there, so we'll see. But, I just think... sadly, the few people that have stepped forward who aren't in line, perhaps didn't vote for the president-elect, but are willing to step forward and say, you know what, I didn't vote for the man, but I want to get in and help. I want to make the inner cities bright and shining and a good place for people to raise families. I want to help my community. And they're being chastised, they're being... ripped apart, their character, their reputation. I mean, poor Steve Harvey. Here, all he did was go to meet with the president-elect and try to help. And then we get word today, TMZ reporting that Jennifer Holliday, who is going to be performing at the inauguration, and everyone heard that she pulled out. She said, I'm not performing anymore. And a lot of people have been cheering that move. The reason she's not performing is she's getting death threats. What kind of people do that?
Awful. Yeah, TMZ just pushed it. That
I don't care who you vote for, who you like, who you don't like. Whoever would do something like that, that is just, to me, I mean, maybe I just wasn't raised that way, but it just...
That's extremely hypocritical from what they're trying to, the message they're trying to send is, oh, Donald Trump's a bad guy, he's a racist, all this, but then they bully and send death threats to people that do support him. Isn't that completely contradictory to what they're trying to say?
And Toby Keith, who's a country singer who will be performing, said, you know what, I'm performing for military, the troops, and my fellow Americans. And if you can't kind of get behind that, there's something wrong with you, not me.
Yeah, I mean,
that was a pretty good quote.
Are they going to send him death threats now? I think that was a great quote from him. He's saying, I'm performing for our country. You still have to respect the office. And for this poor girl to have death threats, she's that scared that she had to cancel it in fear of getting shot on stage or something like that. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, hopefully the security is going to be I'm sure it will be very high on Friday. But I just want to leave with one thought, and that is, on this day of service, on this day that we recognize Martin Luther King Jr., all that he stood for, all that he fought for through civil disobedience, and all of the people who marched with him, who took part in the civil rights era and bringing about change. I'm hoping that we can find that vein of compassion that we had back then and somehow bring it in. And let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. I'm not saying that you need to support every single thing that the incoming president does. You can still dislike him intently, but he's willing to try to make a change. He's one of the first Republicans I can think of in a long time who's saying, I really want to invest heavily. I want to do big things in the inner city community. Not little things, not just throw a little bit of money in every once in a while right before an election, but he's starting off with when he didn't get that segment of the population's vote and still saying, I want to do big things in this community. I think that it's worth at least giving it a second thought and at least giving it a modicum of a chance to see what can happen, because I think great things can flourish from this. I really believe that if Americans get involved, you don't have to agree with someone politically, but I think when Americans get involved, we can do anything.
And he's already having meetings about it before he's in office,
so we'll see what happens.
I think that's good. Well, thank
All right,
you
everybody.
so much, Carrie. I love having you up here.
It's great. It's
I
great
get
being
educated
up here.
on some of this
I don't
stuff,
know about that, but we'll chat again later this week. And to everybody who is taking part in a day of service, I applaud you. I wish I was out there doing something productive. I'm working. I guess that's productive.
Hey, you're spreading the message, right?
Yeah, we're spreading a message, but more importantly, we're working and we're raising our families and doing that kind of stuff too. So,
perfect.
All right, peace, everybody.
Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate it. Let's give you guys a live look of Trump Tower right now. All right, you guys. Well, we are still live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and we just had Kari Lake up here with me discussing political news and everything that's really going on. Martin Luther King Day. We were discussing that. Let me put up this lower third here so that you know that we are streaming live out of Trump Tower. Again, you never know who's going to come in or out of those doors. We've had Martin Luther King III stop by. We've had Steve Harvey, so you never know who we're going to see. Sometimes it's just fun to keep an eye on this and see who comes in or out of the elevators. Now, I don't know if Ivanka is in New York right now, or if she's really in Washington working full time on that house that her and her husband bought, because she just, I want to see if I can pull this up. She just posted this one day ago on Instagram. She posted this photo. And she said in the caption, Arabella's room, which is her daughter. And I just thought that was interesting. Maybe that's her daughter's room in Washington, because I know that they're now redecorating the house and getting ready to move in there, as her husband, Jared Kushner, is going to be a member on the administration team for Donald Trump. So I think that's interesting. So I don't know if that's the room. I mean, if you look outside, you can see trees and a little bit of grass, so I don't think that's in Manhattan. So that's interesting if they're already getting ready and they already have the house decorated. I think that it looks good. Let me take myself off screen here so you guys can see. Again, that's coming from Ivanka Trump's Instagram page. She said Arabella's room, so it looks like she's already getting ready for the big move in Washington. So I think that's where she is more now as opposed to New York, because she's getting that house ready. And she did say she's going to be stepping down from her company as well as the Trump organization as well. So she'll no longer, at least it's just temporary, she said. She's not going to be helping with the Trump, real estate business that she's known for working in. And then she's also temporarily stepping down from her fashion line as well. So I think that's really because she needs this time to get the house ready and support her husband, who's going to be serving as a counselor on Trump's team. And I think too she's really trying to, I think, and again, this was Michelle Obama's goal when she was in the White House, was to get kids eating healthy, and really what her main motive in the White House was fighting childhood obesity. And something that came out in the news today was that's really important to Ivanka as well. So that could be something that we still see going forward in the White House. Not that Ivanka's the first lady, but she's sort of taken on that role more than Melania has. I think Melania prefers to stay out of the media, and she wants to concentrate on raising Barron, their son. So Ivanka's really been the one that has taken on more of the role of First Lady, and she has come out saying that nutrition is really important to her, and she's posted pictures on social media in the past of the garden that they have and the natural foods that they eat, and that's something that I read in this article here, which I thought was pretty interesting. I want to pull this up. Let's see if I've got it with me. Let's see here. I don't know if I have it here or if it's, okay. I thought this was an interesting article about choosing the chef in the White House and how you choose the chef that's going to be cooking all of your meals and what sort of things you expect not only you but your family and your staff there to be able to eat in the White House. And that's where I read that Ivanka Trump is really trying to spearhead healthy eating and nutrition for kids, which again is something that was important to Michelle as well. It seems like, whenever the First Lady is in office with her husband, they usually pick something that's important to them in terms of, maybe it's a nonprofit or a certain movement. Whether, I think Melania said she wanted to focus on online bullying. Is kind of what she said she wanted to focus on, and then Michelle Obama focused on childhood obesity. So I thought that was interesting that Ivanka wants to focus on that as well. Again, not that she's the First Lady, she is his daughter, but she's sort of taken that role on more. before he's even become president. Let's see I want to pull some quotes from this article. It says, Trump is, by all accounts, not all that interested in food. We've seen pictures of him online. I don't know if he's the healthiest eater, but that could be something that Ivanka really tries to, and even just as a daughter, not even somebody who's in the White House. You want your dad to eat healthy and you care about your dad. So they're discussing in this article who they think they're going to bring in as a chef. Now it says, historically, first ladies have made many of the decisions about food at the White House, but there are some indications that Trump's daughter, Ivanka, who said in a statement last week that she would take a leave of absence from her executive positions at the Trump Organization and her own business, which could play a big role in promoting nutrition and cultivating the culinary image of the new administration. So she could be just in there telling people what to eat, what not to eat, which I'm sure she eats great because she's got very clear skin. We all know Ivanka's very beautiful, so she probably eats very well. It says a source close to Ivanka confirmed that the influential first daughter is coming to the Washington with an interest in children's nutrition. Here is a quote from a source saying, while there are no specific plans, Ivanka is very passionate about gardening and teaching kids about healthy seasonal eating. Last summer, Ivanka Instagrammed a picture of herself and her children harvesting vegetables at a family property in New Jersey, writing, there are a few things better than spending a hot summer evening in the garden with these next green thumbs, meaning her children. So let's pull that up really quick so you guys can see that post that she posted on Instagram. Let me pull this over here. So again, in the post, she says, there are few things better than spending a hot summer evening in the garden with these next generation green thumbs. So isn't that cute? Look at her kids. Oh, she's cute. That's great. So that's just interesting to read about, what they'll be eating in the White House and what really will Ivanka Trump try to promote as sort of a first lady. Again, Melania said she wanted to promote anti-bullying online, but this is the movement that's really important to Ivanka. Let's scroll down here in this article. This is a quote from a judge on Top Chef. He said, quote, what I'm hoping is that Ivanka does have a big effort on her father when being asked about food policy. Let's see here. Now, the Obamas, by all accounts, are definitely foodies. They ate at trendy restaurants like Rose's Luxury in Washington and Nobu in Hawaii, which is a very trendy and expensive sushi restaurant. And that's, telling that they are foodies. They definitely love food, but I guess Donald Trump isn't as interested in it. But obviously, he still has to eat. So that's something that they're saying in this article. The Obama's friend and personal chef, Sam Cass, became a celebrity in his own right in the food world, promoting farm-to-table and nutrition policies as his role expanded at the White House, from assistant chef to senior policy advisor. Now, past White House chefs, whether they cooked for the Kennedys, Reagans, or Clintons, always reflected the president and first lady's style and tastes, but tended to steer clear of the Farm Bill. So it's interesting because you hire this chef and then they sort of sit down with you and ask you what you like to eat, what are your tastes. Now that chef left the White House in 2014 and he said he sees nutrition as very compatible with Ivanka's women's empowerment platform. Now, Melania Trump reportedly has a personal chef herself, as does Ivanka. So we don't know if they're going to be taking those chefs and bringing them into the White House or if they're just going to be hiring someone completely new. They could also bring someone from Trump Tower or Mar-a-Lago or one of his golf courses to be the chef in the White House. The top job is currently held by Cressida Comerford, a highly praised chef who served under both George W. Bush, and Obama for the past decade. no word yet on Trump's plan and no sign that it's a priority for President-elect. I'm very certain that's probably not a priority to him right now of what chef he's going to have in the White House, but there are a couple of chefs that have considered possibilities for that role. The chef and owner of Black Tap Craft Burgers and Beer in New York, and a few other as well. So that's cool. We'll see. Not that that's really a huge deal. I don't really think that's something that's really even on his mind right now when it comes to getting into the White House. I think inner cities and terrorism is probably more on his plate as opposed to what's important. So moving up here in top stories, and coming up actually in about 30 minutes, I'm going to have my co-host Mike Page up here with me to discuss a very crazy story in the news. I won't tell you too much. I don't want to give too much away, but this is definitely a talker, so stick with me here on the stream. This is a crazy story. I'll give you one little tidbit about it. It's about murder. So viewer discretion advised. This is a very crazy story. He brought this up to me earlier today, and we'll be discussing that at 4:30. So that's coming up here on the stream. Again, we are streaming live for you out of Trump Tower right now. Let's take you to some other top stories of the day that maybe aren't so political related. Let me pull these up here for you guys. Get this ready for you guys. So let's take you to Fox 10 anchor Troy, giving you guys an update on the top stories of the day.
That as Congress moves to repeal the Affordable Care Act, demonstrations were held in support of Obamacare, and one of those demonstrations right here in the Valley. Protests held in front of the Republican headquarters in Phoenix. Republicans have already taken the first steps towards repealing Obamacare. While some replacements have been discussed, a lot is still unclear, and protesters say millions of people are at risk of losing their health care.
I have a 16-year-old granddaughter in Illinois with diabetes type 1. She's going to lose her health care.
Where do you order t-shirts?
President-elect Donald Trump has argued the Affordable Care Act is largely unaffordable. When he is sworn, but he says that he'd like to have it replaced before he repeals it. President-elect Trump is sworn into office. Arizona will play a role in the inauguration out there as well. 20 members of the Arizona Air National Guard's 161st Air Refueling Wing and the 162nd Wing leaving for Washington, D.C. Arizona's National Guard will provide support during the inauguration and will return to Arizona next week. A man found dead inside a home in Scottsdale near Scottsdale Road in McAuliffe. Police got a 911 call from a woman who was screaming. When they got there, they found a man's body. They haven't said how he died or who killed him. We hope to get you some more information on what happened here. Across America, a funeral held in Orlando, Florida for one of the two law enforcement officers killed trying to take down a gunman. Services held for Orange County Sheriff's Deputy Norman Lewis, killed while pursuing the suspect last week. It was during the manhunt for Markeith Lloyd that Lewis died in a motorcycle crash. He was 35 years old, been with the force for some 12 years. The search for a so-called cop killer goes on. Police have already arrested 3 people who they think helped him. They first searched a neighborhood while deputies went deep into the woods. People who live in a neighborhood say that they've seen bulletproof tanks rolling through their streets. So nearly a week into the search, police still haven't been able to track down this same man. We saw some showers of snow around the state over the weekend. It looks like the wet weather is helping Arizona's 17-year drought, too. The U.S. Drought Monitor showed that 25% of our state was either in a moderate or severe drought, and that's an improvement from just 3 months ago when nearly half the state was in that drought. The Phoenix metro area has averaged almost 2.5 inches of rain since October, but it's snowpack up north that makes the greatest impact on our water supply. Northern Arizona University adding a new doctorate program in astronomy. Students who enroll get access to the campus observatory, but also nearby Lowell Observatory, that historic site there. The department says it's taken decades to get this program going. 4 students have already enrolled. The school hopes to get the program up to 25 soon. And a man from Flagstaff wins the 14th annual Rock and Roll Marathon 2 years in a row, too. How about that? The marathon started in downtown Phoenix, ended in Tempe. 23,000 runners came from all 50 states and 21 counties. And Thomas Doozy, there they go. Thomas Doozy won the race with a time of 2 hours, 18 minutes. And he also won it last year. So think about that training. Does that guy ever stop training, Andrew, you think?
I don't know. Man, to do that in 2 hours and 18 minutes, he is a rock star.
Smoking. And the woman's winner was Bailey Drews of Ithaca, New York.
And she was well under 3 hours, too. I think her time was
240?
240 something?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty impressive. That's really, really incredible.
All right, you guys, well, that was just a look at some of your top stories of the day. We will certainly update you on more top stories throughout the show here. I kind of want to talk about this story about Jennifer Holliday, who was supposed to perform at the inauguration, and now she has decided not to because of death threats. This is insane to me. I want to pull this up. TMZ just sent out a push alert. I saw it all on my phone, and I just thought I have to talk about this story. So she, if you guys don't know who Jennifer Holliday is, she's a very, very talented singer. She was in Dreamgirls, and she just canceled the Trump inauguration performance because of death threats. Let me pull up a picture of her. Let's see. Let me get a picture of her so you guys can see what she looks like. And Toby Keith came out saying, you know, I'm going to perform for my country and for my military. He's not backing down when it comes to this. So I just think, you know, it's interesting. Here is, this is TMZ's photo, so I'll bring this up here. But it's, you know, this is a story that unfortunately we have to deal with here. Jennifer Holliday. So let me read you what TMZ has to say. Jennifer Holliday pulled the plug on her inauguration performance because people threatened to kill her and her family. The Dreamgirls star agreed to sing at an event, but did, let's see, but then did cancel, saying she bailed because she was taking heat from the LGBT community. TMZ has learned that her agent contacted the inauguration committee, and he said the reason was for death threats of why they're canceling. TMZ has been told that the LGBT community concerns were not even mentioned. A rep for Holliday told TMZ today that both the death threats and the LGBT reaction were factors in her decision. So it's interesting that she was getting heat from the LGBT community, and then she was also getting death threats for saying she was going to perform at the inauguration. It says here in this article, you may recall Trump's people said that she was late last week, but then her management team came out and said Trump's people jumped the gun, and that she was merely considering the offer. That doesn't square with the fact that Holliday herself said Friday she was fully on board. So not sure what that's all about, but we don't know if the people who made the threats identified themselves or any group with which they were affiliated. A rep for the singer tells us her primary concern was the safety of her family. Yeah, I completely get that. I think if you're getting any sort of threats that people want to kill you or your family, you'd say, hey, I think I'm going to step down from this performance. I don't think it had anything to do with political beliefs. I think that just she felt threatened, and basic instincts tell you that if you feel threatened, you're not going to perform. So that makes sense to me. But again, you know, that's something that we have to live with now, that she's getting death threats because she wanted to perform at this inauguration ceremony. And, you know, maybe she didn't even like Donald Trump. Maybe she just thought, hey, this is great exposure for me. I would love to perform. And now she's getting death threats so she can't perform. I mean, that's just, to me, that's ridiculous. And so I feel bad for her. And let me pull up actually what Toby Keith is saying, because he's also going to be performing. Let me pull this up. So Country artist Toby Keith is not backing down from performing at President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration on Friday. Several performers, most recently including Jennifer Holliday, have backed out over the past number of weeks. But Toby Keith is saying, quote, "I don't apologize for performing for our country or military. I performed at events for previous presidents, Bush and Obama." So that's, so he's not backing down, and that's a statement that he released today. He's saying, "I don't apologize for performing for our country or for our military." Let me know what you guys think about this in the chat. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say about this. Let's see. Let me scroll up here. And now, oh, looks like that's Kellyanne getting in the elevator right now, or holding the elevator for somebody. Kellyanne Conway, Donald Trump's counselor. She was also his campaign manager during the election, and she just got in the elevator there, so maybe we'll get to hear from her when she comes out. Darn it. Wish we could have gotten her before she went in. That would have been good. It looked like she was holding the elevator for somebody, but then ended up just getting in there. That would be hard, knowing that every time you go to your boss's office, you're being filmed in the lobby. So you have to make sure that you're always doing something appropriate, that you always look nice, because they're always filming inside Trump Tower. Again, this is live right now. We're just watching the elevator. So hopefully, when she comes down later, maybe we'll be able to hear from her. Mike in the chat saying, "Yeah, Toby." Again, we were talking about Toby Keith releasing that statement about, "Hey, I'm going to perform for my military and my country, whether you guys like it or not. I'm not going to apologize for doing that." Let me see if I can pull up a picture of him. Toby Keith. Okay, let's get this one. Let's see. Yeah, this is trending everywhere right now, that he made this statement that he's going to be performing for his military, his country. Let's see who that is. Security, standing in front of the elevator. Let me read what you guys are saying here in the chat. Ryan saying, "Make that money, Toby. # no hate." Curly Cruz saying, "Watch Toby's sales go up by millions." James saying, "Toby Keith is a good old boy at heart, great singer." Yeah, I think, and it seems from what I'm reading in the chat here, you guys are all agreeing that was pretty cool that he came out and said that. And this is political opinions aside. I don't think that people should be bullied for wanting to perform at a political event. What are they supposed to do? They're performers. That's what they do for a living. And if the president wants you to perform at the inauguration, which is going to be watched by millions of people, why would you turn it down? And so I think that's troubling that this singer Jennifer Holliday had to cancel because she was receiving death threats. I think that she probably would have gone forward with it too if she didn't feel that her life was being threatened. I mean, what would you really do? If you're going to be on stage, you know that there's going to be lots of people there, that a lot of people are going to be watching, and if you feel like your life is being threatened, I don't really think she had a choice at that point. But, these are singers, these are performers, that's what they do for a living, so they shouldn't have to turn down something based on their political views. So I think that, from what I'm getting from you guys in the chat here, it seems like you agree with what Toby Keith has said, that, hey, I'm going to perform for my country and my military, regardless of what everyone thinks. Let's scroll up here. Seems like you guys want me to read a comment, but I can't find what you guys were. I don't see it, you guys. If there's a comment you want me to read, go ahead and repost it in the chat. Mantis on Brick saying, "Jennifer who?" Well, she was in that movie Dreamgirls, remember, with Beyonce and Jennifer Hudson. And she unfortunately had to cancel, and she didn't cancel because she doesn't want to vote for Donald Trump, or didn't want to vote for Donald Trump, or doesn't like Donald Trump, she canceled because she was receiving death threats for wanting to perform at the inauguration. So unfortunately, that's how she feels. Toby Keith, though, he's not scared. He came out with a statement today saying, "I'm performing for my country and my military. I've performed for presidents in the past. This is what we do. We're performers." So let's see what you guys are saying here. Timothy in the chat saying Toby loves our veterans. And again, we are watching Trump Tower live. We just saw Kellyanne Conway walk in there on the phone, holding the elevator open for some reason. I don't know if she was waiting for somebody or what, but hopefully we'll be able to see her when she comes out later. And maybe she'll talk to the press, maybe she won't. We'll see. But we did have Martin Luther King III in Trump Tower earlier as well. We showed you that on our show here. If you missed it, go ahead and just click on the video section of our YouTube page, and that way you can find it and replay it. We try to clip everything here on the show. Let's take you now to some other top stories here. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to have my co-host Mike Page up here with me to discuss a very crazy story. This is not political related. This is, I can't give away too much because I want to discuss this live with him here, but you want to stay tuned for that. That's in about 9 minutes. I'll have Mike up here with me to discuss that story. Let me pull up for you. Again, we were talking about healthy eating. That's something that's really important to Ivanka Trump and Michelle Obama when she was in office with President Obama. So let's take you to a segment here about smart parents and healthy kids. Let me know what you think in the chat.
Well, Phoenix Children's Hospital have many unique programs tailored to the needs in the community. And one of those is the sports medicine program. And it really has grown by leaps and bounds over a short amount of time. So, watch.
Dr. Christina Wilson heads the Pediatric and Adolescent Sports Medicine program at PCH. In 8 short years, the program has grown significantly, treating patients' injuries and illnesses that come from a variety of sports, like 16-year-old Peyton Klein, who is a competitive 3-day eventer.
Sports is kind of a loose term for us. You know, we see patients like Peyton who ride horses and do horsemanship, and we also take care of dancers, we take care of gymnasts, and then of course all of your traditional high school sports, soccer, football, and those things. We really recognize that, you know, kids are not little adults. There's growth plates that are open, they go through growth spurts and lots of other things that impact their ability to play and perform and get back to the higher level sports that they want to be participating in.
As for Peyton, she originally came to Dr. Wilson for a bad back injury when she was just 13 years old. With physical therapy, she healed and went back to riding, but most recently has been back being treated again.
Kids who participate in sports, doing many hours per week, are always at risk of developing some overuse injuries and things like that. So she started to have some problems with some bursitis in her hip, and actually came back in to see me again when her hip started to flare up. And it was so bad at sometimes that she was having trouble even just walking and doing daily activities, and we've gotten her back to the point now where she's back on her horse full time, 6 days a week, back to the level, and that's always our goal with these kids, is really to get them back to their previous level of activity.
I have to be riding like 6 days a week, otherwise it doesn't work with my training program, so I definitely have come a long ways.
And she'll be healthy enough to compete next month in February.
Your strength in your glutes and your hips is much better, and so that looks awesome.
Dr. Wilson says she continues to see many of her athletes through college, and many of her student athletes come from their relationships with the local high schools.
We work with a lot of athletic trainers. Our program itself is the head team physician for 10 high schools throughout the valley, and so those kids obviously have the option of coming here. We try to streamline that process and get them in and seen and evaluated quickly, much like we do for any of our athletes who are trying to get back to doing things.
In addition, they work closely with Valley club teams and gyms through coaches, word of mouth, families' experiences, and great referrals from primary care physicians. This gem of a program has grown greatly.
Good. All right. Have a seat up here.
So, yeah, it's really incredible. They have one surgeon on staff right now. They're adding another surgeon to the group. They have multiple doctors that not only work at the main campus, the main hospital, but those are their satellite offices that during the day they're a regular clinic, and then in the evening, obviously, they become urgent cares. So a lot of the doctors within the sports medicine program will see you in various areas of town, because those ones are kind of dispersed across the valley, convenient to wherever you are. But you can get infiltrated with the sports medicine program by either coming with an injury or getting a referral by your primary care physician or your pediatrician.
Oh, okay.
That's how you kind of get hooked up with them, if you will.
And our kids, you know, they're training harder than they ever have, way harder than we did when we were kids, for sure,
Yeah.
whatever sport they're doing.
And there's no real off season here in the valley because of our weather, and that is why she says there's so much overuse.
All right, you guys, well, that was a segment I wanted to take you to about healthy eating, which we know can be hard for everybody. Let's give you guys another live look of Trump Tower. Kellyanne Conway just walked in the elevators, so maybe we'll see her come out very shortly. All right, you guys, we are still live here in Trump Tower. Coming up in about 3 minutes, I'm going to have my co-host Mike Page up here with me to discuss a really crazy story. It's not political related, but it is definitely a talker. Stick with us here on the stream. You're going to want to hear this story coming up in just a few minutes. All right, you guys, looks like we temporarily lost that feed. Stick with me here while I work to bring you guys something else. It looks like they are testing the feed right now, so it went away for just a few seconds. Hopefully we'll be able to get it back. I want to see if Kellyanne's going to come out of the elevator. We just saw her walk in. She was on her phone. Looked like she was holding the elevator open for someone. So hopefully we'll be able to see her when she comes out. We just lost that feed. Darn it. We'll get it back. Don't worry, we will get it back. I could show you guys a live look of the Capitol building, but it's not as exciting. Let me show you. Yeah, there's not a whole lot going on there, at least from the outside. So we won't make you watch that forever. Certainly not. Coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have my co-host Mike Page up here with me to be discussing a very crazy story. Actually, in just 1 minute. So just for a few seconds, let me give you the Capitol building and let Mike and I get ready, and we're going to discuss this crazy story in just a few seconds here. All right, everybody. Well, I have my co-host Mike Page up here with me today to talk. Really, I'm at a loss for words. This story is, you brought this up to me today. I'll let you.
Well, when I read it, first of all, I thought it was very disturbing, and then I had to read it again just because it was just so bizarre. Let me set the story up for you.
Okay, tell me about it.
This is happening in Florida, so it's one of those, it's a Florida story type of situation
not in Florida.
back in Florida. Well, this is what police say. Police say a man murdered his wife and then kept the body inside the house and then logged onto her Facebook account and then acted like, she was making these messages like, hey, everyone, I dropped my phone in the toilet. Don't be worried if I don't pick up any phone calls. So she trying to make it seem like, hey, family and friends, don't be worried if I'm not reaching out to
like
you.
She's still alive. He's
Yes.
posting on her Facebook as her.
It was bizarre.
And so the excuse of why no one can get a hold of her is I dropped my cell phone in the toilet.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just use her cell phone and write as her?
I know. Really weird. And then he goes a step further. He posts then a picture of her and another guy and says, people are saying, oh, who is it? And then, goes off and says, well, it's another man. Like.
But what was the purpose of that? To say.
Almost to say like, oh, I'm running off with a new guy.
And I'm out doing things.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really bizarre.
That is very bizarre. And it seems like he really tried to think through this. If I just post a status update and I post a picture of her out with a new guy, people will think she's alive. I guess I would. If it were a friend of mine and she was posting, I would think she's alive.
Like for a little bit, but wouldn't your family or friends eventually want to go see you or meet up somewhere?
Right.
How are you going to keep this going? What is this, Weekend at Bernie's type of situation where you would
That
have to, prop her up a little bit and take her out?
Yeah.
Because
what was the plan, really?
Yeah, what was the long-term plan? I want to know the long-term plan.
What was he going to do? Post on her Facebook forever?
He might have, and here's a sick story that when the police finally did show up, because family and friends were worried, he was trying to kill himself in the garage while she was still in the bedroom under a comforter.
So he regretted his decision, clearly,
if
he was trying to kill himself.
Well,
and that's their home right there.
That's the home in question here, where it's just a bizarre story.
So he started making these Facebook updates around January 7th, and he posted that his wife's phone had been dropped in the toilet, as you said, so no one would panic that she was not returning calls or text messages.
Yeah.
That makes just no sense, and I hope he was smart enough not to make these status updates through his mobile phone, because then that wouldn't make sense, saying that her phone's in the toilet.
I just want to know, how long did he think he could have got away with this?
Yeah, because really, what was the plan? Were you just trying to buy yourself some time so you could leave the country? Clearly, he didn't.
And here's the thing: why is the body still in the home? If you really are trying to get,
why leave it in bed under a comforter?
Oh man.
And so, how did he kill her? They said they found her body in the master bedroom under a comforter, but they got in an argument about 3 a.m. on January 7th. He lost his temper, jumped on his wife, and choked her to death. Okay, so maybe he choked her in the bed and just left the body there.
Yes.
And that's a picture of her?
Yeah, unfortunately. Wow. Seems like a great person who, they had a fight, and I guess he just killed her that night, and then he started freaking out and just started posting on Facebook.
So I think that was just obviously unplanned. That was out of panic. He got in a fight with her. Obviously, he probably didn't plan on killing her. It was out of a heated argument, and then
he freaks out. Totally freaks out.
Thinks, okay, I'll just post, because I think when I read in this article, he started making all these status updates. He changed her profile picture a bunch of times, posted all these pictures with her and a new guy. That was too much. That looks too obvious. You're panicking. Don't post so many statuses.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe
you think?
You're probably right. He went in a deep panic mode and just totally freaked out and was acting like Facebook was going to be his savior. And
I think that
wow.
That's not. I think that wasn't very smart on the overdoing it. I'm not saying what he did was smart at all.
No,
Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that just shows real panic when you. You're posting several times.
Yeah.
Why are you changing her profile picture? No one's gonna think, oh, she's clearly alive. She changed her profile picture. And then police.
Hey, when you're going on your friends, when you're on your timeline on your Facebook feed and you're looking at your friends' updates, are you like, oh, I'm glad she posted, she's alive?
That's just strange. I mean, I don't know if that was him thinking, oh, I bet a lot of people are calling her right now, so I'll just start posting on her Facebook. I don't know.
I wonder what he did with her actual phone. Do you think
yeah.
he just turned it off, or?
That's a good question, because wouldn't the smarter move to have been just used her phone and text friends through that instead of updating her Facebook?
Yeah.
So I don't know what the reason was for that. He
poor woman.
Yeah, it says 6 hours later, the profile picture was updated to show her next to a man at what appeared to be at a social event. You said that, right?
Yeah, so pretty much saying like, she ran off with somebody, and that's another reason she's not getting back to anyone.
Yeah, someone commented, "Who's your friend?" And then he wrote back as her,
Wow.
saying, "That's my new guy."
That's deep-rooted, guys. Folks, that's deep-rooted. Okay, so that...
To make her look bad, like, oh, she left me for a new guy or something?
Yeah. Oh,
that's strange.
Oh, he's having a pity party now after what he done.
And police obviously didn't wait around. This didn't last long.
No,
He's
no.
already arrested. So,
yeah, so this is good.
But, that also brings up the question of, what does Facebook do to monitor this sort of stuff? I know there's not a lot they can do, but with all the stuff that's been happening on Facebook Live,
Yes,
suicides
that's
and
true.
beatings, how do they monitor these things that happen on Facebook where...
I don't think you could monitor something like this.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
How would you know?
They wouldn't know yet that she's been murdered, and if he's logging in his wife's Facebook and he can use her password as he pleases.
Now I'm going to really question when I'm looking at my friend's Facebook updates. I'm going to be like, did they really post it?
And I guess this isn't the first time something like this has happened. In that article, there were other instances where the husband or the wife would go online and pretend to be that other person on Facebook. It's like, you committed a crime, and all you're doing is logging on Facebook and writing statuses. Don't you think it'd be smarter to, I don't know.
I don't understand. So do you
Instead
think,
of hiding the body, he just gets on Facebook.
do you think the guy that after he did this horrible, horrible act, he was like, instead of moving the body, like they always show that they do in movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of moving the body, what does he do? He's probably, what does he say? Well, looks like I got to post on Facebook now.
Yeah, to me, I just think, and I
that is where our world is at now. In this day and age, where people are now just thinking about social media.
Yeah, I think that that is a clear indication that this was unplanned and out of panic. You don't make good decisions when you're panicking. And he thought, oh, I'll just get on her Facebook right now and start posting status updates, when no one was probably even saying anything on her Facebook about where she was at that point. So I think, and to change her profile picture and then do this and that, it was too much.
Too much.
And like you said, he left the body in the bed. That's
deep-rooted.
Weird behavior.
That's deep-rooted as well. Look at this. In October, a man's Facebook account suddenly became active after he and his girlfriend disappeared. First, there was an announcement that the two had gotten married. Then came various postings, including news stories about the missing couple and strange violent images and memes.
Oh, so this is a different story.
This is a different story. Then the man, Charles Carver, was found buried on a rural South Carolina property in November. His girlfriend...
she was found chained up like a dog,
Yeah.
it said.
Bizarre.
Yeah, it said, quote, chained like a dog in a metal container on the property. So was the person that abducted them posting on their Facebook pictures of them being married and stuff?
Bizarre.
Okay, it's like, yeah, maybe that holds off people being worried about you for, a week or so? But if you're not answering your phone and you're not physically, if someone can't hear your voice, people will still worry whether you're posting pictures on Facebook every day or not.
I know.
If I can't get a hold of you and you're not answering your phone, I'm still going to think something's fishy. I'm going to think, okay, first, why is he ignoring me? What a jerk. He's on Facebook, but he can't answer my call. And then I would think, hey, something's up. Because he might know how his wife writes statuses, but I think it's pretty easy to tell when someone's pretending to be someone else after a while. You can tell the way people write.
That's true.
And you say, hey, he would never write that, You're always writing motivational things on your status.
Yeah.
So let's say someone took over your account and they're like, what a
horrible day.
They would think, that's not Mike.
Yeah.
Definitely not Mike.
So now you would know if I'm hurt.
So, I mean, yeah, so that's, I'm trying to see what you guys are saying in the chat about this, because this story is so crazy. Temporary Channel saying, if the guy knew CPR, he could have resuscitated her. Yeah, but I think that
he
it
wanted to
wasn't
kill
the
her.
plan.
No, I think he wanted to kill her.
He did this. It was a crime of is that a crime of passion?
Yeah, I would call it a crime of passion, but then
They were arguing. They were up late. Maybe they had been drinking. I don't know, but he
Who
definitely
knows?
didn't want to resuscitate her. But then, obviously, you said he tried to kill himself, so maybe he did
Yeah,
feel
well,
bad
he's
about it
probably
later.
freaking out. Like people are trying to contact this woman, and he still has the body in the bed.
Oh, that's so sad, and she's really beautiful too. Even seeing her picture, her parents started a GoFundMe campaign to help support her 2 young children and help pay for the funeral. That is so sad.
Yeah,
so they have kids.
They have a GoFundMe, and they're trying to raise some money for those funeral costs.
Well, that's really sad, because
Wow.
And I just want to bring up another sort of stats in terms of this happening. It says federal statistics show that women were more likely to be victims of homicide committed by their intimate partners. So, and then it says nearly 40% of the 3,000 homicides involving female victims in 2010 were committed by their intimate partners. So that's interesting. I just think, wow. I mean,
It's bizarre.
But that's
Like I
why-
read it a couple times, and I'm thinking, is this right? And then I'm like, oh, it's in Florida too.
that's why.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of crazy stories come out of Florida, right?
Yeah, they're bizarre. I think it's the way that the sun hits it there. It's weird.
Well, and I think
It's weird.
when murder happens, they do look at the husband first in a lot of cases.
Oh,
which isn't that
yeah.
interesting?
Yeah,
and that's sad for the ones that don't do it.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't commit the crime. They have to think.
Well, they say 90% of murders, the people knew their killer.
Did you ever see that movie Gone Girl with Ben Affleck?
No.
Oh, so good. And it's based off a book. And she goes missing. And of course, they all blame Ben Affleck as the murderer,
Yeah.
as they would in normal cases.
Sure.
And she faked her own murder just to punish him for cheating on her. It was a really crazy movie. But I thought it was.
So where did she go then? While everyone thought she was dead.
She stayed in some hotel 2 hours away, but she left all this evidence to make it look like he did it, just to
screw
punish
him.
him. Just
To
to
screw
punish
him.
him. Yeah, you should really see it. It's pretty crazy. But
all
that's
right.
true. I mean, when your wife goes missing, I think police, the first person they look at is the husband.
Wow.
Of course, they always investigate other options, but isn't that crazy?
I just feel bad for that woman.
I feel bad for her too. Well, I appreciate you bringing that story to our
Yeah,
attention.
sorry
That's a
to put
crazy
everyone
story.
down here.
Yeah, you're usually talking about the motivational stories.
I
but
know.
I think it's very kind of appropriate for our time. Not appropriate, I don't know if that's the right word, but the social media world that we live in now.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what he thinks of doing the second he kills his wife, is getting on her social media.
Yeah, it's like I gotta make an update for her because
people are going to wonder where she is. I mean,
it's like, no, chill, boy.
That's not what you should do. All right,
Wow.
you guys.
All right. Well, I'll be back in a little bit, huh?
Let me pull up a look of the Capitol building, everyone's favorite live
Hey,
shot.
That's a great shot there.
Thanks, Mike.
Oh, no problem.
All right, you guys, well, I am back here on the Fox News Now stream. Let me pull this camera back to way it's supposed to be. Is that good? Put up a lower third here for you guys. That was my co-host Mike Page up here with me discussing that crazy story about the man who murdered his wife and then pretended to be her on Facebook to let people know she was still alive when obviously she was dead, and he thought that would be a good idea to pretend to be her on Facebook. So again, people do crazy things when they are panicking, and that clearly, at least to me, and let me know what you guys think in the chat, but to me that seemed like that was out of panic. He didn't know what he was doing. Someone in the chat said he could have fled town. Yeah, he didn't flee. He stayed. He left the body in the bed, and he just started posting on her Facebook, and then later tried to commit suicide. So as you can see, I mean, clearly that's out of panic. He strangled her. It was probably out of a passionate fight, and maybe he didn't even mean to kill her. I don't know. I don't know what really happened that night, but the fact that he didn't flee and those things means the whole thing was unplanned, at a heat of the moment, and he clearly wasn't thinking straight if he's going to leave the body in the bed and then just get on Facebook and then to have that want to commit suicide. He clearly was very scatterbrained and didn't know what to do. So let's take you guys to some more positive stories at this time here on the stream. Let me, looks like there's an incident, some breaking news. Let me pull this up for you guys. Let's see. Looks like, I'm going to show this to you guys right now. Incident, Loop 101 and Thunderbird reported that a motorist had an accidental discharge in his vehicle. Fire department is responding at this time, so you can see that on the right side there. Again, this is a motorcycle accident in the Loop 101 and Thunderbird here in Arizona. Some breaking news for you guys here. Let me get you guys some more information as we watch live on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, so you are live with me here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, this is an accident that you can see here right on the right side of the road there. You can see the emergency crews are just now on scene. This is a motorcycle accident, and the fire department is responding as well. This is on the, if you're familiar with this area, the Loop 101 and Thunderbird. And again, unfortunately, this is a motorcycle accident, and you can see all the traffic is actually pretty heavy right now because it's about 4:52 here in Arizona. Let me get you guys some more information about this as we stream live for you here on the Fox News Now show. All right, you guys, I want to correct the information that I was reporting earlier for you here. This is an accidental shooting in a car. That's what the information is that I'm getting now. It was reported that a driver had an accidental shooting, his gun accidentally discharged in his car. So that's what you're seeing there, are those emergency crews responding to this. Again, his gun accidentally went off in his vehicle. Sometimes these things happen. Unfortunately, this happened today in his car. It's about 4:54 here in Arizona, and this is on the Loop 101 and Thunderbird. Again, an accidental shooting in his car. Not sure how that happened, but emergency crews are there right now. Just getting more information here in the newsroom. I appreciate you watching with me right now. I'm your host, Mary Kate Gaffney, and you're watching live here on the Fox News Now stream. This is an accidental shooting. Crazy. I know this is not something that we normally report, but this is a driver, his gun accidentally discharged in his car here on the Loop 101. This is at the Loop 101 and Thunderbird. And you can see those emergency crews are there on the right side of the road. They are responding right now. Again, a driver's gun accidentally discharged when he was driving. We're unaware at this time the condition that the driver is in. Hopefully he'll be okay, and hopefully no one else got hurt in this accident. You can see traffic pretty heavy right now, which is normal. It's about 4:56 here in Arizona. But again, all I can report for right now for you guys is that this is the Loop 101 and Thunderbird. A driver accidentally discharged his weapon, and now emergency crews are on the scene working to help this man. Let me get you guys some more details here, and stick with us here live on the Fox News Now stream. Again, this is an accidental shooting that happened in a car here on the Loop 101 and Thunderbird. And we're streaming live here for you on the Fox News Now stream. My co-host Mike Page up here with me right now. Mike, I don't know if you are hearing about this story, but this is live right now. You can see all the traffic really backed up because of this accident.
Yeah, this is a weird story again here that we're covering.
And we're going to have Chopper up soon too, so we'll be able to give you guys a,
Was
kind of a
anyone
better view.
hurt?
I don't know his condition yet, but this is an accidental discharge of his weapon. And I, just out of curiosity, Googled, how does a gun accidentally discharge? And it says this is a high possibility, so most guns now have a drop safety so that this doesn't happen. So I'm not sure.
Wow.
Maybe he dropped it or it fell off his seat in his car.
I hope it's accidental.
It says most long guns do not have drop safeties. So maybe it was a long gun. Not sure again, but hopefully he's okay.
Hopefully everyone there is okay, and you're taking a look at the people driving past, and they're wondering, okay, what's going on?
Yeah.
Because it shouldn't be that backed up on a holiday.
So that's not normal for the Loop 101.
Not on a holiday. It should be beautiful. It should be beautiful right now, but everyone's unfortunately everyone's just stopping and looking.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so Sky Fox is going to be there, give us an aerial view of this
let me
fortunate
pull this up.
stuff here going on.
All right, let me see if I can pull this up here.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
it's
so it
coming,
looks like
folks. Hey, it's coming.
Chopper is heading there right now. So, Mike, you're going to be taking on the show here for the next few hours.
Oh, yeah.
Your host, Mike, paced you guys, so I'll switch out with you here, and we'll give you guys more updates.
Sounds good. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We always appreciate when you watch live with us here. All right, folks, you are watching live footage here, Loop 101 and Thunderbird right here, as police are responding to this accidental shooting right now. Emergency crews there on the scene as well. Once again, folks, DPS is telling us that this was all reported that a motorist had an accidental discharge in his vehicle. The fire department is responding as well. Let's take a look now as Sky Fox there on the scene. You're continuing to watch live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Boy, we really appreciate you guys being with us this holiday evening. Still no word yet on if anybody was hurt, but just judging from the response here from the police here, does not look to be like it's a serious situation as far as anybody being hurt. So that is the good news right there, as we're continuing to watch live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Once again, folks, you are watching live right now the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com with this accidental shooting live coverage here. Looks to be not a major issue at this time, so that is very good news here. You could just tell by the response here, and it doesn't look like it to be an immediate factor here. But we'll continue to stream as Sky Fox is overhead of this accidental shooting right now. Continuing to watch the Fox 10 News Now stream. So as you can see here, there's not even an ambulance or fire department here, so that is some good news as well here. We're just seeing police respond to this issue right now. Continuing to watch live, and we appreciate everybody watching on Facebook Live as well. All right, you're taking a look at what is probably the occupants that were inside that truck, and right now they are talking to DPS. They're trying to figure out, okay, how did this exactly happen? And folks, if you're just joining us here, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being with us this evening as we are reporting on an accidental shooting at the 101 and Thunderbird here in Arizona. Thanks to everyone watching live right now worldwide on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Nobody hurt in this accidental shooting. Still trying to figure out how this all happened. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're covering this accidental shooting that happened at the Loop 101 and Thunderbird. Well, no one is hurt here. Police are just investigating how exactly this firearm went off. And you can see here police investigating just exactly what happened. No one was hurt during this incident, so we are, you could tell by the response here, it's just police here trying to figure out, okay, what happened inside this vehicle? Was there an altercation that maybe went off and they just don't want to tell the police? We don't know those details yet. Well, we're going to continue to watch here live on the stream. All right, folks, for those of you that are watching on Fox 10 Facebook Live, we encourage you to continue watching live right now on fox10phoenix.com, as this Facebook Live will be going away here, but be sure for the latest updates, Fox 10 News at 6, 9, and 10. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be with you for the next 2 hours here. Hope everyone is having just an absolute great evening here. It's so nice to be able to talk to you this evening here as we are just getting our week started, and it's going to end with a lot of activity on Friday. We are going to be very busy here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're going to have pretty much all day coverage here for you. We're starting early as well, 9 o'clock Eastern on Friday. Be sure to check that out. That's 7 o'clock a.m. Arizona time. Sami is going to start off the coverage for us on Friday, and then we are going to be in just full-blown mode here for presidential inauguration of Donald J. Trump. That brings me to my next topic here, as we are talking about the end of President Barack Obama and going to be going into the new administration of Donald J. Trump. And it's so interesting to see some people are all for Donald Trump, others can't stand the person and are very sad that President Obama is leaving, and they feel like that when President Obama leaves that, well, America will leave too. And I just don't see it like that, because I think what everybody is missing right now is it doesn't matter who is going to be the next president. You need to really appreciate and honor the peaceful transition of a president. Think about it. Donald Trump is just days away from going into office. And there are so many people out there trying to put him down, to say things like it was Russian hacking that got him into the office, but they discredit the more than 60 million people that did vote for him. They disenfranchise those voters. because they are not accepting and respecting that peaceful transition of power that we are all going to witness on Friday. Whether you love the person or you hate the person, at the end of the day, that man is going to be your president for the next 4 years. See, the problem I think that we have as a society now, and it's really, when you think about it, very depressing how you have people that are already trying to discount somebody before they even take office, saying things like, not my president. Well, if you are going to continue to live in the U.S. past Friday, guess what? He is going to be your president. And if we don't respect our own president, how are we going to respect our family members, people that we meet out in public, friends? See, when we start disfranchising other people, that's how you have hate. That's how you have people disliking each other. And why? Because you don't even respect your own president. So either you like the person or you hate them, but at the end of the day, you got to respect this peaceful transition that we are all going to witness as Americans. You got to get excited about this, even if you didn't vote for the person that is going to be the next president. You've got to really appreciate this transfer of power that we are all going to witness here. But to disenfranchise 60 million voters and say, you know what, it was probably Russian hackers that got him into office. Well, was it the Russian hackers that got 60 million people to the polls to vote for the man? Because that would be a story. But it didn't work out like that. So, if we're going to grow as a country, we have to at least honor and respect this transfer of power that we are going to see on Friday. It's amazing to me that I'm seeing some Democrats that are not going to be even there. I'm not even going to mention the congressmen's names because they don't. If you're not going to go there to witness transition of power, what are you doing in office? You're already making a divided line, and we need to unite if we are going to go anywhere as a country. I really hope that people respect Friday. I'm not saying respect the person, but respect the privilege and honor that we all get to see and witness the next president, the 45th of the United States. Think about it. If we're going to grow, if we're going to elevate ourselves, we got to be excited about Friday. Doesn't matter what party line they are, doesn't matter what they are for or what they are against. You have to be for the peaceful transition that we are all going to witness on Friday. If you can't make it to that step, I'm scared of what the future is going to hold. Those are just some of my thoughts this evening. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're going to take a look at a White House video here as top YouTube creators interview President Obama from the East Room of the White House.
We're going to have sort of 21st century fireside chats where I'm speaking directly to the American people through video streams.
Mr. President, we're about to start.
Mr. President, how exactly are you planning on helping small businesses grow and prosper, besides simply providing tax breaks?
At a time when Americans are struggling to pay for daily necessities, what is your plan to help students pay off all their student loans?
Do you think that same-sex marriage will be legalized in all 50 states?
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Hello everyone, my name is Steve Grove and I'm the director of the News Lab at Google. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to a YouTube interview with the President of the United States. Mr. President, thanks for having us here today.
Great to see you. How are you?
I'm doing well. We're excited to do this YouTube interview today. As you saw from the introductory film, we've been doing this for 7 years.
We have.
Started out having you answer top voted YouTube video questions, moved on to Google Plus Hangouts. Today, we actually brought 3 top YouTube creators right here to the East Room of the White House. They've brought their own sets in here. They've asked their millions of fans online what questions they should ask you. I should tell our viewers that neither the President nor any of his staff have seen these questions before today's interview, so this is going to be a lot of fun.
Excellent.
We're excited. We wanted to sort of set the stage before we got started, and we took a look at sort of what people's political questions were over the last 7 years on Google. We anonymized that data, aggregated it, used our Google Trends platform, as you'll see here. We looked at what were the most searched political issues in the last 7 years. Number 1 issue was gun control, followed by same-sex marriage, education, taxes, Obamacare. Then we asked ourselves, if we went back in time to when you started your presidency, what were the top questions people were asking back in 2009? Healthcare reform, not surprisingly, at the top. Gun control, still a big question people are asking about. People wondering what percentage of scientists believe in global warming, when women got the right to vote, and of course, who voted for your healthcare bill was on the list as well. So when we fast forwarded, 2015, different political climate, different questions. Number 1 question was about Benghazi. People are very curious why Obama says ISIL. What is the Patriot Act? Gun control, again on the list, and then the Common Core made the top 5 as well. So as your presidency has evolved, so have people's questions about it on Google. We'll continue to take a look back today and also, of course, look forward. And let's just get straight to the questions.
Terrific.
We're going to start with a really long-running YouTube creator on the platform, very popular, and his name is Swoozy.
Mr. President.
Susie, how are you?
I am great. Thanks for your time.
Good to see you.
Welcome to my set.
It's a sharp set. You look sharp as well.
I'm trying to get on your level, man.
I like the touch, the rose.
Have a seat, please. So I saw your State of the Union. Just got
I'm
a
glad.
really quick question for you because you mentioned a few things.
Yes.
Okay, minimum wage. My audience, YouTube subscribers want to know, can you raise the minimum wage to like $500 an hour? I'll take a yes or I'll think about it.
No, that I can't do.
Oh, I tried, guys. I tried.
What we can do is make sure that if you're working full-time, you're not under the poverty line. And there's been a movement around the country to get the minimum wage raised to $15 an hour. A bunch of states, counties, cities have done it. If the federal government, through Congress, voted for it, then it would apply to everybody. Right now, there are a lot of communities where it's happened, but there's still a lot of communities where it's a lot lower. And, you know, if you work full-time, you should be able to pay your bills.
Okay, I tried, guys. I'm sorry. So, as a black male who wears his hat backwards from time to time, I get racially profiled. Okay, the most recent story I have for you is driving, pulled over to send some text messages. Cop pulled up behind me, call for backup. They're all over me, harassing me for my ID, registration. Third cop is driving by, kind of just like, you know, I get harassed often. I've learned to live with the harassment, but people are dying now. I can't sit by and let that happen. So my thing to you is, I feel like law enforcement, they're just bullies with badges at this point. They get caught on camera, they're killing people, and they go to the court of law and they get off without a lot of consequences. So I really want to know is accountability. What can you do with your time left? What can the government do with the time left? Because these guys are going through and they're killing people, and it's just like, I think they're developing a Superman complex.
Well, first of all, I'm a black man who sometimes wears his hat backwards.
Really?
And there have been times when I was younger when I was stopped for reasons that I wasn't always clear about. But I think it's also important for us not to completely generalize. Now, the overwhelming majority of law enforcement officers are doing a really tough job, and they're doing it well. And they're respectful, and they're doing it the right way. It is absolutely true that there's always been pockets of police misconduct around the country. And we have to take that seriously, and what's happened is not that this is new. If you talk to anybody who is a little bit older and was, African American in Chicago or New York or any place else, back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, I promise you, it was a lot worse.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not that the situation's gotten worse, it's that our awareness has increased. And what we have to do, and I put together a task force that included both police officers and police chiefs, but also folks who were organizing protests in Ferguson, to come together. We put together a task force to give specific recommendations on how we could really deal with this in a serious way. Better data collection, body cameras, better training, a whole package. The problem is that most police departments, sheriff's departments, those are individual jurisdictions. They don't fall just under federal control. So I can't order all these reforms to be implemented. What we're trying to do is incentivize all these cities, counties, to adopt these practices, because when they do, not only is it good for the communities who finally feel like they are being well served and respected, but it's also good for the police officers because they have an easier time doing their job if communities trust them.
I understand, you have to make split-second decisions, and my thing is, you're caught on camera doing things like the chokehold, and that's against the law. Right. But you go to the courts, and you're scot-free, so everybody that applies a chokehold from here on out, you kind of have to fall into that same thing, so accountability is kind of where... Right.
Well, one of the recommendations that was made was to have independent investigations rather than, in many cases, state's attorneys who are dependent on police officers to deal with a whole bunch of criminal cases. And that could make a difference as well. So what I would recommend, anybody who's interested in what this task force generated, you can go to the White House website, whitehouse.gov, and you'll be able to find these recommendations and other resources that tell you whether your local community is starting to adopt these best practices.
Okay, let's move on. Election 2016. Now, our boy Donald Trump is doing his thing, and the people want to know, especially my friends. They want to know. They're saying they're watching the media. The stuff that he's saying is just, it's a zoo.
Right.
And my friends have wanted me to ask you, are you embarrassed for the American people? Because it's just like pandemonium out here when you watch what's going on in the headlines.
Well, look, I think it's really early in the process. If you look at previous elections, this early in the contest, a lot of times you'll have people who are seen as front runners.
Right.
Because they're noisy, they get a lot of attention.
Correct.
Over time, voters take a careful look. The closer you get to actually deciding on a president, everybody gets a little more sober. It's less entertainment, and it's a little more, this is serious business. This person's going to have the nuclear code. This person's going to be making a bunch of decisions. We want to make sure that they're clear. So we'll see how the Republican primaries sort themselves out. Now, what I said at the State of the Union was, what is true is our politics has become so rancorous, and there's so few restraints that these days people can just make up facts. Right. They can say one thing and then say the complete opposite the next week. The kind of language that we see people labeling their political opponents, calling them unpatriotic, saying they want to weaken America. That is, I think, a result of a lot of forces, a media that's much more splintered. You've got, sort of talk radio habits creeping into politics. A lot of times it's like the comment section or trolling.
I'm very familiar with the comment section.
Where people just feel like they can vent without really thinking about what they say ahead of time. And what I did talk about at the State of the Union is the need for us, if our democracy is going to work, we can have big arguments. We can disagree on a lot of stuff, but we do have to have some basic boundaries where facts are facts. We don't make stuff up.
Right.
We don't assume malice on the part of other people. The only way to enforce that, by the way, is ultimately for people to vote and reward politicians who are conducting themselves in a way that we respect and punishing those who aren't.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so I want to move on to gun control, but I want to talk about it a little bit differently than you've been talking about the last few weeks.
You bet.
I feel like a lot of the people who are carrying out these mass shootings in public, they're doing it and they don't have causes. It's like they know if I go out and I hurt 4 more people, I'm going to end up on the news. And the media kind of makes them look notorious in what they're doing. I feel like it's almost when the media is doing this, they're talking about this person for a week. And we all want recognition. I give shout out to the end of all my videos because I know people just want recognition at the end of the day. So I feel like, is there anything the government can do, or maybe you can do with your time left, to not so much make these people that are doing these bad things notorious? And I think there was one of the most recent school shootings where the law enforcement was like, we are not going to talk about this guy, we're not going to say his name. So you know ahead of time, when I go in and do these bad things, I'm just throwing my life away. Is there anything you guys can do about that?
Well, first of all, people's motives in these mass shootings are complicated. In my mind, by definition, if you are willing to do something like that, you have a serious mental health problem. And whatever their motivations, the reason I emphasize common sense gun safety measures is not that we can eliminate all this violence completely, but we can reduce it. The same way we've reduced traffic fatalities because we make people wear seat belts and we crack down on drunk drivers and we do a bunch of sensible things. It took 20, 30 years, but there are a lot fewer traffic fatalities today than there were 30, 40 years ago. We can do the same thing with guns. It's because we can't always predict when somebody's going to snap and decide they want to go shoot. But what is also true is that we have to do a better job as a culture and as a society, not sensationalizing violence as a way of getting attention.
Correct.
That's not something the government can do because we got a First Amendment, and free speech. It is something that all of us can contribute to by saying, let's not constantly harp on people who engage in mass violence. Let's spend at least as much time paying attention to people who are doing good things in the community, who are helping people, who are building businesses. And that's something that's probably more up to folks like you, young people who are in media right now, particularly new media. How are you going to work together with others who have a lot of viewers to try to educate them about how they think about their world?
Excellent. I want to talk a little bit also about the terrorism stuff going on. And I feel like the same thing. These guys, they'll hurt people to get their message out there because they know I'm going to hurt somebody, I'm going to put them in a cage, I'm going to hurt them, and then you guys will do the rest. And I kind of use the parallel with a kid who is doing things to get attention. They'll go in the kitchen and bang pots together like, oh my God, look at me, Mom. And the thing is, too, is when you ignore a kid that does that, sometimes they go to the next level to get your attention. So I'm kind of wondering, what are you guys doing to prevent or even downplay, because we're getting our butts kicked by these terrorists online?
Well, here you're asking a couple questions. Number one, ISIL, their operations in Iraq and Syria are wreaking havoc in those countries. And part of that has to do with the chaos that exists there. They're going through a lot of changes. There are divisions between different sects of Islam, Shia, Sunni. But our top priority has to be make sure we protect the homeland. And you've seen in San Bernardino and other situations, because they have such an online presence, they have the capacity potentially to inspire people who already are troubled, and suddenly they think that maybe this is a way for them to become linked up with something larger. And that poses a danger. Now, as I said at the State of the Union, this is not an existential threat to the United States. This is not World War III. What we have to do is go after the core of these terrorists overseas in places like Iraq and Syria, and that's exactly what we're doing. You're right, though, that part of what we have to do in terms of keeping the homeland safe it's not that they're going to come and invade. It's more, what are they doing online to persuade and inspire? And I've been pushing the government generally to say we have to get up to speed. The old ways of communicating are not the ways that young people are receiving information. And if we're going to counter this violent narrative that twists and distorts Islam, one of the world's largest religions, and justifies in the minds of these folks violence, we've got to have, Islamic scholars and moderates and leaders on a platform where they can say, what these folks are saying is crazy. Mm-hmm. That's not who we are. That's not what we're about. And we have to be as savvy and as nimble as an organization like ISIL is. So we've actually stood up what we call an interagency, meaning all the different departments, to come together to work with the private sector and content providers to think about how do we do that in a better way, in a faster way. And the government sometimes moves a little slower than I'd like, but I think we're starting to make progress on that front.
Excellent. Well, the good news is that was the hard stuff. We're on to the easy stuff now.
Uh-oh.
Are you ready?
The easy stuff may be the stuff I worry more about.
This is the lightning round.
Okay, lightning round.
All right, you're ready for this?
All right, let's see what we got.
Have you seen the new Star Wars?
I have not.
You have not. Okay, so my audience wants to know, we had the YouTube Ask Obama hashtag.
Yes.
What is your favorite Star Wars movie? 1 through 6, since you haven't seen
Number 1. I still remember when I saw it.
That's the wrong answer, Mr. President.
I was like 14, 15, and I went to the Cinerama Theater right around the corner from my house.
Okay, number 4. Okay, you saved it. You clutched it. Okay,
Yeah.
So if you had to pick from one of these Star Wars characters, who would you be?
Well, I got to go with Han Solo. He's a little bit of a rebel.
All right. Got to keep it moving fast. This is lightning round. All right, so now the American people really want to know this one. This is, actually I lied, this is a serious one. If you had to pick a pair of pants for your dog, A or B?
No, you got to go with this.
This one?
Yeah, this, I think.
This is your final answer? You don't want to phone a friend?
It's a little too conservative.
Too extra, okay.
A little too much.
And the last one.
Too much fabric.
All right, so we had Drake versus Meek Mill. A lot of people were tweeting that to me. We kind of know the outcome of that. But if Drake and Kendrick Lamar got in a rap battle, who do you think would win?
Got to go with Kendrick. I'm just saying. I think Drake is an outstanding entertainer, but Kendrick, his lyrics, his last album was outstanding.
Excellent, all right.
Best album, I think, last year.
Thanks so much for your time, Mr. President. Excellent.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, throughout your administration, Americans have been facing a lot of social issues, and of course that conversation is played out on YouTube every day. Let's take a look back.
You and I, as citizens, have the obligation to shape the debates of our time.
The first step in combating racism is acknowledging it.
Do Black lives matter or do all lives matter?
We need to have policies that protect us from the people who can't responsibly own guns.
Is our collective right to gun ownership worth the cost that we pay an innocent life every single year?
Race, gender, religion, sexuality, we are all people.
I have a feeling this is going to be a day that goes down in history.
This morning, the Supreme Court recognized that the Constitution guarantees marriage equality.
Equal rights means equal rights for everyone.
When all Americans are treated as equal, we are all more free.
To tackle these topics and many more, Mr. President, is Destin Sandlin from Smarter Every Day.
Destin.
Pleasure to meet you,
Good
Mr.
to
President.
see you.
How are you doing?
How are you? I'm doing
well.
great. Please.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. President, during the day, I'm a civil servant for the Department of Defense.
Fantastic. We appreciate your service.
Thank you very much. During the evening, I make a YouTube channel called Smarter Every Day, where I try to get smarter using various versions of the scientific method.
I try to do the same thing.
Fantastic.
I've been trying to get smarter every day.
You have led me directly into the question. So here's the question. I assume when you wake up, you walk into the Situation Room or the intelligence briefing, and you're presented with a problem that you might not be the expert on.
Absolutely.
I want to know how you get smarter every day on that topic.
Well, it's interesting, and this is consistent with the scientific method, right? Over the years, you accumulate knowledge, and you test hypotheses and propositions, right? So how I think about it today is different than the first day I walked into the Oval Office. Now I've got enough of a baseline of knowledge. I've seen problems come up before. I've seen patterns that have emerged that I may not have to go as into the briefing book as deeply as I did
kinda skim
initially. So I'm skimming and I'm looking at are there significant differences. But the most important thing that I find, whether it's on the defense military side, whether it's on social issues, domestic policy, is I've learned to be pretty good at listening carefully to people who know a lot more than I do about a topic, and making sure that any dissenting voices are in the room at the same time, so that there's an initial presentation. I will make sure that I hear from everybody in the room. Does anybody disagree with the baseline facts? Is there any evidence that's inconsistent with what was just said? And if there is, then I want to hear that argument in front of me. And what I'm pretty good at is then asking questions, poking, prodding, testing propositions, seeing if they hold up. And that, I think, is pretty consistent with how scientists approach problems generally.
Now, I actually knew that about you because I've listened to your audiobooks. And in Dreams of My Father, it ended with the 2004 Democratic National Convention speech.
Right.
And one of the cool things about being a YouTube guy is I can go back and look at myself in the past.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you want to do that with me right now.
Oh, let's do it, except I guarantee you that the first thing I'm going to notice is how young I looked.
We won't comment on that. Let's not do that. Shall we?
Yeah, go ahead.
E pluribus unum, out of many, one. Now, even as we speak, there are those who are preparing to divide us. The spin masters, the negative ad peddlers, who embrace the politics of anything goes. Well, I say to them tonight, there is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. There is not a black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America.
It's kind of fun, isn't it?
Oh, like I said, I look a lot younger.
I understand that. One thing I noticed is I feel like, not just physically, but I feel like I'm sitting with a very different person than I saw there. I watched the State of the Union address.
Right.
It's extremely optimistic.
Yeah.
You nailed this speech. We're all going to agree with that. But I heard the same things in the State of the Union the other day, and the same optimism was there, but I feel like something's different. I mean, with the polarization of the nation right now, how do you feel that, I don't know, I think you know what I'm getting at.
I do. Well, look, you're right to see a connection. The themes and the values I expressed, the belief that we're all in this together, the belief that what makes this country great is that no matter where you came from, no matter what your last name is, no matter whether you had a hard scrabble life or you had maybe a few more advantages, that we're all in this together, that we're Americans first. And that theme and our capacity to work together, that's been consistent. There's no doubt that since I gave that speech, what we've seen in our politics is other forces at work that push us apart. And as I said during my State of the Union, one of my biggest regrets is I haven't been able to reflect here in Washington what I see every day when I travel around the country. I always tell folks, if you're at your son's Little League game, you're not spending a lot of time talking to the dad next to you about, are you a Republican or a Democrat? You're talking about baseball. You're talking about how do we make sure the kids are safe. How's the school doing? We're all on the same team.
I really appreciated that, by the way.
And the problem is that when we get to our politics, for a whole host of reasons, a lot of it having to do with the fact that our media is now splintered, and so some people, they're just watching Fox News, some people are just reading the New York Times, so they don't even start with a common baseline of facts. They almost occupy two different realities in terms of how they see the world. Part of it has to do with political gerrymandering that divides up congressional districts into really Republican districts or really Democratic districts, so politicians don't have to compete to talk to the middle. For the money in politics, which drives a lot of this, all those things have made this kind of polarization worse. And I always have to do some soul searching to figure out, are there more things I can do to help reduce that? But ultimately, as I said at the State of the Union, the only way it really lessens is if the American people insist on it. And that's why it's so important for people to vote, participate, and pay attention to what's going on.
I like that message. Everybody plays a part.
Absolutely.
Can we move on to my favorite topic?
Absolutely. Let's
Space.
Let's talk
Can we
about
do that?
space.
All right. So NASA's budget is bigger than it's been in the last 10 years.
I know. I've been
Can
pushing.
I do this?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I've been pushing it, man.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
So here's my question. There's tens of thousands of Americans that are applying. I don't know if you knew this. The astronaut selection process is open.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's going to happen if they're selected? I understand what happens in low Earth orbit and the International Space Station.
Right.
But the vision that I don't understand right now, I mean, I can tell you how the rocket works, but I don't understand the vision for deep space exploration. If I were to put this simply, if we were to get on the rocket, where are we going to point the rocket?
Well, we're going to have to go in stages, obviously. And when I came in, I'm a huge space fan.
Okay.
Favorite movie last year was The Martian.
Of course.
Which, you know, to me just embodied that whole can-do. My favorite line in it, I can't say, 'cause, you know, science the heck out of this thing and just figure stuff out. But when I came in, part of what had happened is the space program had become kind of gotten into a rut. The shuttle, which was a breakthrough when it happened, focused on low Earth orbit. We did not have a clear vision for going beyond that. We were looking at Mars as the next target, but there's a whole bunch of stuff that we have to do in between technologically just to figure out, that's a long trip. How do we make sure people, when they're on there, can sustain themselves? Are we going to keep on using the same technologies, the same chemical reactions essentially to get the thrust to get up there? And so what we've tried to do is to say, our next target is Mars, but in order for us to develop a stage for it, can we look at an asteroid closer by, practice essentially, doing some things that are much more complex than landing on the moon, and try to transfer a lot of the work that's being done around low Earth orbit to the commercial side. And so you've seen companies like SpaceX who are starting to move into that gap. If they are moving cargo, launching satellites, et cetera, NASA's job should be to focus on that big mission, and I am confident that we actually can get to Mars. Now, when you start talking about beyond Mars and going outside the solar system, as you know better than I do, we're going to have to come up with the whole new science, and that's why investment in research and development in science and physics, basic research, not just applied, not just commercial research, but basic research that gets into the core subject matter of things like subatomic particles, and how are we manipulating energy.
I understand.
I mean,
we want to fund that
really
basic stuff.
We got to put money in, and we have seen under my administration an increase, but it's not as big of an increase as I would like to see. I'd like it to get it up a couple of percentage points, because that ultimately is part of the American spirit. As I said, it's in our DNA.
Speaking of that,
yes.
These huge technological projects that you're talking about, stuff
Right.
America builds with our hands.
Right.
Thinking of the Hoover Dam,
yes.
the Eisenhower Interstate System,
Right.
Kennedy launched Apollo.
Right.
Am I going to see that ever again in my generation?
I would like to see it. You know, one of the things that's happened is that in order for us to do that, it requires a common vision of some of these big projects. Now, I'll give you an example of an area where we should be investing, and that is creating a smart grid. This is something I've been interested in for a while. The way we link up energy is hugely inefficient in this country. And we've made huge investments to create a broadband network. My goal has been 98% of households are linked up to high-speed internet. But the basic electricity grid that we have wastes huge amounts of energy, and we could do that in a fairly short period of time. Air traffic control systems, the way we are currently set up does not reflect current technology. We waste probably 30% of jet fuel, and wait times are massive because we haven't redone the system. But in each of these cases, what you're finding that didn't exist back in Roosevelt's day during the Hoover Dam was you have all these special interests that say, well, no, I want to slow this down, or wait, hold on a second, you know, I'm not sure that I want this in my backyard, or, and what we need to do, I think, is to recognize that there's some big things that we can only do together. The private sector can't do them on their own, and that requires some of the political teamwork that we were talking about earlier. That's what's preventing a lot of this stuff from happening.
Got it. Okay, we're going to end on a fun question. Those are pretty tough. So I asked Reddit what I should ask you. You have the top Ask Me Anything of all time, so you're very familiar with Reddit. So one question that came up is, if there was an element named after you, Obamium. You've never been asked this, I hope.
I have never been asked this.
Yes. Right? So the question is, this is fantastic. So what would you want the physical properties?
What would be the elements? What would be the
characteristics? Is the element.
What would be the characteristics of Obamium?
That's right. That's right.
That's interesting. Well, you know, I would want it to be stable.
Excellent.
I would want it
very noble. So maybe noble gas.
Yes.
Okay.
I would want it to be a catalyst, but one that didn't get too hot or too cold.
Okay. Fantastic.
And hopefully it would be one that was useful to humanity, that we could actually use. You know, and wasn't just some shiny object that,
I appreciate that
somebody
sir.
liked.
I appreciate you going down that path with me.
I appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time, sir.
I'm going to be tuning in.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, if I watch you, I expect to get smarter now.
Every day?
Every day.
Have a good one,
Thank you.
Mr. President, before our final YouTube interview, we want to take a look back at some of the most important foreign policy issues that we've faced as a country. Let's take a look.
We are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change and the last generation that can do something about it.
It would be better for all species on this planet if we just started reducing emissions now.
On this planet, there is no such thing as other people's problems.
The threat from terrorism is real, but we will overcome it.
What happened today in France is not only important for France, it's important for the world.
ISIS has a sort of, you're either with us or against us policy. There's no middle ground with these people.
The global refugee population hasn't been this high since World War II, and more than half of them are children.
There must be a sustained effort to listen to each other, to learn from each other, to respect one another.
Well, to address these issues and many more, Mr. President, a very popular lifestyle vlogger from YouTube, Ingrid Nilsson.
Hi,
Hey,
Mr.
how are you,
President?
Ingrid?
I'm wonderful.
Good to see you.
Great to see you. Welcome to my living room.
It is very stylish, as I would expect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's jump right in.
Let's do it.
I live about 60 miles west of San Bernardino, and I want to ask you about terrorism and the fear that many Americans have about it. Do we all have to accept that living with the threat of terror attacks on our own soil is going to become the new normal for us?
Well, I don't think we should ever accept that. And it is unfortunately going to be true throughout our lifetimes, and you're a lot younger than me, so yours as well, that people who are twisted in some ideology or cause, who don't value human life and don't value their own, can probably do some harm to people, particularly given the easy access of weapons and guns. But keep in mind that since 9/11, we've made enormous strides in preventing the kind of big terrorist attacks that we saw on 9/11. We devote enormous resources to tracking and making sure that we're preventing those kinds of events. A lone individual, a small group trying to carry something out, that may happen once in a while, but the key for us, I think, is to keep sustained pressure on organizations like ISIL that are constantly trying to gin up that kind of terrorist attack, and to be vigilant about things like airline safety and security. And if we do that, then this is going to be something that is solved. But it's really important, I think, for people to understand we take very seriously the threat of terrorism. Our military, our intelligence, we devote a lot of resources to it. But since 9/11, probably over 100, but less than 150 people have died on American soil from a terrorist attack. And in comparison, tens of thousands of people are dying every year from auto accidents and other things. So we take it seriously, we focus on it, but I don't want people to feel like every day that somehow the likelihood of a terrorist attack is something that they should change how they live. Because, generally speaking, we do a pretty good job of preventing it.
Yeah, that's really comforting to hear. Now, something that's really important to me and my audience is women's health.
Yeah.
And recently, I was shocked to learn that pads, tampons, and other menstrual products are taxed as luxury goods in 40 states.
Yeah.
And I don't know anyone who has a period that thinks it's a luxury.
I think that's fair to say. Michelle would agree with you on that.
Yes, because it's something that's part of our everyday lives and is
Right.
really crucial to our health as women.
Right.
And so I want to know, why do these items continue to be taxed?
I have to tell you, I have no idea why states would tax these as luxury items. I suspect it's because men were making the laws when those taxes were passed. And I think it's pretty sensible for women in those states that you just mentioned to work to get those taxes removed. Those aren't federal taxes that are imposed. Those are state taxes, state law. So it'd be governors and state legislatures who would have to reverse those. But this raises a broader question that I've been working on since I came into office, which was, how do we make sure that everybody has decent health care, preventive care, and women in particular have the kind of health care that they need? So when I passed the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, which sometimes gets all distorted because of politics, but it's actually a pretty simple proposition, and that is, if you don't have health insurance on your job, then you shouldn't be without coverage. Because if you get hurt, if you get hit by a car, if you have an illness, it could take away everything that you have. And you should just be focused on getting well. So it allows you to go on an exchange, sign up at healthcare.gov. You can get affordable coverage for young people who are healthy. It typically costs less than your cell phone. But what we also focused on is making sure that everybody who has insurance, from whatever source, can't be discriminated against because they've got a pre-existing condition, that women can't be charged more than men for insurance coverage, that pregnancy isn't treated as an illness, that contraception is part of a standard package of care that you receive, because the basic idea is that women should not be at a disadvantage in the healthcare system. And this is just one more example of it, which I confess I was not aware of until you brought up to my attention.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, now you know, and now many other people
Yes,
know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you do know that 2015 was a huge year for the LGBT community, and a lot of progress has been made.
Right.
And there's still a lot of work to be done, though. And this is something that's really personal to me because in June, I came out in a YouTube video as a lesbian.
Right.
And after that, my world got a whole lot bigger.
Yeah.
And I realized that there's still a lot of discrimination happening.
Mm-hmm.
And just the other day, the Alabama Chief Justice halted same-sex marriage in that state. And I'm wondering if progress in the LGBT community is not here to stay in certain states.
Oh, no. It's here to stay. Understand that the Supreme Court has ruled that under the Constitution, everybody in all 50 states has the right to marry the person they love. So that's now the law of the land. The fact that an Alabama judge is resisting is just a temporary gesture by this judge, which will be rapidly overturned because it violates what's called the Supremacy Clause. When the federal Constitution speaks, then everybody has to abide by it, and state laws and state judges can't overturn it. So you shouldn't be worried about that. I think that the process of changing people's attitudes, the process of people treating the LGBT community with full equality and respect, making sure they're not discriminated on the job or in housing or things like that, those are areas where we've still got some significant work to do. And for young people, making sure that they're not bullied, that requires the participation of all of us. So, we're not there yet. On the other hand, I got to tell you, to watch the amazing strides that we've made over the last 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and all as a result of the incredible courage of people, who had the courage to come out and say, here's who I am, but who did it 20, 30 years ago when it was incredibly tough.
Yeah.
It was because of their courage and their activism that we've seen the changes that we've made, and I'm confident that we'll keep on making them. The best thing about, the thing that makes me most hopeful about this is when I talk to Malia and Sasha and young people your generation, their attitudes are so different, and the notion that you discriminate against somebody because of sexual orientation is so out of sync with how most young people think, including young Republicans, young Democrats. I mean, I think it's across some of the usual political lines that this is an issue that is going to be moving in the right direction as long as we stay vigilant and keep working on it.
Good, I hope so.
Yeah.
And something that I heard you talk about in the State of the Union that you want to work on is cancer and cancer treatments, because my mom is actually a cancer survivor. And so when I was watching the State of the Union, I actually ran back to my iPad when you mentioned that you want to cure cancer. And that's a big thing to say. And I want to know, how close are we to finding a cure, and can our government really do something about it?
Well, I think we can do a lot. Look, my mom died of cancer when she was younger than I am now. It's great that your mom is a survivor. Vice President Biden obviously has just gone through a terrible situation where he lost his son to cancer, Beau Biden. Every family's been touched by this at some point. It's not going to happen next year or even 5 years from now. On the other hand, I think it is entirely possible that over the next 20 years, we see the kinds of strides in fighting cancer that we haven't seen before. And the reason is because the human genome, our understanding of how cancer cells develop, the fact that we now recognize that different cancers may react differently to different medicines, and even the same cancer may react differently if it's in you versus it's in me, all allows us to really start honing in and breaking down the elements at the base level that creates new cures. And the key for us now is to put a lot more money into research, a lot more money into science. It's what I was talking about at the State of the Union. We've already increased the National Institutes of Health budget for this area, but we can definitely continue to do more, and I want to make sure that we sustain those levels of cancer research. If we do, I think we're going to see some really big breakthroughs soon, and obviously that would have a revolutionary impact on the lives of people every day. By the way, some of this research is also directed at things like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, debilitating diseases that, as we learn more and more, we think that we may end up having an impact on it.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm really glad to hear that. Now, something that I'm really excited about is a series that I do on my channel called Sense of Self. And this is a series where I go into people's homes and their offices, and I listen to the stories behind the personal items that they have. And before this interview, we asked you if you could bring something from your home, the White House, to talk about today and tell me why it's meaningful to you.
Well, here's what I did. Instead of bringing something out of my house, I thought it would be useful or I thought it'd be right on point. So ever since I started running for office, people started handing me things when I'd like speak to a crowd as like, well, Lucky Charms or keepsakes or things that meant something to them. And so now I have a habit of, I always carry around, and I have a whole bowl full of them, and I can't carry all of them around because then they'd be, but you know, I'll pick out a few things that I just stick in my pocket to remind me of all the people I've met along the way and the stories they told me. So so I'll just give you, this is what I had in my pocket today. I've got, this is rosary beads that Pope Francis gave me.
Wow.
That obviously means a lot to me because I so admire him, and it makes me think about, you know, peace and you know, promoting understanding and ethical behavior. This is a little Buddha that a Buddhist monk gave me.
Wow.
This is a lucky poker chip that's metal.
Oh, wow, that's really cool.
That this biker gave me. He was like bald and he had like a big handlebar mustache and a bunch of tats. And this is when I was in Iowa in 2007. So he said, "This is my lucky poker chip. You can have it." And then I got, this is a Hindu little statuette of the monkey god Hanuman that a woman gave me. And I've got a Coptic cross. This is from Ethiopia. Wow. So I've got a whole bunch of this stuff. But these, the reason I thought it was useful to show these, because I carry these around all the time, and I'm not that superstitious, so it's, you know, it's not like I think necessarily I have to have them on me at all times. But it does remind me of all the different people that I've met along the way, and how much they've invested in me, and
part of the reason
their
that I wanted
stories
to
and what
do
their
this
hopes and dreams are, so that if I feel tired or I feel discouraged sometimes, I can kind of reach into my pocket and I say, yeah, that's something, you know, that's something I can overcome because somebody gave me this privilege to work on these issues that are going to affect them. I better get back to work.
That's really touching.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing those items
Absolutely.
with me. I loved it.
I had more than one, though. I hope you don't mind.
No, not at all. The more, the better. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
I really enjoyed it.
I loved this.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mr. President, to wrap up the interview today, we actually want to bring out one final set.
Yes.
As soon as you're going to roll this out. It has pictures of people that have asked you questions throughout the last 7 years in these YouTube interviews.
How cool is that?
Some familiar faces.
Absolutely.
I think. We just want to thank you. I mean, this has been a wonderful tradition that you've started. We certainly hope your successor follows in your footsteps and goes straight to the American people after the big speech.
If they're smart, they will.
I agree. I agree. Thanks so much, Mr. President.
Really enjoyed it. Thank you so much, Steve. And thanks for the whole YouTube community for making this happen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, folks, you are taking a look at a beautiful Arizona sunset here to wrap up the Martin Luther King holiday. We're taking a look back at some of the most memorable videos President Obama has been a part of the last 8 years in office, as we are getting close to the inauguration of Donald J. Trump come Friday at noon Eastern. We're going to take a look at a throwback video. This is back in 2011. President Obama participated in a Twitter town hall. Let's take a look.
Through more than 200 million tweets per day, people around the world use Twitter to instantly connect to what's most meaningful to them. In every country, Egypt and Japan, the UK and the United States, much of this conversation is made up of everyday people engaging in spirited debate about the future of their countries. Our partners at Salesforce Radian 6 studied more than 1 million tweets discussing our nation's politics over the recent weeks. And they found that America's financial security to be one of the most actively talked about topics on Twitter. They further found that President Obama's name comes up in more than half of these conversations. And so today, this vibrant discussion comes here to the White House, and you get to ask the questions. To participate, just open your web browser and go to askobama.twitter.com. Neither the president or I know the questions that will be asked today. That decision is driven entirely by the Twitter users. And so, let's get the conversation started. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
How are you? Good to see you. How are you? Nice to see you. How are you? Good to see you guys. How are you? Nice to see you. How are you? Nice to see you. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. How are you? Good to see you. How are you? Good to see you. Hello, everybody. How are you, Jack? Good to see you.
Good seeing you.
Thank you.
Good seeing you.
Well, first of all, everybody can sit down. It's much easier to tweet from a seated position.
And I understand you want to start the conversation off with a tweet of yourself.
I am going to make history here as the first president to live tweet. So we've got a computer over here. All right.
It's only 140 characters.
All right, I think I have done this properly, but here's the test.
And you tweeted.
How about that? Not bad, thank you. So I think my question will be coming up at some point.
Yes. So what was your question? Here it is.
Here's the question. In order to reduce the deficit, what costs would you cut and what investments would you keep? And the reason I thought this was an important question is, as all of you know, we are going through a spirited debate here in Washington, but it's important to get the whole country involved in making a determination about what are the programs that can help us grow, can create jobs, improve our education system, maintain our clean air and clean water, and what are those things that are a waste that we shouldn't be investing in because they're not helping us grow or create jobs or creating new businesses. That debate is going to be heating up over the next couple of weeks, so I'd love to hear from the American people, see what thoughts they have.
Excellent. Well, first question comes from a curator in New Hampshire, and we have 8 curators around the country helping us pick tweets from the crowd so that we can read them to the president. And this one comes from William Smith. What mistakes have you made in handling this recession, and what would you do differently?
You know, that's a terrific question. When I first came into office, we were facing the worst recession since the Great Depression. So looking around this room, it's a pretty young room. It's certainly the worst recession that we faced in our lifetimes. And we had to act quickly and make some bold and sometimes difficult decisions. It was absolutely the right thing to do to put forward a Recovery Act that cut taxes for middle-class folks so they had more money in their pocket to get through the recession. It was the right thing to do to provide assistance to states to make sure that they didn't have to lay off teachers and cops and firefighters as quickly as they needed to. And it was the right thing to do to try to rebuild our infrastructure and put people back to work, building roads and bridges and so forth. It also was the right thing to do, although a tough decision, to save the auto industry, which is now profitable and gaining market share, the U.S. auto industry, for the first time in a very long time. I think that probably 2 things that I would do differently. One would have been to explain to the American people that it was going to take a while for us to get out of this. I think even I did not realize the magnitude, because most economists didn't realize the magnitude of the recession until fairly far into it, maybe 2 or 3 months into my presidency, where we started realizing that we had lost 4 million jobs before I was even sworn in. And so I think people may not have been prepared for how long this was going to take and why we were going to have to make some very difficult decisions and choices. And I take responsibility for that because you know, setting people's expectations is part of how you end up being able to respond well. The other area is in the area of housing. I think that the continuing decline in the housing market is something that hasn't bottomed out as quickly as we expected, and so that's continued to be a big drag on the economy. We've had to revamp our housing program several times to try to help people stay in their homes and try to start lifting home values up. But of all the things we've done, that's probably been the area that's been most stubborn to us trying to solve the problem.
Mr. President, 27% of our questions are in the jobs category, as you can see from the screen over here. Our next question has to do about jobs and technology. It comes from David. Tech and knowledge industries are thriving, yet jobs discussion always centers on manufacturing. Why not be realistic about jobs?
Well, it's not an either-or question, it's a both-and question. We have to be successful at the cutting-edge industries of the future, like Twitter. But we also have always been a country that makes stuff. And manufacturing jobs end up having both higher wages typically, and they also have bigger multiplier effects. So one manufacturing job can support a range of other jobs, suppliers and the restaurant near the plant and so forth. So they end up having a substantial impact on the overall economy. What we want to focus on is advanced manufacturing that combines new technology. So research and development to figure out how are we going to create the next Twitter, how are we going to create the next Google, how are we going to create you know, the next big thing. But make sure that production is here. So it's great that we have an Apple that's creating iPods, iPads, and designing them and creating the software. But it'd be nice if we're also making the iPads and the iPods here in the United States, because that's some more jobs that people can work at. And there are going to be a series of decisions that we've got to make. Number one, are we investing in research and development in order to emphasize technology? And a lot of that has to come from government. That's how the internet got formed. That's how GPS got formed. Companies on their own can't always finance the basic research because they can't be assured that they're going to get a return on it. Number two, we've got to drastically improve how we train our workforce and our kids around math and science and technology. Number three, we've got to have a top-notch infrastructure to support advanced manufacturing. And we've got to look at sectors where we know this is going to be the future. Something like clean energy, for example. For us not to be the leaders in investing in clean energy manufacturing so that wind turbines and solar panels are not only designed here in the United States, but made here in the United States makes absolutely no sense. We've got to invest in those areas for us to be successful. So you can combine high tech with manufacturing, and then you get the best of all worlds.
You mentioned education. There's a lot of questions coming about education and its impact on the economy. This one in particular is from a curator who is pulling from a student in Ohio named Dustin. Higher ed is necessary for a stronger economy, but for some middle-class Americans, it's becoming too expensive. What can be done?
Well, here's some good news. We've already done something that is very significant and people may not know. As part of a higher education package that we passed last year, what we were able to do was to take away subsidies that were going to banks for serving as middlemen in the student loan program and funnel that to help young people through Pell Grants and lower rates on student loans. And so there are millions of students who are getting more affordable student loans and grants as a consequence of the steps that we've already taken. This is about tens of billions of dollars worth of additional federal dollars that were going to banks are now going to students directly. In addition, what we've said is that starting in 2013, young people who are going to college will not have to pay more than 10% of their income in repayment. And that obviously helps to relieve the burden on a lot of students because, look, I'm a guy who had about $60,000 worth of debt when I graduated from law school, and Michelle had $60,000, and so we were paying a bigger amount every month than our mortgage, and we did that for 8, 10 years. So I know how burdensome this can be. I do think that the universities still have a role in trying to keep their costs down. And I think that it's important, even if we've got better student loan programs, more grants, if the costs keep on going up, then we'll never have enough money. You'll never get enough help to avoid taking on these huge debts. And so working with university presidents to try to figure out where can you cut costs. Of course, it may mean that the food at the cafeteria is a little worse and the gym's not as fancy. But I think all of us have to figure out a way to make sure that higher education is accessible for everybody. One last point. I know, Twitter, I'm supposed to be short, but community colleges is a huge underutilized resource where what we want to do is set up a lifelong learning system where you may have gotten your 4-year degree, but 5 years out you decide you want to go into another field or you want to brush up on new technologies that are going to help you advance. We need to create a system where you can conveniently access community colleges that are working with businesses to train for the jobs that actually exist. That's a huge area where I think we can make a lot of progress.
You mentioned debt a lot. That's come up in conversation a lot recently, especially in some of our recent questions, specifically the debt ceiling. And this is formulated in our next question from Renegade Nerd out of Atlanta. Mr. President, will you issue an executive order to raise the debt ceiling pursuant to Section 4 of the 14th Amendment?
Can I just say, Renegade Nerd, that picture captures it all there. Dexter's got his hand over there. He's looking kind of confused. Let me, as quickly as I can, describe what's at stake with respect to the debt ceiling. Historically, the United States, whenever it has a deficit, it finances that deficit through the sale of treasuries. And this is a very common practice. Over our lifetimes, typically the government's always running a modest deficit. And Congress is supposed to vote on the amount of debt that Treasury can essentially issue. It's a pretty esoteric piece of business. Typically has not been something that created a lot of controversy. What's happening now is that Congress is suggesting we may not vote to raise the debt ceiling. If we do not, then the Treasury will run out of money. It will not be able to pay the bills that are owing, and potentially the entire world capital markets could decide, you know what, the full faith and credit of the United States doesn't mean anything. And so our credit could be downgraded, interest rates could go drastically up, and it could cause a whole new spiral into a second recession or worse. So this is something that we shouldn't be toying with. What Dexter's question referred to was there are some people who say that under the Constitution, it's unconstitutional for Congress not to allow Treasury to pay its bills and are suggesting that this should be challenged under the Constitution. I don't think we should even get to the constitutional issue. Congress has a responsibility to make sure we pay our bills. We've always paid them in the past. The notion that the U.S. is going to default on its debt is just irresponsible. And my expectation is that over the next week to 2 weeks, that Congress, working with the White House, comes up with a deal that solves our deficit, solves our debt problems, and makes sure that our full faith and credit is protected.
So back to jobs. We have a question from New York City about immigrant entrepreneurs. Immigrant entrepreneurs can build companies and create jobs for U.S. workers. Will you support a startup visa program?
What I want to do is make sure that talented people who come to this country to study, to get degrees, and are willing and interested in starting up businesses, can do so, as opposed to going back home and starting those businesses over there to compete against the United States and take away U.S. jobs. So we're working with the business community as well as the entrepreneurial community to figure out, are there ways that we can streamline the visa system? So if you are studying here, you've got a PhD in computer science, or you've got a PhD in engineering, and you say, I'm ready to invest in the United States, create jobs in the United States, then we are able to say to you, we want you to stay here. And I think that it is possible for us to deal with this problem, but it's important for us to look at it more broadly. We've got an immigration system that's broken right now, where too many folks are breaking the law, but also our laws make it too hard for talented people to contribute and be part of our society. And we've always been a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. And so we need comprehensive immigration reform, part of which would allow entrepreneurs and high-skilled individuals to stay here, because we want to be attracting that talent here. We don't want that. We don't want to pay for training them here and then having them benefit other countries.
Our next question was sent just an hour ago and touches on alternative energy and job creation. Will you focus on promoting alternative energy industries in oil states like Louisiana and Texas?
I want to promote alternative energy everywhere, including oil states like Louisiana and Texas. This is something that I'm very proud of and doesn't get a lot of attention. We made the largest investment in clean energy in our history through the Recovery Act. And so we put forward a range of programs that provided credits and grants to startup companies in areas like creating wind turbines, solar panels. A great example is advanced battery manufacturing. When I came into office, advanced batteries, which are used, for example, in electric cars, we only accounted for 2% of the world market in advanced batteries. And we have quintupled our market share, or even gone further, just over the last 2 years, and we're projecting that we can get to 30 to 40% of that market. That's creating jobs all across the Midwest, all across America, and whoever wins this race on advanced battery manufacturing is probably going to win the race to produce the cars of the 21st century. China's investing in it, Germany's investing in it, we need to be investing in it as well.
I want to take a moment and point out the map just behind you. These are tweets coming in real time, and these are questions being asked right now, and it flips between the various categories that we've determined and also just general Ask Obama questions. So our next question is coming up on the screen now from Patrick. Mr. President, in several states we have seen people lose their collective bargaining rights. Do you have a plan to rectify this?
The first thing I want to emphasize is that collective bargaining is the reason why the vast majority of Americans enjoy a minimum wage, enjoy weekends, enjoy overtime. So many things that we take for granted are because workers came together to bargain with their employers. Now, we live in a very competitive society in the 21st century. And that means in the private sector, labor has to take management into account. You know, if labor's making demands that make management broke and they can't compete, then that doesn't do anybody any good. In the public sector, what is true is that some of the pension plans that have been placed and the health benefits that are in place are so out of proportion with what's happening in the private sector that a lot of taxpayers start feeling resentful. They say, well, you know, if I don't have health care where I only have to pay $1 for prescription drugs, why is it that the person whose salary I'm paying has a better deal? What this means is that all of us are going to have to make some adjustments. But the principle of collective bargaining, making sure that people can exercise their rights to be able to join together with other workers and to negotiate and kind of even the bargaining power on either side, that's something that has to be protected. And we can make these adjustments in a way that are equitable but preserve people's collective bargaining rights. So typically, the challenges against bargaining rights have been taking place at the state level. I don't have direct control over that, but what I can do is to speak out forcefully for the principle that we can make these adjustments that are necessary during these difficult fiscal times, but do it in a way that preserves collective bargaining rights, and certainly at the federal level, where I do have influence, I can make sure that we make these adjustments without affecting people's collective bargaining rights. I'll give you just one example. We froze federal pay for federal workers for 2 years. Now, that wasn't real popular, as you might imagine, among federal workers. On the other hand, we were able to do that precisely because we wanted to prevent layoffs, and we wanted to make sure that we sent a signal that everybody's going to have to make some sacrifices, including federal workers. By the way, people who work in the White House, they've had their pay frozen since I came in, our high-wage folks. So they haven't had a raise in 2.5 years, and that's appropriate because a lot of ordinary folks out there haven't either. In fact, they've seen their pay cut in some cases.
Mr. President, 6% of our questions are coming in about housing, which you can see on the graph behind me.
Yeah.
And this one in particular has to do with personal debt and housing. How will admin work to help underwater homeowners who aren't behind in payments but are trapped in homes they can't sell? From Robin.
This is a great question. And remember, I mentioned one of our biggest challenges during the course of the last 2.5 years has been dealing with a huge burst of the housing bubble. What's happened is a lot of folks are underwater, meaning their home values went down so steeply and so rapidly that now their mortgage, the amount they owe, is a lot more than the assessed worth of their home. And that obviously burdens a lot of folks. It means if they're selling, they've got to sell at a massive loss that they can't afford. It means that they don't feel like they have any assets because the single biggest asset of most Americans is their home. So what we've been trying to do is to work with the issuers of the mortgages, the banks or service companies, to convince them to work with homeowners who are paying, trying to do the right thing, trying to stay in their homes, to see if they can modify the loans so that their payments are lower, and in some cases maybe even modify their principal, so that they don't feel burdened by these huge debts and feel tempted to walk away from homes that actually they love and where they're raising their families. We've made some progress. We have, through the programs that we set up here, have probably seen several million home modifications, either directly because we had control of the loan process or because the private sector followed suit. But it's not enough. And so we're going back to the drawing board, talking to banks, trying to put some pressure on them to work with people who have mortgages to see if we can make further adjustments, modify loans more quickly, and also see if there may be circumstances where reducing principal is appropriate.
Now, our next question comes from someone you may know. This is Speaker Boehner.
Oh, there you go.
After embarking on a record spending binge that left us deeper in debt, where are the jobs? ? And I want to note that these characters are his fault.
Yeah, first
Not
of all,
his fault. Not his fault.
John obviously
Not his
needs
fault.
to work on his typing skills. Well, look, obviously, John's the Speaker of the House. He's a Republican, and so this is a slightly skewed question. But what he's right about is that we have not seen fast enough job growth relative to the need. I mean, we lost, as I said, 4 million jobs before I took office, before I was sworn in. About 4 million jobs were lost in the few months right after I took office, before our economic policies had a chance to take any effect. And over the last 15 months, we've actually seen 2 million jobs created in the private sector, and so we're each month seeing growth in jobs, but when you've got a $8 million job hole and you're only filling it 100,000, 200,000 jobs at a time each month, obviously that's way too long for a lot of folks who are still out of work. There are a couple of things that we can continue to do. I actually worked with Speaker Boehner to pass a payroll tax cut in December that put an extra $1,000 in the pockets of almost every single American. That means they're spending money. That means that businesses have more customers, and that has helped improve overall growth. We have provided at least 16 tax cuts to small businesses who have needed a lot of help and have been struggling, including, for example, saying zero capital gains taxes on startups, because our attitude is we want to encourage new companies, young entrepreneurs to get out there, start their business without feeling like if they're successful in the first couple of years that somehow they have to pay taxes as opposed to putting that money back into their business. So we've been able to cooperate with Republicans on a range of these issues. There are some areas where the Republicans have been more resistant in cooperating, even though I think most objective observers think it's the right thing to do. I'll give you a specific example. It's estimated that we have about $2 trillion worth of infrastructure that needs to be rebuilt. Roads, bridges, sewer lines, water mains, our air traffic control system doesn't make sense. We don't have the kind of electric grid that's smart, meaning it doesn't waste a lot of energy in transmission. Our broadband system is slower than a lot of other countries. For us to move forward on a major infrastructure initiative where we're putting people to work right now, including construction workers who are disproportionately unemployed when the housing bubble went bust, to put them to work rebuilding America at a time when interest rates are very low, contractors are looking for work, and the need is there. That is something that could make a huge positive impact on the economy overall. And it's an example of making an investment now that ends up having huge payoffs down the road. We haven't gotten the kind of cooperation that I'd like to see on some of those ideas and initiatives, but I'm just going to keep on trying, and eventually I'm sure the Speaker will see the light.
Now, speaking of startups, there's a ton of questions about small businesses and how they affect job creation. This one comes from Neil. Small biz create jobs. What incentives are you willing to support to improve small business growth?
Well, I just mentioned some of the tax breaks that we've provided.
In fact, people spend
not only to small businesses, but also in some cases we've provided big businesses. For example, if they're making investments in plants and equipment this year, they can fully write down those costs, essentially depreciate all those costs this year, and that saves them a pretty big tax bill. So we're already initiating a bunch of steps. The biggest challenge that I hear from small businesses right now actually has to do with financing, because a lot of small businesses got their financing from community banks. Well, typically, they're not getting them from the big Wall Street banks, but they're getting them from their various regional banks in their communities. A lot of those banks were pretty overextended in the commercial real estate market, which has been hammered. A lot of them are still digging themselves out of bad loans that they made that were shown to be bad during the recession. And so what we've tried to do is get the Small Business Administration, the federal agency that helps small businesses, to step in and to provide more financing, waiving fees, seeing if we can lower interest rates in some cases, making sure that the threshold for companies that qualify for loans are more generous. And that's helped a lot of small businesses all across the country. And this is another example of where working with Congress, my hope is that we can continue to provide these tax incentives and maybe do even a little bit more.
Our next question was tweeted less than 5 minutes ago and comes to us from Craig. My question is, can you give companies a tax break if they hire an honorable discharge veteran?
This is something that I've been talking a lot about internally. We've got all these young people coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan, have made incredible sacrifices, have taken on incredible responsibilities. You know, you see some 23-year-old who's leading a platoon in hugely dangerous circumstances, making decisions, operating complex technologies. These are folks who can perform, but unfortunately, what we're seeing is that a lot of these young veterans have a higher unemployment rate than people who didn't serve. And that makes no sense. So what we'd like to do is potentially combine a tax credit for a company that hires veterans with a campaign to have private companies step up and do the right thing and hire more veterans. And one of the things that we've done is internally in the federal government, we have made a huge emphasis on ramping up our outreach to veterans and hiring of veterans. And this has been a top priority of mine. The notion that these folks who are sacrificing for our freedom and our security end up coming home and not being able to find a job, I think is unacceptable.
Mr. President, this next question comes from someone else you may recognize. And what's interesting about this question, it was heavily retweeted and voted up by our user base. This comes from Nick Kristoff. Was it a mistake to fail to get Republicans to commit to raise the debt ceiling? At the same time, tax cuts were extended.
Nicholas is a great columnist, but I have to tell you, the assumption of the question is that I was going to be able to get them to commit to raising the debt ceiling. In December, we were in what was called the lame duck session. The Republicans knew that they were going to be coming in as the majority. We only had a few short weeks to deal with a lot of complicated issues, including repealing Don't Ask, Don't Tell, dealing with a START treaty to reduce nuclear weapons, and come to terms with a budget. And what we were able to do was negotiate a package where we agreed to do something that we didn't like, but that the Republicans badly wanted, which is to extend the Bush tax cuts on the wealthy for another 2 years. In exchange, we were able to get this payroll tax that put $1,000, tax cut that put $1,000 in the pockets of every American, which would help economic growth and jobs. We were also able to get unemployment insurance extended for the millions of Americans out of there who are still out of work and whose benefits were about to run out. And that was a much better deal than I think a lot of people expected. It would have been great if we were able to also settle this issue of the debt ceiling at that time. That wasn't the deal that was available. But here's the more basic point. Never in our history has the United States defaulted on its debt. The debt ceiling should not be something that is used as a gun against the heads of the American people to extract tax breaks for corporate jet owners, for oil and gas companies that are making billions of dollars because the price of gasoline has gone up so high. I mean, I'm happy to have those debates. I think the American people are on my side on this. What we need to do is to have a balanced approach where everything's on the table. We need to reduce corporate loopholes. We need to reduce discretionary spending on programs that aren't working. We need to reduce defense spending. Everything has to, we need to look at entitlements. And we have to say, how do we protect and preserve Medicare and Social Security for not just this generation, but also future generations? And that's going to require some modifications, even as we maintain its basic structure. So what I'm hoping to see over the next couple of weeks is people put their dogmas aside, their sacred cows aside, they come together and they say, here's a sensible approach that reduces our deficit, makes sure the government's spending within its means, but also continues to make investments in education and clean energy and basic research that are going to preserve our competitive advantage going forward.
So speaking of taxes, our next question is coming from us out from Alabama. From Lane, what changes to the tax system do you think are necessary to help solve the deficit problem and for the system to be fair?
Well, I think that, first of all, it's important for people to realize that since I've been in office, I've cut taxes for middle-class families, repeatedly. The Recovery Act cut taxes for 95% of working families. The payroll tax cut that we passed in December put an extra $1,000 in the pockets of every family in America. And so we actually now have the lowest tax rates since the 1950s. Our tax rates are lower now than they were under Ronald Reagan. They're lower than they were under George Bush Sr. or George Bush Jr. They're lower than they were under Bill Clinton. The question is, how do we pay for the things that we all think are important, and how do we make sure that the tax system is equitable? And what I've said is that in addition to eliminating a whole bunch of corporate loopholes that are just not fair, you know, the notion that corporate jets should get a better deal than commercial jets, or the notion that oil and gas companies that made tens of billions of dollars per quarter need an additional break to give them an incentive to go drill for oil. That doesn't make sense. But what I've also said is people like me, who have been incredibly fortunate, mainly because a lot of folks bought my book, for me to be able to go back to the tax rate that existed under Bill Clinton, to pay a couple of extra percentage points so that I can make sure that seniors still have Medicare or kids still have Head Start, that makes sense to me. And you know, Jack, we haven't talked about this before, but I'm assuming it makes sense to you given Twitter's done pretty well. I think that for us to say that millionaires and billionaires can go back to the tax rate that existed when Bill Clinton was president, that doesn't affect middle-class families who are having a tough time and haven't seen their incomes go up. It does mean that those who are in the top 1-2% who have seen their incomes go up much more quickly than anybody else pays a little bit more in order to make sure that we can make the basic investments that grow this country. That's not an unreasonable position to take, and the vast majority of Americans agree with me on that. That doesn't mean that we can just continue spending anything we want. We're still going to have to make some tough decisions about defense spending, or even some programs that I like, but we may not need. But we can't close the deficit and debt just by cutting things like Head Start or Medicare. That can't be an equitable solution to solving the problem. And then we say to millionaires and billionaires, you don't have to do anything. I don't want a $200,000 tax break if it means that some senior is going to have to pay $6,000 more for their Medicare that they don't have. Or a bunch of kids are going to be kicked off a Head Start and aren't going to get you know, the basics that they need in order to succeed in our society. I don't think that's good for me. I don't think it's good for the country.
So we have a follow-up question to your answer about homeowners being underwater.
Sure.
And this one came in under 10 minutes ago from Schnapps. Is free market an option?
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page. Mary Kate is coming up in just a little bit, within about 10 minutes here. Hope everyone is having a great evening. I do want to mention a story that has really been talked about today and yesterday regarding incoming President Donald J. Trump, and that is there are media members, White House correspondents right now, who are shaking and very scared because of news that the Trump administration would like to move the reporters out of the West Wing and into a bigger area for them to conduct their press conferences. And that, for some reason, not sure why, has really shook up those correspondents, and they are thinking that they are not going to be getting access, or if or that their access is going to be limited. But you got to remember, the press briefing room in the White House only seats 49 people. It's not a lot of seats available. And just look at the first President-elect Donald J. Trump press conference last week. There was more than 400 reporters there. As the campaign and as the administration has said, there is an overwhelming amount of reporters that want access. 49 seats is not going to do it. So you can see why they want to look at different options within the White House. A lot of these correspondents are making it seem like they're going to be 5 miles down the road in an alley somewhere conducting these press conferences or these press briefings. I think everyone just needs to settle down a little, because we didn't even see the successful transfer, peaceful power of that is going to be going on in just a couple days here. And as an American, I am very excited to see that process take place. Doesn't matter who you voted for, who you're against. As an American, to see the peaceful transfer of power, that's what it's all about. That's what makes America, America. So everyone's looking 5 miles down the road. They're looking at things that we can't even see in the future. We need to worry about today. We need to focus on today, and then we'll think about tomorrow. But there's too many moving parts. The reporters should know. They can't put Donald Trump in a box. People try to put him in a box during that whole campaign. It's not going to work. He's a different person. He's a different candidate. We've seen that happen. So let's focus on today. Then we can worry about tomorrow. Hope everyone's having a great evening. Mary Kate's coming up next.
All right, you guys, well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, this evening, and I'm going to bring you guys to some top stories of the day. Let me get all logged in here. I love reading what you guys have to say in the chat. Again, if you don't use the chat on YouTube during our live stream, that's fine. Feel free to tweet me as well at Mary Kate Fox 10, or tweet us at the show handle, which is Fox 10 News Now. That way I can answer you guys if you have any questions or comments during the show. Any opinions are accepted here in the show. Let me, you guys, I just got this new selfie stick, and I was just figuring out a way to get this phone to fit in here. It's very strange, this whole selfie stick world. It's just strange, don't you think? Do you guys have a selfie stick? This one's kind of cute. It's got a green handle. I got it for Christmas. All right, you guys, let's take you to some top stories here in the show. We've discussed a lot about politics today. We'll talk about that still in the show tonight, but let's also talk about some other stories, maybe not so politically related here. So let me close this out and take you guys to some exciting stuff here on the show. Again, feel free, if you don't want to comment in the chat, feel free to tweet me at my Twitter handle, which is Mary Kate Fox 10. Very easy to remember. Look me up, tweet me. I'd love to retweet you and hear what you have to say as we are live here. We're streaming out of Phoenix, Arizona, but we cover news from all over the U.S. And a lot of you guys that are watching, most of you aren't even from Phoenix. You know, so we have people that are watching from all over the U.S. here. Myself, I am from Cincinnati, Ohio. I moved out here in August for this job, and I love it. And Phoenix is awesome. It's super warm. Palm trees. It's beautiful here. So I love being here, and I love hearing what you guys have to say in the chat here. Can't read all the comments sometimes. If there's any curse words or anything like that, we got to keep it PG for the kids, as always. But I appreciate anything that you guys have to say while we are live here. Let me pull up some of the things that I have ready for you guys today. We had our reporter Liz from Fox 10 here live at a new aquarium here in Phoenix. I love aquariums. I don't go enough. Really, can you ever go enough to the aquarium? I think the scariest part for me, at least the one that we had in Cincinnati, was walking over glass and you could see sharks swimming under you. That really freaked me out. But it's fun, and it's fun to experience. Sometimes on a rainy day, or if you have nothing to do, it can be fun to go to the aquarium, no matter how old you are. So I want to take you guys to this segment where Liz is at the aquarium. She's a great reporter here at Fox. She's always funny during her live shots. So let's take you there and see what she had to say.
All right.
I just had some of that pork belly.
Was it so good?
I've got to comment on it because it was kind of like a perfect mix between like a pork chop and bacon. So good.
You might need to get back in there and have another bite.
No, like one slice was enough.
All right, we're headed out to Odyssey Aquarium, checking out marine animals that have influenced automobile design.
There's even a word for that. It's called biomimicry.
Okay.
Did you know that?
I had no clue.
Well,
Learning
Liz is telling us all about it. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. A lot of car lovers in the Valley this weekend. So the good people over here at Odyssey are proving that there really is something here for everyone. And listen to this, biomimicry. It's the practice of taking what we see in the wild, using what works towards our technology. And Dave here with Odyssey, a lot of sea creatures have inspired automakers out there.
That's right. There's actually over 30 car makers or car types that mimic
animals, and a lot of them are fish, and a couple of them we have represented here at Odyssey Aquarium, including the Hyundai Tiburon. Tiburon is the Spanish name for either fish or shark, and it's actually a group of sharks, and the first model of the Tiburon actually had a wide body and a long snout, just like a shark.
And what does that do for a car?
Well, it keeps it sleek and it keeps it efficient and quick, and that's exactly what these animals need to do to survive in the wild. Yeah, the Lincoln MKZ is after a manta ray.
Okay.
And there's more. Even there is the Corvette, obviously the Stingray Corvette, and the Barracuda.
Right.
And then McLaren's new model is actually featured after a sailfish, and the engineers actually studied the sailfish and found out their scales make small vortices that keep a bubble around them that makes them sleeker in the water, and they actually use that design into their model.
Wow. So these automakers are actually going into maybe even places like an Odyssey and looking at these creatures and really studying them for the purpose of using what works towards their cars.
Absolutely. These animals need to do two things in the wild. They need to survive and they need to eat. And so they have these adaptations that make them very quick, very efficient animals. So automakers want the same thing. They want quick, efficient vehicles, and so they're using these characteristics in their new models.
How about that? Dave, thank you so much. And auto lovers and everyone can come down and see all of this themselves here at Odyssey. A lot to see and learn. I really do learn something new every time I'm here. Back to you guys.
So beautiful, too.
Thank you, Liz. I was wondering what a Tiburon is. And
Well, now
you
we know.
All right, you guys, I love the aquarium. It's just fun to see, and Liz is a great reporter here and anchor here at Fox 10. I'm reading some of your comments in the chat here. Huh, very cool. So James in the chat saying his dad was in Air Force. That's very cool. Yeah, Dayton was only about 30 minutes from where I lived in Cincinnati. Again, I was explaining earlier that I moved here from Cincinnati, Ohio in August and began working here, and it's been great. As far as moving details go, I'm not an expert mover or an expert traveler or anything like that. In fact, I get car sick and cranky when I travel, so I'm definitely not one of those cool jet-setting people, although I've always wished that I could be. You know those people you see on Instagram that are always traveling to different places and posting awesome pictures of their weekend travels, and I think, you know, I love to travel and I love experiencing new cities. It's just the act of traveling that bothers me. You know, sitting in the crowded plane or in a crowded car and you get car sick, and that part is not that fun to me. But moving here was a really good experience. I had my car shipped, which can be almost the same price as if you drove it. Now hear me out. So if I drove from Ohio to Arizona, that's a long drive, so I'd have to pay for gas and for snacks and for a hotel room overnight. And that adds up to a couple $100s, where if you pay, you know, a shipping company and they'll take your car for you basically for the same amount and take it across the US for you basically, and it's there when you get there. So I flew there instead, and I used a pretty cheap airline. I think it was Frontier or something like that. So that was good. I was able to fly here on a pretty cheap dollar, and my car had arrived I think the day after I landed. So I just Ubered from the airport to my hotel the first night here, and then in the morning my car arrived. So I went and picked up my car, and then I went and checked out my new apartment. And because I stayed in a hotel the first night because there was nothing in my apartment yet, I rented that online. I just sort of found one and picked it and signed the lease online. And so I stayed in a hotel the first night because there wasn't any furniture in it yet, and I didn't even have a car to go furniture shopping. So when my car was dropped off, I had it dropped off right near my hotel, so I could just walk down the street and sign the papers and get my car, and then drive to a furniture store and pick out, you know, not a lot of furniture, just, you know, like a couch and a mattress, so I had something to sit on and lay on, and had that delivered to my apartment And then I was able to actually be in my apartment. I just didn't want to sleep on a wooden floor, you know. So my first night, I did spend the night in a hotel. But so yeah, if you were wondering, because I know some of you in the chat were asking sort of how I moved here. I don't really know if that's the smartest way to do it. That's just sort of what I chose to do. So yeah, and let me know if you guys have moved before. Do you have any moving disasters or moving stories that you guys would like to share? I'd love to read those on the air here. So I appreciate you guys watching with me. St. Neil saying, what a nice story, Mary Kate. You could write a novel. Okay, maybe I took too long to explain that. Yeah, I'm not going to write a novel. Don't worry. Let me take you guys to some actual news now. So we just showed you Liz, who was at the aquarium. Loved that segment. Cory, our other reporter here at Fox, he's so great live. He's so energetic and funny. I love showing his segments. He's been at a car show. There's a big car show happening here in Arizona. And so he was live there all morning. So I want to take you to those segments. If you guys like cars and saying sort of the old-fashioned cars and even the new cars, this is a great segment to check those out. So let me pull the first one up. There's 3 live shots, so I'll take you to all 3. And here is the first one. So here we go.
What is that one?
I don't know, but that's cool looking.
That's the back of it.
Is it?
Yeah, it's got to be.
All right, well, let's find out. Cory's out there. Hey, Cory.
Oh my gosh.
What is that? What kind of car is that?
This is a 1938 Rolls-Royce boat tail. And look at this. Well, only because I'm with Nick am I allowed to step in here. But it's called a boat tail. Look at this beautiful back end. Beautiful wood and I don't know, there probably are 300 screws in here keeping it down, but it's just in perfect shape. I know you're a lover of history, Nick. Don't you love thinking about day one for the first owner of a car like this and how he's been thinking about it for who knows how long? And gosh, does it just moves cars, they do. Yeah. Isn't that right? There's a real emotional element to car auctions, wouldn't you say?
From back then even to now, you know, people get tied to the cars that they grew up with, you know, if it's a piece of history, you know, who owned it before. Mm-hmm. There's a special, you know, bond with people in their cars.
Yeah, and as you were saying before, as time marches on, so do the primary car buyers, you know, people who they come into more money, they're more successful as they continue in their careers, and now it's time for them to start buying. And which cars do you find that they're into? Is it the cars that they saw when they were teenagers, or is it their dad's car? What's your impression?
Well, here at Barrett-Jackson, you know, we have everybody here. So I've heard so many different stories, whether it's the car they had when they were a teenager, it was the car their father had, it was a car they took road trips in, it was a car that, you know, they couldn't buy, but now they can buy it. So everything from top to bottom.
Boy, and I love the variety from now, for instance, this beautiful cherry red Corvette, resto mod, as they would say, restored but modified, to I know you can find a Corvette here, many of them that are right off the factory or the showroom floor, not modified at all, but just as they were.
Barrett-Jackson's, you know, known for having number matching cars. We get a lot of VIN number 1 cars, but a lot of people now in the hobby are liking the resto mods. Yeah. They want to look old but drive new. They want that power steering, they want the fuel injection, they want the disc brakes, they want the incredible stereo, but they want the outside to look like the classic car.
Well, we're in Corvette row. That's for sure. And as we pan over here to the other side, plenty of Fords out here, lots of Mustangs available.
Yeah, we're definitely known for our muscle cars. You know, we're sponsored by Ford, GM, and Dodge, so we get always the top-of-the-line muscle cars here at Barrett-Jackson.
Boy, and I must stop. We don't have much time, but yes, let's look. Just let it sink in. This is the Packard Super 8, and you talk about I just love imagining this guy and his family. I don't know where they lived or what their story was, but that had to be a beautiful afternoon, don't you think?
hopefully just for the afternoon. I couldn't imagine driving across country in these cars, and people did. So hopefully it was just for the afternoon, going to get some lunch, you know.
Yeah, in fact, there might have been a driver handling all of the driving for you. But from this Packard to this beautiful Cadillac next door, and you know, I was just a moment ago sitting, Troy and Andrea, in the back end of this very car. This is the 1959 Cadillac Eldorado, and somebody, you know, donated the back end of that car for that sofa. But boy, here it is in all of its glory. I think it'd be fun to maybe get a little raffle going, just to estimate the weight of the bumper on a car like this.
Yeah, I wonder what their garage looked like too to park something.
Yeah, no
like
kidding.
that.
Yeah, we need 23 feet at least. Well, Troy and Andrea, it's going to be a great week, of course. We started on Friday and we run all the way through Sunday, and there's a car for every taste, of course. It's 46 years, and as they say, it's won, well, 4 auctions now. Real quickly, here, Palm Beach, Vegas, and
Connecticut now, Mohegan Sun.
Wow. Oh, very good.
All over the place.
Barrett-Jackson.com. Get your tickets. They're $20 today at the gate or online. So hope to see everybody.
Great, boy. There's plenty of pleasure for $20. All right, that's it for us, you guys. We'll see you again a little later on.
All right.
So neat. I mean, seeing history like that up close, and how they lived. Because you look at, you know, some of those cars, and you see kind of what life was like.
Yeah.
In a way, don't you?
Yeah, a whole different world then, that's for sure.
Workmanship and, you know.
So what did you guys think about that? I think that's a really cool segment that he's there at this car show, and it's all those old cars. I think they look so cool. They look cooler back then than they do now, don't you think? Now all the cars almost look the same. I mean, every once in a while you see a Tesla or a Lamborghini or something like that, and it's still kind of cool to see, but I just think most of the cars today just look the same, you know? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Let's take you to some other top stories here tonight. I appreciate you guys watching with me. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. Again, if you don't like to post in the live chat, feel free to tweet me at Mary Kate Fox 10. That's my Twitter handle, Mary Kate Fox 10. And I'd love to hear what you have to say while we're here on the show. Love reading everyone's comments live here on the air. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions, so anything you want to say, go ahead and say it. Just keep it PG, you know, no curse words. Or, I mean, if you do want to curse, I'll just take your word out of it when I'm reading your comment on the air. We do have to keep it, you know, good for the kids, you guys. You never know who's watching. Oh, Temporary Channel says, I have a neighbor who drives a DeLorean. Do you really? Do you have a picture? You should tweet it at me. I would love to show that on the air. Oh, that would be really cool to drive, wouldn't it? A DeLorean. That was such a good movie, too. Back to the Future. That's awesome. All right, let's take you to a really positive story here. There's a new restaurant that just opened in Scottsdale, and they have an amazing brunch, so I hear. So they did come to the studio, and they did cook live, which is always fun to watch those live cooking segments because it can be difficult. I mean, it can be hard just to talk to someone else live, you know. So being able to cook live is another thing. I don't think I can barely cook alone in the privacy of my kitchen. So I got to give props to this chef that's able to cook live while we all watch. So let me take you to this segment here as we watch together.
So many good things come together in one place.
Because Chef Daniel is making it happen. Chef Daniel from MLK Live is here to tell us about his restaurant's VIP packages. It's brunch and ride to Barrett-Jackson. And you guys are, well,
I can smell the booze. What's that?
That is a bourbon.
Wow.
On our brown sugar bourbon glazed pork belly.
We're getting it started right. So you guys are up at the Scottsdale Air Park, huh?
Correct.
And you're relatively new, though. You haven't even celebrated 1 year yet.
That is correct.
Oh, well, what do you do there?
Over Halloween weekend.
What's the menu like there at BLK?
So the menu, we highlight all Kobe and Wagyu from Snake River Farms out of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So we do ribeyes, fillets, meatloaf, and all of our burgers are all A5 Wagyu beef.
Oh, man. Is that bacon?
That is pork belly. So it's a thick,
pork belly.
Thick piece of bacon.
That's the thickest bacon I've ever seen, right?
So what is this part of? Are
So
we
this is gonna
just
be-
serving it like by itself? I
Correct.
mean, it probably
Yes.
doesn't need anything with it, does
nothing
it?
can get in that pork belly's way. Let's get out of the way.
Yeah, no, so that's gonna be served by itself. It's gonna
Okay.
be came with also our red wine reduction. It's red wine, Chambord liqueur, and then marinated cherries as well.
very
So
nice.
a little bit of different flavors.
Okay. And then what do you have going on in that pan?
So in here is gonna be bourbon,
That's the
brown
bourbon.
sugar, and smoked peaches.
And then that goes where? What do you
That's
do
gonna go on the pork belly as well.
Oh, I see. So it's kind of a sauce, a little sauce on the bacon. So you're doing
Absolutely.
something kind of cool for Barrett Jackson. Tell us what that is.
So for Barrett Jackson, we're putting together kind of a whole week. So we're gonna have some live entertainment from Thursday through Saturday, starting off with Arms of America. It's a YouTube cover band on
Oh,
Thursday.
nice.
On the
Cool.
20th, we're doing Blaze of Jovi, which is a Bon Jovi tribute band. And then Journeys on Saturday.
Oh, look at that.
How
Yeah,
fun.
so kind of a whole weekend. We're also, by Unique Transportation, we'll be offering shuttle service to and from Barrett Jackson.
So
if
how's it
you're-
work? You show up and you say, I want the VIP package. You have to buy it in advance, or how's
No,
it work?
not at all. It's through Tito's is sponsoring us. They're going to be the official Tito's after party. So anybody that goes to their booth or anybody they want to shuttle over, they let us know. We send the cars over to pick them up. They pick them up, bring them back over to the restaurant. There's food,
Perfect.
drinks, and live entertainment for the whole week.
Oh, my
Wow.
And this thing, I mean, tell us what this is. Is this like an English muffin you got going on
That
here?
is correct. So I wanted to put something together that would kind of let you enjoy the burger more, enjoy the flavor of the enjoy the Kobe
meat,
beef.
right? We
got less
Most
bun
places-
going on.
Absolutely, most places you go, you're gonna have a bunch of bun on there, which people hardly ever enjoy the bun. We're in Scottsdale as well, so people are a lot more health conscious in the area. So we want to make sure that we give them something that they would actually be able to enjoy.
Fewer
I like
carbs.
that idea.
Yeah, fewer carbs. You go the English muffin, and we brand it. My idea behind it was
I
you go
like
to
that.
restaurants, you take pictures. People never know where you are, but
Well,
if I
they
put my
do
name,
now.
if I put my name on your food, you know where you're at.
And then you have French fries though on there too. So
Correct.
take a little
Just a
red wine,
little
we'll add a
on it.
little French fry in
Sure.
there.
And there's your reduction sauce.
So this is the red wine cherry reduction.
Look how pretty that looks.
Man.
Okay, hold on. I'm eyeing the Brussels sprouts.
It's everybody's favorite.
Right? They are.
So it comes with a balsamic reduction, applewood smoked bacon, Padano cheese. They are fried with a little bit of salt and pepper. They are one of the big hits. I actually had a lady
That'll-
come in and tell me that she hasn't eaten Brussels sprouts since she was 5 years old.
I was just going to say, that will get anyone to eat Brussels sprouts if you fry them and put cheese on them.
We had to buy it for her. She loved it so much that she ordered another one to go. She told me she wouldn't eat it, so we bought it for her to put her to the
really?
test.
Now you
Oh,
gotta
she loved
believe her.
it. Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
Wow.
look at that pork belly you got going on.
So you guys
there.
do lunch and dinner and just
Correct.
brunch on the weekends? Or do you
Just
do
brunch on Sundays as
Sundays?
of right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And beautiful color.
All right.
Well, thank you so much for coming
Chef,
in.
thank you.
BLK is the place. BLK Live.
Chef Daniel, thank you. All right.
How can so many good things?
All right, you guys, well, that was the cooking segment that I wanted to show you. Doesn't that make you hungry? I know I did this to you guys a lot here on the show. I always talk about food, and I think it's because it's about 7:30 here in Phoenix, and I want dinner, and maybe that's why I always talk about food here on my late night shift. Moose is Loose saying pork belly is delicious. Yeah, pork belly is super delicious. I mean, just the name, doesn't that sound good? Pork belly. I don't know why that sounds good to me. It would be very hard for me to be a vegetarian. I think the only way you could convince me is probably if I had to really read into. I know why I should be. My sister is. It's just hard for me because there's just so many good things that they include meat in, like cheeseburgers, but I know it's probably better to be a vegetarian, but it's just hard for me. All right, you guys. I know you guys are starving now. Sorry about that. Maybe sometime up here I can't cook anything, but I'll send you some virtual snacks through the stream right now. I'm not a very good cook myself. I usually have to order takeout or delivery or pick something up, or I'll buy some prepackaged salads or something like that. Salads, gosh, I'm still getting used to eating that. It's not easy, you guys. The only reason salads are good are when they put the unhealthy stuff on it, like cheese and ranch dressing. I mean, think about it. My girlfriend the other night ordered a chicken salad, and I looked at the ingredients, and it was cut up breaded chicken, like fried breaded chicken, so that's not even healthy, with cheese and creamy dressing and croutons, which is still not that healthy. So really, the only way to be healthy when you eat a salad is just eat the leaves. That's sad. That is very sad, everybody. Just wanted to... Mike saying, no, it's not better to be a vegetarian. You know, it's actually strange because my sister is a vegetarian, and so instead of eating meat, she's eating tofu and she's eating pasta all the time. I meant it's better, you know, if you love animals, I can see why that would be a better choice. But in terms of your health, sometimes I agree with you, Mike. Sometimes I don't know if that's the best thing. I mean, he says again, Mike in the chat, he's saying it's very unhealthy. You don't get any nutrients that you need. Again, you guys remember when we had to study the food pyramid in high school and in grade school? I think, you know, it shows all the things that you're supposed to eat. It doesn't say cut this out or cut that out. You're supposed to actually have all of those food groups. Remember this from school? Okay, look at this right now. So it says we're supposed to have fats, oils, and sweets sparingly. As it moves down here, milk, yogurt, and cheese, 3 servings, meat, poultry, fish, dry beans, nut group, 2 servings, fruit group, vegetable group, cereal, bread, rice, and pasta. Again, that's something that we're supposed to have all of these. And then, of course, you guys, the hardest part of all, 8 servings of water. That's probably the one that I struggle with the most. I can't believe I just brought up the food pyramid for you guys on here. But it's interesting because my sister's a vegetarian, so she just eats a lot of pasta instead. And health-wise, it's probably not that good to just load up on carbs all the time like that. But really, I don't think she's doing it for health reasons. I think she's doing it for the love of animal reasons. So it just depends on what you choose to do. I'm no expert, so I can't sit here and say that being a vegetarian is unhealthy or healthy. I'm not really sure. What do you guys know anything about this? Yeah, Jared saying bacon, eggs, and sausage, the best food groups to have in the morning. Yeah, Mike Vember saying that food pyramid is outdated. You need more fat than dairy. And you're probably right. Again, I'm not a health expert by any means, but I just figured I'd bring it up. I think, you know, it helps reference kind of what you're supposed to eat, right? You're still supposed to have 8 servings of water a day, although that's a struggle for me. I've had about 2.5 bottles of water today, which is still not enough. Who has the time to really drink that much water? But you have to do it. It helps your hair grow, keeps your nails strong, keeps you hydrated, you know, makes your skin look good. James saying, I love Mary Kate's evening shift. Such a variety, food, cars, and car accidents. Yeah, I try to keep it different here on the evening show. We have a lot of different things we can talk about tonight. And let me know in the chat which topics you'd really like me to focus on tonight. Do you want to discuss politics, tech news? Again, if we have any breaking news, that will take the top priority, and we'll be sure to take you there. I'm watching all the feeds here. And you can see, let me see if I can show you. I think I tried to do this with you guys in the past, but you can kind of see if you can see. No, I can't move that. I don't want to break the camera. Well, if you could see over this way, you would see I have all the feeds, so I am watching in case there's any breaking news. So let me take this back to normal now. Let's see. You guys are really getting heated over this food pyramid that I brought up. It says, vary your diet, don't mix different food groups. Yeah. I tried the no carb thing. It's just not good for you. I don't know why I tried it. I just thought, hey, this could be fun. I heard you have more energy without them, and it really, then you're just stuck eating a lot of cheese. All right, you guys, let's take you into the next top story here that I want to discuss. Again, I mean, drinking a lot of water is hard, but for the few months that I did drink a lot of water, I noticed that my hair grew, I think, a few more inches than it normally would have, because it keeps your hair and your skin and your nails healthy. So if you're trying to grow your hair out, drinking a lot of water can help, unless it was just growing because I swear it was the water. At least I think it was the water. All right, you guys. So Cory was live at the car show. We took you to his first live shot. Let's take you to his second live shot here. Great reporter here at Fox 10. He's so funny. He's so great live. So it's great to watch him at this car show. So let me pull this up and see what he has to say on his second live shot here.
More cars from the Barrett-Jackson Auto Auction.
Yay,
More
Cory.
Yay, indeed. Well, good for us because we've got Craig Jackson with us. Good to see you, friend. And thanks again for joining us every year. 46 years and going
46
strong.
years. Yeah, this is going to be our biggest one ever.
Yeah.
Some 1,732 cars are consigned, and the docket is diverse as it's ever been, and probably more celebrity cars than we've ever had, and just great charity cars that we have this year.
And they're such big nights. If you've never been, come on a Friday or a Saturday night, and boy, the place really rocks. When you get your celebrity friends out here, they love cars, first of all.
They do. They come here because, you know, we don't pay anybody to come. We just put this platform out here, and they love coming. And you never know who's going to show up that we haven't talked about ahead of time. You know, last year I was in here, and Ted Nugent just walked up to me.
Oh, I love that. Well, we're here at, as you said to me before, the top of the food chain when it comes to muscle cars. Tell me about this Hemi
This is a Hemi Cuda convertible. They made 14 of these. They made 3 triple black Cuda convertibles with a Hemi. Next to it, and these are all the top of the food chain, as you said. The 69 L88, they made 116 of these. This one is one of the best. It still has the original engine, and most of these were drag raced and blown up when they were brand new.
Sure.
This one here has a double celebrity. It is a Boss 9 in black, and it is owned by Reggie Jackson.
Boy, I know he's been out here before. He's a big car lover.
Ever since we started. I mean, Reggie's been coming, I can't remember how long, probably 30, 40 years.
Mm-hmm. Well, as we head on around here, we've got 2 very unique cars to show you. First of all, this beautiful 55 concept car. I love that collaboration between Chrysler and Ghia. And this is the Gilda, as they call it. That's about as space-age a car as I've ever seen.
Absolutely. It was a concept car. It never had a drivetrain, and the gentleman that owns it now put a turbine engine in it. So now it is a, it's really...
So now it's an aircraft.
It is. It's a real Jetsons car in real life that runs and drives.
Boy, and as we turn the corner 180 degrees, you talk about a car with some real rock and roll provenance to it. Describe this monster. What are we looking at?
Well, this Austin here is a hearse that John Lennon converted, and it has aircraft seats in it, and he tooled around London in this.
He made a big splash wherever he went, didn't he?
And this was sort of out there, but ahead of its time. Think of the way modern luxury cars are going with the Maybachs.
This is what Mercedes is doing now, right?
What Mercedes is doing now. He was just a little ahead of his time.
Yeah, he always was. Well, Craig, thank you so much, and congrats on another great year. As you said, 1,700 cars crossing the block. You got a lot of automobilia. We showed that off as well. That's underway. Are you auctioning now?
No, we're auctioning right now. We started auctioning yesterday. And I tell people, no matter what the weather is, we have 1 million square feet under roof here. Almost all the cars are under roof. Yeah. So come on out.
And the sun will be back tomorrow. Wednesday's going to be a great day as well. I don't want to kid you. There may be some showers Thursday and Friday, but
don't worry about it.
1 million square roofed feet, that's good.
That's it. You can come here. It's all heated and air conditioned, whatever we need, and it's going to be a fantastic show.
Very good.
You got to come out and watch Steven Tyler when he comes here, or Justin Bieber. We have no idea what they're going to do.
No kidding. They make an impact for sure. All right, Craig, as always, thanks again so much. Craig Jackson, he runs the whole darn show here, and here are some of the 1,700 options. So if you're in the market, we got one for you. That'll do it for us, you guys. Catch you again pretty soon.
Okay, we'll see ya.
You know, I've had the opportunity to sit down and really talk with Craig Jackson, and he's a really nice guy. You know, down to earth.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to be, doing pretty well for himself.
I would say so.
All right, you guys, well, that was Cory's second live shot at the car show, which I think is cool to see those old cars. Even if you're not somebody who knows a lot about cars, which would be myself, I don't know a lot about cars, but it's always fun to go to these car shows and just see what they have available. And a lot of people that own these old cars, offer them up to these car shows for people to go around and look at them and really experience what they look like. So I think it's cool. Again, I can't speak on I'm not a car expert, but it's definitely fun. All right, you guys, let's take you into some other top stories here. This is interesting, actually. This is going to be tech news right now for you guys. And this is no surprise. After a long investigation, Samsung expected to blame batteries for the Galaxy Note 7 debacle. That's obviously no surprise. We all know that the batteries were the issue with the Samsung phone. Here is a look at one of them that exploded. That's no good, you guys. That is no good. So it says a months-long probe into the cause of the spontaneously combusting Galaxy Note S devices has revealed, well, what we already suspected. On Sunday, it was reported that Samsung had concluded its investigation of its ill-fated flagship phone and determined that the battery was the main culprit. Seeing as the battery was part of the handset known to explode, this comes as little surprise. What I read about this was that when you are charging your phone on normal phones, for example on an iPhone, once it hits 100%, it no longer is charging, where I believe what happened with the Samsung Galaxy Note 7 was it hit 100% and it still continued to charge. It didn't know when to stop, and that's what eventually overheated the battery and it would explode. The official results of Samsung's inquiry into the matter are likely to be announced on January 23rd, which is the day before the South Korean phone manufacturer is slated to announce its fourth quarter earning results. So that's interesting. So they're going to announce sort of really what happened with their battery on January 23rd. The Galaxy Note 7 was first recalled back in September, whereupon 2.5 million devices were ordered to be returned. At that point, the cause of the fire was said to be a manufacturing process issue at Samsung, one of the phone maker's suppliers. But when a new batch of smartphones with allegedly safe batteries provided by a different supplier continued to prove problematic, Samsung then shut down sales of its highly anticipated phone. This ultimately resulted in a $5.2 billion loss, you guys. So that's, again, that's a picture of a phone that blew up, and that's really sad that this is resulting in a $5.2 billion loss for Samsung. They even were told that people couldn't bring these phones on flights anymore. I was so surprised by that when I was on a plane and they said, anyone that has a Samsung Galaxy Note 7, you can't bring that on the plane because it's an explosive device at this point. It's exploding, and you can't have that on a plane. So, that's a bad look for the company when you're told your cell phone can't be brought on a plane. So that's too bad for Samsung. Maybe they'll come out with something new. Let's take you into the next story here. Let me put myself full screen for a second while I pull this up. This is cool. So I want to show you guys this. Again, we are discussing tech news right now on the Fox News Now stream. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. I appreciate you guys joining me tonight. Let me pull up this photo and we can discuss this story. So this is Virginia Tech Furniture House is a home without buttons, but with plenty of tricks. Getting builders to come and construct a house on your property is like having a car maker come and assemble your car in your driveway. It makes more sense to build the components off-site than ship them. But this team, involved with a futuristic building team, wanted to create this house that comes with, essentially, without buttons, but it's an electric house. So this is pretty cool. When you walk from the kitchen to the bedroom, the light will follow you thanks to the sensors in the couch and around the room. So instead of you having to turn off the light follows you around the house. So that's pretty cool. Let's show you some of the pictures here in this house. Hard to really tell what's unique about this since you can't see the features, but this is some photos of this smart house where you are allowed to walk through it, and basically the light follows you. Now when you lie down on the bed, it also adjusts to your comfort level, while the other side is suited to your spouse. A panel above the bed can work as a TV screen or light panel. So this is pretty cool stuff. Imagine the world we're gonna live in, you guys, when our houses are full of, we won't even need lamps anymore. The light will follow us around the house. That's pretty crazy stuff here. We're discussing right now some tech news for you guys here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm trying to pull up the next story that I wanted to show you guys here. Let me pull this up. So this is sort of a mix between political and tech. Let me pull this up really quick here. Here we go. Okay. All right, you guys. So, in the news today, Donald Trump will reportedly be keeping this Twitter account. He's going to tweet from this account as opposed to tweeting from the POTUS account. You know, President Obama tweeted from that account, POTUS, President of the United States. But instead, it's reported that he's going to be tweeting still from this Twitter account. It says the real Donald Trump handle is the most notorious account in Twitter's brief history, and it appears as though its owner and author isn't yet ready to let it go. This is reportedly the Twitter that he's going to keep using. So let's see here. So he doesn't want to use the POTUS handle to conduct all his public-facing tweeting. Mr. Trump, however, has expressed a desire to keep growing his following, which at this point surpasses 20 million people on Twitter alone, and that's just direct followers. Many follow him indirectly through endless waves of other reactions to his latest tweets. That's pretty interesting. So the POTUS Twitter account belongs to whoever is the sitting president at the time. So it'll be available for Donald Trump to have. See if I pull this up right now. Twitter POTUS. So obviously, he would just have to change the name here, but the handle's still the same. And this has 13.5 million followers, but Donald Trump has more on his regular account. So I can see why he would want to just keep using this account. And in his mind, he's probably thinking years from now, when he's no longer president, he'd rather have those followers on his privately owned personal Twitter account as opposed to the POTUS Twitter handle, because he won't be able to keep that. So all those followers that he would have gained on the POTUS Twitter account will just go to the next president. He's probably thinking, well, that's not fair. I want to build my brand on this Twitter account, which makes sense. So this, you know, the POTUS Twitter account, though, will be available to him if he wants it. So we'll see. I think, though, you know, he technically right now can tweet whatever he wants since this is his personal Twitter account, but there's probably some rules that come with tweeting from the POTUS Twitter account, so I can see why he'd want to choose his personal one. Wasabi in the chat saying Trump needs a handle, real POTUS. Isn't it interesting that his Twitter handle is real Donald Trump? That it's not just Donald Trump. I guess he bought the Donald Trump handle from whoever was using it, but he doesn't tweet from that because all of his followers are obviously from this one. But he has to have the handle real Donald Trump, which is, you know, it would have been cooler if it just said Donald Trump. Jared Tim saying, Mary Kate, do you have that many followers on Twitter? Do I have 20 million followers? Absolutely not. I will show you right now. I only have 3,000 followers, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. You can always tweet me if you don't feel like sharing your comments in the chat. Feel free to tweet me at Mary Kate Fox 10 or at our show, which is Fox 10 News Now. But yeah, no, I don't have that many followers on Twitter, but that's okay. I'm working my way there. 20 million someday. We'll see. All right, let's take you into the next top story here. I want to bring you guys to. Let me take this down. Pull this up. Hold on one sec, you guys. Okay. Thanks, Jared. Jared in the chat saying, why not? You're a pretty popular person. Maybe just amongst you guys because you're nice and you're tuning in right now. But, you know, 3,000 followers, that's still a good number, right? But I don't think I'm as popular as Donald Trump, right? I think we can agree on that. So that's why I don't have 20 million followers. But I think I just probably need to tweet more witty things. I'm always just tweeting... I'm always tweeting the link to the show to get people to watch, but I probably need to tweet, you know, funny jokes every once in a while. I've got a few. Maybe that'll gain me some followers. I don't know. All right, you guys. Let's take you to Cory's third and final live shot here at the car show from earlier this morning.
Seeing any Tiburon models?
Say that again. Ask me again, Troy. What was
Is that a Hyundai Tiburon?
I think it was,
I think we're going to see too many Hyundai Tiburons out there.
Maybe not at
The
the
Tiburon?
car auction.
The Tiburon was a Hyundai product, Troy. I believe out under tent 2, we could probably find a few unrestored options
what's up
for
with
you.
that? Rock and roll.
Mr. T.
What's the, look at this, totally blinged out.
Oh,
you know,
wow.
we're over
Manly,
here
too.
at Knight Rider. Yeah, and look, this is Paul Anvil O'Keefe. This is some of your work here. Tell me, well, first of all, let's start with this amazing bracelet I've got on. Yeah, the cuff, as we call it.
This is our Bones cuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we do a full line of American-made and inspired jewelry. My owner George Ganem and his son-in-law Nick Ballantyne and Thad Ballantyne, they've been doing this stuff for years. Everything they do it's made in Arizona. It's American made. It's got a lifetime guarantee, and everything you see, you know, it comes out of their brains. They draw it, they think it up. We take it into the wax casting in Chandler, and we do it all ourselves.
You know, it even makes my wrist look usable.
Yeah.
I have the wrist of like a 14-year-old girl.
Oh, you know,
hairless,
you know what?
narrow.
You're not giving yourself enough credit.
No. But this really dresses it
You
up
wear a
nicely.
couple of those, and you're going to look pretty jacked.
You got it. Now tell me about this.
This is one of our best-selling pendants of all time. Actually, it's the King's Key. We have a Queen's Key as well. This one, you know, it's got a nice King's crown. Got some skulls in there. We got a lot of rockers and, you know, bikers that wear stuff. Yeah. Athletes. Got a little jewel hidden in the bottom. But I mean, it's just all clean cast silver. It's
well, Paul, thanks for taking us on a tour, guys. Thanks so much. I'll be back maybe. See you later. I'm pretty fast. If you think you can chase me, look at this. Now, Troy, you want. This would be an upgrade from your Tiburon. This is the mini lounge over here. That's where you want to relax in a Mini Cooper.
I love
Those
the
can do that
old
for you.
minis.
And
Look at the old Mini
yeah,
there.
Look what's on the way back. The Bronco.
I
think Ford is actually perhaps bringing back the nameplate, but look at this beauty.
We had a neighbor who had one of those when I was a kid.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
We've got plenty of Mustangs now. There are all kinds of dealers here, garages and restoration companies who can take your car and turn it into something like this. Isn't that great?
How clean
now,
that is.
They've gone all Mopar with this car, but they've replaced the original 8-cylinder with a Viper engine.
Wow.
So we've got 10 cylinders now, and that should be plenty fast for anybody. But there's always something to eat, something to drink, and you know, I think we're going to finish up down here with, you know, as Tom Fergus, our friend, always says, Well, well, Tom always says, if I'm going to the dog show, I want to see the dogs. So when we're at Barrett-Jackson, we want to see the cars. But here they are. And again, 1,700 cars crossing the block this week. And it just goes on and on and on and on. Oh, let's end with my favorite, the Superbird. Look at it. Look at these guys shining up the wing on the Superbird. It's fantastic. You want a road runner that really sings?
What is that? What's
this
a Superbird?
It's a road runner. It's a Dodge product, a Plymouth product.
We owned a road runner. My family did.
Yeah, racing quality. This is what they were running NASCAR back in about 1970 or so. So anyway, I could keep talking all day long, but I know you're tired of hearing me. So come see us at Barrett-Jackson right through Sunday, the greatest collection or auto auction in the world. 4 locations now, but of course this is their biggest. Anyway, I'll let you just enjoy the eye candy as we roll on out from Westworld in Scottsdale. See you guys.
All right, you guys, well, that was Cory's third and final live shot at the car show. I think that's really cool. It looks like a lot of fun. And even if you're not here in Phoenix, you should look up any local car shows in your city, because sometimes it's just fun to go with a friend and you can walk around and check it out and take pictures. And, you know, maybe you can try and pose like it's your car and post on Instagram or Twitter how blessed you are to have a new Porsche or something like that and fool all your friends. That's what's always fun about going to these car shows, right? All right, you guys, looks like Kristen Drysdale, thank you for following me on Twitter and Instagram. I appreciate that. We were just discussing how Donald Trump has 20 million followers, and you guys asked how many followers I had, and I don't have a lot. I mean, 3,000 on Twitter, that feels like a lot, but it's not about the followers, right? It's not about the followers. It's about what you tweet. It's about the content. You know, it's all about having fun here. I want to take you guys to some really cool stories. We're still discussing a little bit of tech here on the stream. So let me pull these stories up for you guys. This is actually a funny one. You know Jude Law, the actor, the very handsome Jude Law. He had no idea what a meme was until he got on this new HBO show. Obviously, most of you in the chat know what a meme is if you're a millennial, or, you know, if you've seen a photo. Let me just bring up an example for any of you that might not know what a meme is. We can discuss this. I'm sure you know what it is. You just didn't, maybe you don't know that that's the name for it. I'll pull up an example right now. Let me pull this up more so you can get the full meme view. So again, this is an example of a meme where it's a picture with words over it. Okay, something like that. It can be funny, it can be whatever it is that you want it to be. But Jude Law didn't know what it was. Jude Law did not know what a meme was before he got on this new HBO show. So let me pull this picture up of him. He's one handsome guy, you guys. Gotta say. So let's pull up picture of Jude Law right now as we discuss this story. So it says Jude Law had no idea what a meme was before the show The Young Pope. So he's on this new show. It says Jude Law evidently isn't a child of the internet, despite playing this new super villain in HBO's The Young Pope. That's a new show that he's on now. It says Jude Law was unprepared for how easily the show could be turned into memes. In fact, he had no idea what memes were before the show started popping up in them. So that's sort of interesting. Again, he plays this sort of mean pope in this new HBO show. So he's dressed in a pope outfit during the show, and so I think a lot of people were stealing, you know, these screenshots of him in this new show and making memes out of them. And I don't think that he knew what they were. So let's see. He said, quote, having spent the last week in New York and doing lots of press, I've become very aware of memes. But until this week, I've been completely unaware of what a meme was. So, you know, and that makes sense because not everybody's sitting on Instagram all the time and knows what, you know, a meme is. Now, just for reference, let's actually see if there are any of him. That's funny. So, I mean, this isn't a meme, but this is actually a picture of him from the show. So I think what a lot of people were doing was they were taking these pictures of him as a priest and making memes out of them. So that's, you know, you can see why that would be easy to make a meme out of that. Jude Law as a priest, who would have thought? That was trending today in the tech world. Just thought I'd bring that to your attention. Want to take you to this other story that I thought was pretty interesting. Two stories actually about Microsoft. Let me pull this up here. It's very interesting actually. So, Microsoft patent reveals foldable phone that turns into a tablet. So Microsoft is attempting to patent a device with a flexible hinge and display that that would transform a phone into a tablet. You can't really tell with these pictures, but this is what they released. Patent filings discovered by a user reveal that Microsoft is at least experimenting with this type of concept for a future mobile device. Accompanying notes and diagrams detail, what you can see here, what looks like a large smartphone that can fold over and transform into a tablet form. So let me take myself off the screen here. So that's sort of interesting. So it would be, this would be the large smartphone, and then you could fold it and create it into a tablet, which is kind of interesting. There appears to be two modes for 2 or 3 screens to extend flat out to make the device bigger and more of a tablet-like form. So what do you guys think about that? Is that something that you would use? Now, while Microsoft patents thousands of inventions that never make it into final products, the context of this particular application is key. The inventor is someone who successfully patented Microsoft's Surface kickstand and Surface camera angle previously, so he's done well in the past with other inventions that he's come up with. But let me know if this is something that you guys would use. I don't really know if I would. I mean, I don't really, because Apple already has those cases that let you hold it as if it were a tablet, you know, set it up as if it were a tablet. I don't really think people would need a phone and a tablet in one that folds in a different way. I don't know. Would you guys use something like this? I mean, exactly. Jared Tim in the chat saying, how do you fit this into your pocket? Exactly. Well, I mean, really, how do you even fit the iPhone 7 in your pocket or the 6 Plus? Do you guys have the 6 Plus? I have the 6, and this was big enough, and this barely fits in my pocket. So, I mean, this, even right now, if I try to show you guys, here on the thing, you can't, this, look how big this is. This does not fit, this barely fits in my pocket, and this is a 6. So I can't imagine what that would be like. That really probably wouldn't fit in your pocket. And everyone wants to be able to fit their phone in their pocket. Am I right, you guys? We're experts here, right? We're tech experts. I'm not sure if that's something that people would use. But again, it's Microsoft. I'm sure they know a little bit more than me about this sort of thing. So just wanted to bring you guys to that story. This one is sort of interesting as well. Let me pull this up right here. So Microsoft, now this is what the headline says. It says, Microsoft is finally rebuilding the Xbox One dashboard for speed. The Xbox One dashboard was built with Kinect in mind, from the overall user interface to the basic fundamentals that assign system resources accordingly. No idea what that just meant, but it looks like they're going to be rebuilding the dashboard for Xbox One so that they can make it faster. So that's pretty interesting. Microsoft has slowly been walking back some of those directions with improvements focused on quick access to features with the controller, but there are still some problems with the dashboard performance. It appears that Microsoft is finally about to address the Xbox One dashboard issues. You know, it's interesting. The Xbox One looks very high-tech, doesn't it? Even though it's been around. In a blog post detailing a new game mode for Windows 10, Microsoft revealed that it's not only Windows 10 that's getting some performance enhancements. It said in the statement, quote, every Xbox One will see an update coming to the guide that will make it faster to complete common tasks. Through one press of the Xbox button on your controller, you'll be able to pull up the newly enhanced guide as an overlay on the left side of your screen, no matter what you're doing. So that's pretty cool. I mean, if you don't play video games, you probably are thinking, why do I care? Yeah, President-elect in the chat saying, remember Connect, that was a failure. Temporary channel saying they designed the user interface to work with the motion control camera system Connect that very few people use. I actually remember that because, yeah, you stood in front of it and then the other person that you were playing with could see you. But I mean, it was sort of something that was fun for like an hour. Okay, you can see me, I'm standing in front of the Connect and you can do things, but really I think when it comes to gaming, people just prefer it the old-fashioned way, with sitting down with the controller and getting in there and doing what they need to do. Gaming, obviously, is what I mean. But that's interesting if you're a mom or a dad and you buy gaming consoles for your kids, or if you're a girl and you buy these for your boyfriend, or if you're just a guy and you play. That's still interesting news to hear that Microsoft is rebuilding the Xbox One dashboard for speed. So I guess there were some issues and the speed was not doing too well. President-elect in the chat saying, if you like fun, try a Wii U or the new Switch when it comes out. I really want to try the new Switch. I think that should be pretty exciting. We were showing you last week the live stream of the Japanese game makers from Nintendo discussing Switch. So that could be cool. I mean, you guys remember the original Nintendo console, which I still have and I still play on. So if that was successful, maybe Switch will be successful. You never know. I want to bring you, actually, that was great that you brought that up in the chat, because there is a news update to that. So here is the controller, I believe. Let's pull this up. Now here's a look at the controller for the Nintendo Switch. And the headline to this article says, the Nintendo Switch doesn't come with a Joy-Con charging grip. The bundled grip is a non-charging version. Huh. So the Nintendo Switch includes a set of Joy-Con controllers along with a grip attachment in the box. But a gaming reporter said today that the $29.99 Joy-Con charging grip the Nintendo sells separately. The bundled grip simply is a plastic shell that allows the Joy-Con controllers to be more easily held in a traditional form factor. Oh, I see. Okay, so people were thinking that the Switch would come with a set of controllers, but really, when you buy the Switch, you have to then buy the charging grip separately, and really that's just a plastic shell that allows the Joy-Con controllers to be more easily held. Huh, interesting. Well, that's a look at it, and it looks very similar to the original Nintendo controller, if you guys remember. Let me pull that up. Oh. Huh, wow. Remember this guy? Oh, just brings you back to good times, doesn't it? I still play with mine, and I still use a controller that looks just like that, but we're talking about this news of Nintendo's new game console, and this is the new console here, the new controller, I guess I should say, and it looks very, sort of, not similar, but just, you know, the way it's, well, really, it just has two handles on the side. Maybe it doesn't look that similar, you guys. But again, that's something that they were reporting on. Oh, that's cool. Let me scroll down. Let me see if I can bring... So this is going to be released on March 3rd. That should be interesting. We'll see how it goes. But Nintendo did really well in the past with their old consoles, so we'll see how it goes this time. Jared Tim saying 64, yes. President-elect saying GoldenEye. Yeah, I still play GoldenEye, Mario, F-Zero X, Zelda. Beetlejuice in the chat saying, really, a Nintendo 64? You are cheap, Mary. Wait, I'm not cheap. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Because right now I should be playing on an Xbox or a PlayStation. Well, I play on those too, but I'm just saying I just recently started playing on the really old Nintendo again, and it is so much fun. It just brings you back to the old times. But I can see what you're saying. You're probably thinking I just have this sad little life with my old Nintendo console, but I swear I played on the newer consoles, but it just brings you back to an old time. I mean, again, this could be really cool. This could be revolutionary. This could beat out Xbox. Who knows? If this becomes successful, this new Nintendo Switch, who knows what could happen? Wasabi in the chat saying F-Zero was good. Yeah, that was so fun. Moose is Loose saying F-Zero, love it. Yeah, that was a really intense racing game. Jared Tim saying 64 is old school. Yeah, it's old school. I mean, take a look at the controller. It's definitely different than what you see today. Beetlejuice in the chat saying Zelda equals nerd. Yeah, you're probably right. But those are the sort of things that kids played on in the 90s. So it's interesting. Again, we're showing you this this new one. This is called the Switch, and it seems as though it could be really successful, you guys, and that's coming out March 3rd. So will that compete with other gaming consoles like Xbox and PlayStation? We will see. James in the chat saying Age of Empires. President-elect saying the new Zelda game will help boost their sales. You're right. You're absolutely right. Jared Tim in the chat saying, Mary Kate, do all these new systems make you feel old too? Good question. I think I felt old with the Wii, and I don't know why. I just didn't understand. I just didn't really like it as much playing the Wii. But the Xbox and the PlayStation, those are fine. I can play those. I like those. But that 64 is what I started on. So I love playing the original games because it just sort of brings you back to your childhood. But it depends on what what age you grew up starting to play. I mean, this is the real original one. Look at that. See, I never played on that one. I only played on this one. And then you move on to, something like this today, which looks a lot cooler and a lot more high tech. Yeah, James saying, I barely remember that controller. I know, right? Bowser in the chat saying, I loved Mario 64. And you know what? That's interesting that your name is that in the chat, K. Bowser, because wasn't the name of the villain in Mario Bowser or something like that? I can't remember. Wasn't it something like that? That is funny. Mike Vember saying, I think virtual reality is more viable than the 3D TVs they were trying to push. Not sure if that's the future or the entire wall LED panels. Wasabi saying the original Nintendo controller does look like the center of that thing, though. So I was showing you guys this one, and this is the... this is technically the original one, but I never played on it, and this is the one that I grew up on. And then you sort of graduate into... Temporary channel saying, you never touched a real Nintendo, Mary Kate, how sad. This is a real one. This is a real one, right? Remember when you would get, you would try and stick a game in the Nintendo, and if it wasn't working, you had to take the game out and like dust in it, because dust would get stuck in the old games that you'd have to stick in there, and you'd have to restart the button a bunch of times. I don't know. Appalachian Sun saying, old, Mary Kate, you're in your early 20s. Yeah, I'm in my early 20s, so that would make sense because this came out in the 90s. And I'm a 90s kid, so that's why I played that game. But then, you know, then they brought out PlayStation only a little bit later, and then they brought out Xbox, and really that's probably the one that everyone plays on now is Xbox. But for me, you know, I was playing some of the older ones the other day, and it was just so fun. It took me back to what it was like to play those games as a kid. And games now this is gonna make me sound old though, games now are so much more violent than they were then. You know, in Mario, all you had to do was, you know, like what was the most violent thing you really had to do in Mario? Like hold on to someone by their tail and swing them around, or you know, sort of run away from things that could electrocute you and avoid fire. It wasn't that violent. Where now today, games like Call of Duty and Halo and Fallout and Assassin's Creed, they're amazing games, don't get me wrong, and I love to play them. But those are so much more violent than they were, you know, back in the day when all you had to do was, you know, cast a spell or something. You know, it was just so different than what it is now. And they even came out with a movie, the Assassin's Creed movie, because it did so well. So those games, I'm not saying they do well. It's just, it's interesting to see now how games have really evolved. And now, you know, as we get older and we start having kids, we have to worry about the fact that the games they're playing are not like the games we played growing up, where it was Tetris and Super Mario Brothers and F-Zero X. Like that sort of seemed violent, but really it was just a racing game. Now it's about killing and shooting and all these quests of how to rip someone's head off, and it's just, it's interesting. Temporary Channel saying, Mary Kate, did you ever see Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Final Fight? Mortal Kombat, yes. I mean, I guess there were some violent games growing up. Resident Evil was sort of violent, and I guess GoldenEye. But even then, and maybe it's just now the graphics have gotten better, so you're really able to see the guts and the gore more than you used to. Because even in GoldenEye, you were sort of just completing quests, and I mean, yes, I guess there was shooting in it. But today, it just seems like if I were to pull up a picture, just show you the difference. Let me pull this up. Let me take myself full screen here for a second so you guys don't have to watch me Google everything. So, if you just look at this, let's see. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to find a picture. Super. And then I'll pull this one up. It's just so different, you guys. So really look at the difference here between this, okay? Now this is for the Nintendo DS, but this is Mario, okay? Looks really not as violent compared to Call of Duty, which, okay, this is great. Look how the way graphics have really changed in video games. I mean, this is what we used to play, you know, games like this, and look how they've really evolved. You can see the detailing and the quests and the movement.